looked realm. There was no turbulence in the space and no aura. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a slender figure in white. He appeared out of thin air, holding a pure white saint book, and his whole body was covered in pure white divine light. The god of wisdom? Hermes? The blood emperor's body trembled as he looked at the white-robed god. That, the legendary god. The surrounding monarchs and great emperors were also shocked. No, this is the aura of Joss flames. So, it's like this. Some sovereigns and emperors finally stopped sweating. This was a terrifying setup. All the power of will of a world had been gathered in Hermes to create this god. It would be more terrifying than any celestial emperor in the ancient primordial world. However, so what? Their eyes gradually darkened. The Blood Emperor said, "If we kill Hermes, who is the hope of all living beings, we will huge amount of energy. His aura is very terrifying. I'm afraid it is comparable to the energy of 2 or 3 celestial emperors." Brahm laughed and said, "We had a lot of people." However, the first vampire took half of the people to patrol, so we can take it for ourselves and divide this emperor. The power of will of all living beings gathers. The last hope of the entire land, the taste of hope. It'll definitely be extremely delicious. King Dark Cloud's malevolent black spike body revealed a sinister expression, as if he was a terrifying demon king that devoured dreams. As the lords and emperors conversed, Hermes felt the overbearing pressure from all directions. In the distance, the bright knight, Empress, Mokray, and the pale king also rushed over. They had a complicated look on their faces, and there was even a hint of despair. They could clearly feel the aura of the Joss flames. It was not the real god of wisdom, but a god condensed from the power of wishes of all living beings, even though they had already been subdued and intoxicated in the warm embrace of their father. However, no matter how powerful the Joss flames were, they were not as omniscient as the god of wisdom. It was impossible for them to be invincible. The only way to win was if the origin demon god and the heavenly path of the ancient barren world fought. They didn't dare to be heroes and didn't want to court their own deaths, but they also didn't want to see others court their own deaths, let alone kill. Every pore on the Blood Emperor's body was soaked in blood. His entire body had turned into a person, and a dense mass of bright red sarcoma-like air bubbles rose up. It was a strange and terrifying sight. Wisdom and civilization separate humans from beasts. The distortion of the world, the distortion of humanity, the distortion of misfortune, and the distortion of the immortal existence. They need redemption, Hermes said slowly, surrounded by white divine light that illuminated the entire land and dyed it white. Hermes's voice was holy, pure, and clean, with comfort and tranquility. He opened the holy book and advised the people present to abandon the sins in their hearts. Kill him. It's just a living being gathered from the wishes of all living beings, no need to talk about it. A terrifying aura spread out, and the monarchs and great emperors on the scene quickly made their moves. The terrifying pressure spread out, and their auras were majestic. In the distance, the cute girl's expression changed, and she rushed over as well. I've already asked the celestial Thurch over there to come over. Don't blame me for stopping the battle with a battle, attacking the sovereigns and emperors from both sides. Once Hermes is dead, I don't know how long it will take for us to accumulate so much power of will again. We can't stop them from killing all living beings during this time. Once all beings died, Hermes could not be resurrected. What's more, once the wandering know-it-all in his body died, even if he could resurrect Hermes, he would only be a simple incense god and would not be so powerful. She became nervous. It's all because of the stupid scholar's actions. He's too fast and out of our control. He might not be able to come over quickly. Although it only takes 30 to 40 seconds to break through the patrol's line of defense to a powerhouse of this level, especially when they're surrounded and killed. The biggest possibility was that he would be blown up in an instant. 30 to 40 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. The Hermes in front of him was facing the monarchs and emperors since ancient times. Every single one of them had suppressed the previous era and were invincible existences. Although only half of the great sovereigns and emperors were on the battlefield, the rest still on the front line, and no heavenly emperor could resist them. Boomed. But the next second, Hermes made his move. Wisdom is the power of all things. Boom. The whole world was being squeezed. The emperors around were sent flying backward, while vomiting blood. Wisdom is the authority of thinking, and thinking is the basis of sensing time. In an instant, time seemed to have slowed down. The great emperors that were surrounding them also slowed down. However, only they knew that their thoughts had been invaded by some kind of spiritual sorcery, which was crazily interfering with and restricting their movements. He's definitely not as simple as a joss stick. It even gave me the feeling that I was facing the god of wisdom and was omniscient. The Blood Emperor's expressions started to change. Wisdom is to observe the truth of all life. Whoosh. Hermes turned to the next page again, and spells were cast. They attacked the lords and emperors around him from a terrible angle, destroying them easily. The cute girl was completely stunned. Was this an old father beating his son? It was as if he was beating up the disciple he had personally taught. No. All the sovereigns and emperors were transparent in him. He knows his opponent's cultivation technique, background, and flaws. He can defeat his opponent in an instant. Sheath DQE. Back then, Diki knew all the details of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, so he could kill them in a few moves, because their movements, moves, and weaknesses were all exposed. The god of wisdom. Mengme was silent for a moment. He knows all the cultivation techniques of the monarchs and emperors. What kind of monster is he creating? At that moment, the celestial emperors of the primordial world arrived and looked at the scene in shock. Who is it? The god of war was stunned. Boom. An emperor flew out. It was Brahm, and he landed at his feet. The war god was even more shocked. After a few exchanges, Brahm had been suppressing him. He couldn't help but step on his face and ravage him. He then took the Jingu staff and made a handsome pose. Screenshot. I, Old Sunday, have subdued another demon. Not far away, Mokuri laughed wildly and opened his mouth happily. Did you see that? The most powerful monarch in the current era roared with joy. This is human. This was the wisdom of humans. Only those with intelligence were civilized, not wild beasts. This was the god of all wisdom, Hermes, the last hope of the land of all living beings. He laughed wildly, and the suppressed emotions exploded like a flood. The Blood Emperor looked the laughing Mokuri and said, "You're here to tell me. This god of wisdom, who is full of incense, and is condensed from the system of the ancient world, is the savior of our land of potions, and not the layout of the ancient barren world, the enemy that will destroy our world?" Bright Knight Empress and the others also felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't affect their excitement. So what if the incense was burning? The god of wisdom, Hermes. It was Hermes. It was the faith of the mortals of the entire land. The hope of all living beings. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it would save the mortals. You don't need our help. Mengme took a deep breath. In a sense, his combat power is already comparable to Medusa and Taoist Changsheng. It is meaningless no matter how many of them there are. Liu Wenjian looked at the person who was holding the book in his hand and was shocked. He didn't cultivate my system, but the book in his hand, similar to my sword, also cultivates the 9 Revolution's mysterious art, which contains layers of worlds. He has mixed all the techniques of the 2 worlds. Liu Wenjian looked at the Mother Earth's green vine, and her delicate body trembled. It's my teacher, Bai Xiaosheng? Meng Mei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, I put on a handsome look for him. His brain was filled with some private stuff. I also underestimated him. The extent of his combat power now is exaggerated. He's already similar to Emperor Qi. The second one, Diki. Countless celestial emperors of the ancient barren world gulped. Boom. In the next second, the monarch great emperors were sent flying backward. Hermes stood calmly in the center. The white-robed god flipped the pages of the book, completely subduing the ancient emperor. Such an achievement had never been seen before. In fact, it would be difficult to find such a golden age and opportunity in the future, let alone such a terrifying existence. On this day, a white-robed god went to the blood realm. With a holy book in his hand, he suppressed all the ancient great emperors and spread the news to the whole world. This scene was destined to be eternal. Toyin, the primordial world. The mortal celestial emperor Liu Wenjian had single-handedly suppressed the entire era of emperors since ancient times. He could be said to be the strongest apart from the heavenly Tao. In the world of potions, a terrifying existence had finally appeared. He had completely suppressed the entire era, and countless sovereigns and great emperors could only submit. It's just Hermes' body that has descended to the mortal world? A body formed from incense? Then how terrifying is the true body? The monarchs, great emperors, were in disbelief. They looked at this god of wisdom, a white-robed god. It was absolutely impossible for him to be purely formed from Joss flames. It was very likely that there were traces of the true god of wisdom's descent on the thought body formed by incense. A war been stopped. Although no god had been born, a power that destroyed the balance of the entire world's war situation had still appeared. A heaven-defying existence comparable to Medusa and Taoist Changsheng had joined the battlefield. Don't attack any living beings. The god in white turned around and left slowly. The Pope and the higher-ups of the various churches were extremely excited. Our great god, descend upon the land of suffering and save the mortals on the surface. The previous saintess and the current Pope of the Church of Light in the Blelm had followed the cute girl to witness everything. They were excited and quickly spread the news of the end of the disaster, taking the opportunity to expand their believers and continue to preach. The entire world was cheering for the arrival of a new era. This was the era of the Church of Light. This year was known as the first year of the light. The great catastrophe descended, and the supreme god of the Church of Light, Hermes, officially descended into the mortal world. He went to the bloody world and subdued all the emperors in history. Welcome back, great god. May your will walk on earth as if it were walking in heaven. I hope that wherever you go, it will be your divine kingdom. Within a day, countless high-level priests of the Church of Light and devout female believers in white set up the most prosperous church etiquette. Hualala. Beautiful women in white, with flower rings on their heads, were dancing in the sky. The young girls scattered white petals. The entire earth was welcoming the return of the god of light, Hermes, to the church. This was a scene that had never happened before. Outside the realm, a god in white walked on the earth, bathing in white light. The area within 1,000 miles had become a god kingdom. On Earth, everyone believed in the Church of Light. Voila. The black wind swirled on the red soil. The god of wisdom, Hermes, had shown his terrifying power and left. This made all the lords and emperors hold their breath. As for Cutie Pie, Thunderlord, Baal, and the others, they also revealed looks of regret. What a pity. He was the god of the Church of Light. If he stayed and helped them defeat the lords and emperors, the battle would be over. Anois. Everyone in front of him was injured, but they were not serious, and their counterattacks were even fiercer. What a monster. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the devil world. Perhaps only the legendary invincible Dikai could be compared to him. It's said that Dikai is extremely terrifying. Even the current strongest heavenly Tao was not his match back then. I heard that he had set up a trap and sacrificed his life in order to perish together. Only then could he achieve a mutually destructive outcome. However, he still did not win in the end. Some of the new still emperors of the ancient barren world started discussing. In the ninth heaven of the immortal realm, there were different lost inheritances from the mortal world. Several heavenly emperors had been born in hundreds of years. Xu Wei, Fen Teng, and the other ancient heavenly emperors had complicated expressions on their faces. To them, this was a very terrifying thing. You've already lost, you didn't lose. At this moment, Mother Earth looked at the vigilant emperors and sovereigns. You're being attacked from the front and back. In front of you are the celestial emperors of our world, and behind you is Hermes, who is the gathering of the world's living beings and daybreak people. In our primordial world, there is a saying, whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. You have already been deserted by your loved ones. Mother Earth looked at the great sovereigns and emperors. Those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. This was a thought that they had never thought of before. Because mere mortals were like ants on the ground, no one would care about their thoughts. Until today, they were almost defeated by the anger of all living beings and suffered a big loss that was enough to be fatal, but didn't lose either. Mother Earth's Ivy smiled. As you can see, he's gone. I can't control him. He's the convergence of the will of all living beings and has his own thoughts. He's not our ally, nor is he your enemy. However, the monarchs and great emperors were all furious and sullen. Yes, this Hermes would not become a spy for the potion world and help the ancient barren world deal with them. However, it was a sharp blade that restrained them. He was watching them from behind, completely cutting off their path, killing the civilians behind them. They would have lost the most likely path and would be attacked from both sides. How could one become a god? He could only continue fighting the celestial emperor of the primordial world. However, it was also unrealistic. This was because it required much energy. Perhaps more than half of the 200 great sovereigns and emperors had to die before a god could be born. Everyone felt that they might be the winner. Pinching the soft persimmon that was all living beings was the best and fastest shortcut, but it had been completely cut off. The war will continue. Mother Earth smiled. Slaughtering all living beings is indeed a path to becoming a god. In your eyes, they are like crops in the fields. After planting them, you will find a period of time to harvest them. However, our primordial world is much more brilliant. We don't harvest them. Walk the path of sustainable development. You make it sound so grand, the vampire sneered. But how many of the celestial emperors in your world are truly selfless? It's only because of their own interests that they protect all living beings. If we kill the livestock we raise to eat meat, are you treating people like pigs, cows, and sheep and keeping them in cages? Let God become a shepherd that shepherds all living beings, but only a cage. This sentence was very cruel, ridiculing Mother Earth. But it was also very real. However, Mother Earth Green Vine said, "You can think of it that way, but it's much more peaceful after all. Look at our world, don't you all envy it? This world is originally a cage. When we jump out of the cage, there will be an even bigger cage outside. Mortals are the people in the cage, but aren't you the people in the God's cage? That's why you want to jump out of the cage." The ancient celestial emperors were silent, as expected of Mother Earth, one of the most ancient existences. She was unfathomable and could see through everything. Mother Earth's green vine stretched out her hand, and a piece of paper flew into everyone's hands. "I can give you a chance. Here is a dragon vein contract that will help you have the possibility of becoming a god. You can take a look at the contract between Party and Party B." The great emperors were speechless. Belle and the others looked at the cute girl, instantly vomited blood. "You were acting so cool just now, but your current style is not right." When the War of the Two Worlds broke out, a life and death battle was going on, and he suddenly took out a piece of paper. What a sudden change. Let's take a look. Mother Earth Green Vine was not embarrassed. She smiled very gently and made an inviting gesture. "There, a conspiracy." The monarchs and emperors looked at the paper with a weird expression, as if they were in a recruitment market. Contract? Party A and Party B? What was the meaning of this? He looked at the description and saw how powerful they were at their level. He read 10 lines at a glance. Furthermore, he was instantly moved. The contract stated that they could use the dragon vein. They had already seen Hermes' strength. Could they not hope to become that powerful? It also had another characteristic, which was that it was undying and indestructible, which was simply irresistible. It wrote, they wouldn't interfere with any freedom. Mother Earth and Green Vine would remain neutral. The War of the Two Worlds would still be fought. Everything would go on as usual. This Mother Earth Green Vine is the true spy of the ancient barren world. They're helping us in return. This thought exploded in their hearts. She created Hermes, cut off her path to becoming a god by slaughtering all living beings, and provided a very feasible path to become a god. Collect the prayers of the masses. This was indeed feasible. Although it was slow and couldn't be compared to directly harvesting energy by slaughtering all living beings, it wasn't like draining the pond to catch the fish, and their shortcuts. Those who had god thrones had the advantage of being undying and could kill a great sovereigns, emperors, without any fear. Mother Earth's Green Vine said, after all, they are undying. As long as their believers are still around, they will be reborn sooner or later. If both sides have believers, this will be like a friendly match. If I kill you this time, I will plunder the death energy of your emperor body. When you come back to life, you will take revenge and snatch back the energy of that body. Everyone will continue to die and be reborn, plundering each other, and the energy will only continue to accumulate. The eyes of the surrounding emperors lit up. They understood that this was the gentle side. They didn't exterminate the grass by the roots, but rather harvested the other party as straw, killing them every time they were resurrected. However, there was one thing that Green Vine didn't mention. There was another method that could be even crueler. After killing the other party, they would directly snatch the other party's faith and gather their believers over, breaking the foundation and not allowing the other party to be resurrected. After all, they were all energy. Wouldn't it be better to give him the power of will that could reincarnate a great sovereign? This is a completely new path. The great sovereigns and great emperors were shocked. They thought about it and felt that it was a perfect system to become a god. If it was really used, it would be countless times better than massacring all living beings. After all, even though they would gain a lot from this massacre, it would take 200 to 300 years for them to recover. With these 200 to 300 years, using this method, the harvest would only be more. NBSB, yeah, you've earned big. Mother Earth Green Vine looked at them, pretending that she wasn't a middleman, and smiled again. You don't have to worry that I'll control your lifelines and hold on to your weaknesses. Your goal is just to become gods. After becoming gods, you'll transcend the dragon veins. You don't have to be afraid of me. Can I restrict you? I can't restrict you. The cute looked at them. The conditions were very good, and no one would refuse. From now on, they would start to herd living beings on their own. The land of potions would definitely think of ways to reincarnate in order to produce more people and help them farm so that they could live better lives. Churches would be established one by one. I agree. Me too. The ancient existence finally spoke. A day later, Mother Earth was distributing the dragon veins to the emperors. She couldn't help but smile and pull her disciple, Haihan's hand closer. She was so excited. I was lucky before and didn't need to work hard to succeed. Now that I'm lucky and have worked hard, I definitely won't fail. The little fox was also very excited. This way, there won't be a catastrophe that will destroy all living beings. There won't be a tragedy like Senior Brother's immortal life. His teacher's achievements were comparable to that of the sky-breaking emperor who had cut off the past and present. One by one, the ancient catastrophes of heaven and earth and the curse-like destiny will become completely erased. A new era will come. Countless years later, people flipped through the thick and long history books and saw that in the period of history where the rules of the world were changed, the age of the gods recorded. Magic Potion Year 1104, the Magic Potion Era. With the descent of Hermes, the god of wisdom, the era of gods began. Churches stood in great numbers, fighting for the position of god of faith. What a cute little sister. Xuji did not expect things to develop this way and was rendered speechless. This female player was very cunning, just like the racer of Mount Haruna. She had actually given him so many surprises. The rewards it brought him were no less than what he had gained from Alchemy Monarch and the racer of Mount Haruna, the players who had pushed for the era. The establishment the Dragon Vein was undoubtedly a step forward in the extraordinary world, completely breaking away from the barbaric civilization. Every once in a while, there would be a calamity that would exterminate all life, and a gap in civilization would appear. That was simply barbaric and not a truly mature extraordinary world. With such a divine system, the creation of a deity position would produce energy much more efficiently than before. It might even produce a large number of level 8 gods. It would not be far away from truly entering the age of gods. The gods was looking forward to that day. This was a great leap forward. The sandbox world had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was equivalent to a medium sandbox world advancing to a high sandbox world. They were not considered true high-level transcendence yet, as there were too few gods. There were only top gods like Ermin, Medusa, and the Daelord. They had not entered the age of the masses and the age of gods. If everything goes well, perhaps in less than a week, many gods will appear soon. Xuji was looking forward to the journey that day and wanted to see what it would be like. And the biggest gain was Hermes. He was equivalent to a large biological intelligent brain that gathered the thoughts of all living beings, and his calculation ability was comparable to DQ's. At this moment, he was integrating all the cultivation techniques for him. In the future, He'll be able to use the thoughts of all life to understand the Tao heart and deduce a path that belongs to me. Isuji, what he had learned. In fact, the cute girl thought that Hermes was comparable to DQE. Actually, not the case. As the only being with the potential to be a hero of the bug race, how could DQE be on par with him so easily? He didn't have the ability to secretly learn. He was just like a super deduction computer. The all-knowing scholar was connected to the sub-brain's knowledge base. Although the sub-brain couldn't monitor all living beings, it could monitor every 7th grade great sovereign. The all-knowing scholar naturally knew their cultivation technique. Hermes. Shuji sighed softly. The all-knowing scholar from before was just a simple learning machine. Now that he has been upgraded, not only can he learn, but he can also integrate knowledge like a supercomputer. Just this change in the wandering know-it-all was enough to let him benefit endlessly. A new era had begun. Although the war between the two worlds had not ended, and the celestial emperors of both sides were still in conflict, it had completely ended for the mortals at the bottom. The legendary experts who had entered the primordial world and slaughtered the civilians retreated one after another. They were no longer bewitched by the sovereigns and emperors and fought for them. They were fighting on the front lines, while the ancient sovereigns and emperors were killing their families and people. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 404. The original demon god Medusa had used a dimension gate to open a passage between the two worlds. The demonic world had invaded, and the earth had been plunged into chaos. Powerful demonic tribe cultivators had descended, and millions of demonic beasts had surged out. For a time, everyone was in danger. Mount Shu, Nanzhao, the barbarian sorcerer tribe, and the ancient Daiyuan clan formed a force to suppress the demonic army. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 427. The demon army retreated, and the ancient desolate land was filled with cheers. Countless mortals cried tears of joy as they decorated the land. NBSB. Tap, tap, tap. A horse-shaped giant beast was pulling a carriage. There were fields on both sides of the road, and many farmers were farming. There was smoke rising from kitchen chimneys in the distance. The mortals of both worlds are cheering. The disaster is over. Mother Earth's green vine continued to travel around the two worlds in the carriage. The two worlds were now free for her to interact with. Both sides were very respectful to her. The landlady. The land of potions has entered a bright era. The glory of the Church of Light has enveloped the entire land. It's the same for the primordial world. This is a perfect ending for everyone. She opened her mouth and said, "The experts on both sides are very happy. They are fighting their own battles. It's up to them if they suffer heavy casualties. The mortals are also very happy. They have all gotten what they want. Teacher is so amazing." Hu Haihan the little fox was full of admiration. Meng Mei laughed, "Of course. I wanted to create a perfect world. The reason for the war is because the rules are not perfect. At this point, my goal has been completely accomplished." Then, she decided to lie down and continue to be a salted fish. It's really perfect. In this world, everyone else says that there is nothing perfect in this world. I have already subverted their theories. The rules I designed are flawless. She smiled, but suddenly felt a vague sense of uneasiness in her mind. Was there really such a thing as perfection in this world? He had stopped the periodic world-ending catastrophe since the creation of the world. Would there be a greater catastrophe? She quickly shook her head. I'm really king worrying for nothing. The incense system is perfect. It gathers the kindness of all living beings and forms a god that protects them. The next second, the sky cracked open, and the god of war's voice, "Landlady, the water has stopped." The cute girl jumped up from the carriage and pointed at the sky. She said arrogantly, "There's a shortage of incense now. You came through the back door, stealing joss sticks to cultivate all day. From now on, the joss stick supply will be cut off from 12 o'clock every night to 8 o'clock in the morning. The god of war?" After a few more years, the great emperors no longer involved or killed mortals. They even treated mortals as treasures and fought for their mortals and believers. One by one, the monarchs and emperors found some mortals to build their own kingdoms. They passed on the power of the monarch to them and built their own churches. This was still an era of gods. It was like a single log bridge. The great sovereigns and emperors were fighting each other fiercely. The news of the deaths of the great sovereigns and emperors kept coming. In fact, the death rate would not be any lower than the previous brutal wars. They fought for land and resources in order to reproduce more people. Age of the Gods, year 31. More than 30 years had passed, and dozens of churches, up to 100 churches, had risen rapidly. In the Age of Light, the two supreme churches were high and mighty, and no one dared to divide the faith of Hermes and Medusa. As a result, most mortals and experts at the bottom of the hierarchy believed in two churches at the same time, the Bishop Church and the subsidiary church. The main church was the Church of Faith, while the subsidiary churches were the Church of Profession. There were only two religions in the Church of Evernight and the Church of Light. They worshipped the demon god Medusa and the god of wisdom Hermes. The second church, as the Church of Professions, was in charge of the learning of professions and the acquisition of knowledge and skills. In the Church of Demonic Fighters and the Church of Combat, the ancient sovereigns and emperors who had created their own professions had become the gods of demonic fighters and combat. They divided the faith of all living beings, and believers were everywhere. In order to increase the living area, tall buildings were erected on the ground. In order to gain the faith of the people, they continued to help mortals improve their lives. Using Rubik's Cube metal, they once again developed the alchemy civilization. On the streets, a medieval era similar to the steam train appeared. Horse carriages, cars, and even potion mechanics began to be born and gradually sprout. Age of the Gods, year 73. After all, Mokri was the most powerful monarch of this era. He established the Church of Machinery and Steam, and he created the magic gunner profession, which was listed as the fourth basic profession among the three basic professions. The appearance of every basic profession would cause a turmoil in the entire potion world, which was equivalent to the appearance of an infinite possibility. This profession was targeted at mortals who could not cultivate. For example, the sword immortals of Mount Shu could infuse magic into their guns and turn them into magic gun machines. As long as they continuously modified the guns and integrated various materials into them, alchemy could continue to become stronger. Mortals also need to be able to cultivate. You also need to have your own resistance. Hehe, Mokri said. The great god of wisdom, Hermes, has woken me up. This is my realization from that catastrophe. I hope everyone can start a new era. After the emergence of firearms, trains and airships were gradually born in this world. Age of the Gods, year 94. The machinery faith, which had been at its peak, was destroyed. Several churches joined forces and secretly attacked the descending machinery god, Mokri. He had been reborn 3 times and had exhausted the accumulated incense of his believers. He was completely unable to be resurrected in a short time. We'll just snatch his believers? Without any believers calling out to him, he's completely dead. The great emperors spoke. Age of the Gods, year 1017. The death of the god of machinery, mockery, had terrified countless churches, afraid that they would repeat the same mistake. When the Church of Nightmare established their god's kingdom, they used the system of core believers. Countless fanatical believers and professional powerhouses gathered and lived there, hidden in the void, to ensure that they would not be unable to be resurrected after their church was destroyed. The divine kingdom system was quickly imitated. In a short 7 years, the churches of the gods had entered the era of god kingdoms. Age of the Gods. Year 121. The Church of the Blood Race lured the saintess of the pitch-black church to fall, leading a large number of believers and followers to escape. The dark god was furious. The battle gods broke out again. Even the ancient barren world was involved. The War of the Two Worlds entered a tense period with countless casualties. Age of the Gods. Year 133. The War of the Two Worlds broke out, everyone to tremble in fear. Fresh blood splattered all over the earth. Countless ancient emperors had fallen. In fact, almost half of them had already fallen. This battle was too tragic. In the blood realm, the human race, Xu Wei and Fenteng, had all fallen, becoming a part of the Joss flames. Even people like the God of War and Thunder Emperor had been resurrected more than once, and they gradually lost their sense of self. Kill them. They would plunder the energy of their deaths. A great emperor is more than enough for us to improve. Pillage their land and pillage their people. This was extremely brutal dimensional war. Both sides were no longer afraid of death. What they were fighting for was the faith and accumulation behind them. It would depend on which side could not resurrect. The slower one resurrected, the more it would end the other side. However, the people at the bottom of the hierarchy did not feel the slightest bit of chaos. They still lived and worked in peace, discussing the war between the gods and who would win and who would die. White smoke rose from the steam train, and the empty golden rice fields passed by, with the occasional paddy man. 2 young girls were sitting by the window of the train. They were wearing white pleated skirts and had the temperament of a lady. Their skin was delicate, and they were very beautiful and eye-catching. Many people on the train were stealing glances at them. The little fox said, "It has only a short 100 years. The world has been turned upside down. Trains, steam machinery, and various major professions have been born." It led to the medieval alchemy era, which my teacher mentioned. Civilian life was very convenient, even surpassing the alchemy airship era of the alchemy emperor, because the strong have started to think for the mortals. Meng Mei took a sip of coffee and looked out the window of the train. She said lightly, "Just like the primordial world, the gods think for the common people. The gods helped with farming, made clouds, and brought rain. Once the potion age starts to help mortals and redevelop alchemy machines for civilian use, it will naturally develop to such a state. However, these 2 years, the battles have been really brutal." On the train, 2 young girls were sitting. Hu Haihan was holding this morning's newspaper, which was densely written with small words. "The god of wind dancer of the Wind Warrior Church is also dead. He even chatted with us back then." The newspaper wrote that the Church of the Flame Men and the Church of the Blood Race were in a stalemate, and a war was about to break out. The Church of the Giant had issued a condemnation and statement calling for peace, reject the war. The newspapers were filled with various policies and facts. The Age of the Gods was also a battle of gods, a battle of ideas. Suddenly, 2 golden-haired young men in suits looked at them for a long time. They could not help but walk over and strike up a conversation. 2 noble ladies who are going on a long journey. Are you also going to Holy Light City, Danis? The cute girl's face darkened. Did this go anywhere else? The two of them smiled and said politely, School will start in June. We are going to report to the Holy Scholar Academy. We came early to experience the local customs of this legendary city. Those who were able to get into the Sage Academy were all elites without exception. It was indeed something to show off. Our uncle has quite a lot of power in Dante's 7th Vilcalia district. The underground forces call him the Furious Weiss. If you want to stay temporarily and provide help, they quickly said. However, the cute girl only nodded to show her understanding and drove them away coldly. A few hours later, they arrived at the train station. They got off the train with a small red suitcase and put on a black leather coat. After all, the weather was getting colder and colder, and the train station was full of pedestrians wearing coats. The cold wind gradually howled. Soon, they entered the city of Holy Light Dandy. Street lights lined both sides of the road, giving off a medieval European feel. There were even alchemy cars parked on both sides. They arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light. We can't stop the war. We can only protect the civilians below. The cute girl put on a black peaked cap and looked very serious. She crumpled the newspaper into a ball with her black leather gloves and threw it into the trash can. Her posture was as handsome as Sherlock Holmes. Almost all the gods have joined the war, except for the gods who protect all beings like Hermes. In fact, some gods had died too many times. After dying 6 or 7 times, they had completely lost their sense of self and became the perfect existence that all living beings hoped to see. They had abandoned war and protected civilians of the church. However, when they lost their sense of self and became complete existences, they lost their humanity and were instantly killed by the other gods. Then their believers were divided. This seemed be an unwritten rule. Only the powerful perfect god, Hermes, was not harmed by them. Those sovereigns and emperors were all old monsters. They were extremely smart, so it was only natural that they would do this. But what? They're also sinking, and if they die a few more times, they'll lose themselves sooner or later, and they'll become completely fair and kind. The cute girl said seriously, Incense is poisonous. In addition, over the years, I've also collected enough energy to become a god. Teacher? The little fox was excited. Are you going to become a god? At this moment, a voice came from the room behind her. Oh, you're going to become a god. A gust of wind blew, and the door opened. Deep inside the Church of Light, the familiar scene from back then was still there. Medusa and Hermes were reading and studying at the desk, having a serious discussion. You don't want me to become a god? Mother Earth and Green Vine looked at her. I don't mind. Medusa was very calm. She lowered her head and wrote on her paper, I have been very satisfied. You have made Wandering Know-It-All even more powerful, and I like it very much. I am very happy to have comrades who can deduce the truth with me. And I am also very happy to have comrades who can spar with me. Over the years, she had also fought with Hermes, constantly sparring. In the end, there were wins and losses. After all, he was not a real intelligent being, and he was not DK. You don't want to care about this war now? Green Vine suddenly opened her mouth. There's no need for that. I've already gotten what I wanted. I want faith, Medusa said. The Church of Light and the Church of Evernight are both my. She looked at Hermes beside her. I took the big head, and they can fight among themselves. I want an opponent. Is there anyone better than the omniscient and omnipotent Hermes? He alone was the opponent of all of them. Liu Wenjun, Dao Chengsheng, he had shadows on them. It's as if I've met the legendary Emperor Qi, although it's not the real Emperor Qi, Nor is it the true Hermes. You're really a pervert. How generous. The cute girl said with a smile. You're willing to give half of your faith to Hermes, to move forward with him, to become stronger together. Because the path of the strong is very lonely. Medusa sat quietly, feeling the true peace and tranquility. She had reviewed her growth and experience step by step. She had been taught by her teacher Circe, defeated Lilith during the Dark Witch era, and finally defeated by alchemy Emperor Grantham. She had been lost, despaired, and her confidence had been shattered. She had witnessed the end of her era, the end of the alchemy era, and the death of the heroic monarch. She couldn't help but lament the fleeting of time. After seeing the vast and mysterious universe, each era was filled with more and more respect. After carefully savoring the vicissitudes of time and the unwillingness in her heart, she somewhat understood in her heart. Perhaps, only the persistence in pursuing the truth between heaven and earth, like the wizards, could lead to eternal existence in the heavens. Her original arrogance and pride slowly subsided, turning into a kind of exploration and pursuit of truth. I'm about you. Mother Earth was still nagging in her ear, full of nonsense. What do I want? She took Hermes' hand and looked out of the window as if she couldn't hear anything. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that only the sound of her heart beating could be heard. Perhaps already obtained it. She looked at Hermes next to her, still reading quietly. I just want to witness the mystery of this vast universe. I want to explore the intoxicating mystery. I want to see a higher view. I want someone to accompany me on my lonely journey. This wasn't love or friendship. It was a more advanced and special emotion, as if the entire soul was entrusted to it. In the long 2,000 years of loneliness, he had come here alone. It was great to have someone to accompany him. Mother Earth's ivy was still nagging in her ear, and Medusa only came back to her senses when she said something. I don't intend to become a god. What? His teacher didn't plan on becoming a god? The little fox Huaihan looked at her teacher with disbelief. He had still managed to collect enough energy. He was the supreme existence that countless people dreamed of. Even the great emperors of the two worlds were fighting for this goal. His own teacher actually didn't plan on becoming a god? However, Medusa said something that shocked the little fox even more in the next second. You actually don't want to become a god. What crooked idea are you thinking of again? Medusa was also stunned. She suddenly laughed and kindly reminded, Mother Earth Ivy, you're going to die soon. You'll die without a doubt. If you become a god and break through to level 8, you might still have a chance to survive and block the terrifying calamity in the future, death tribulation. His teacher was going to die. Huaihan was stunned, his face full of disbelief. They'll basically die, right? She's just the first one who will die, and the others will follow closely behind. There's no perfection in this world, and where there's light, there'll be darkness. Medusa was very calm and had the temperament of a scholar. At this time, she was a young girl with long black hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. This was an alchemy tool, a miniature microscope. She had long reached an incredible level of microscopic knowledge. Medusa suddenly stood up and pulled out a book from the black bookshelf. Green Vine Mother Earth, you are a very idealistic and emotional person. You grieve over Dao Changsheng's death and want to create a perfect world to suppress the catastrophe of heaven and earth. A world without disputes. However, the greater the power of the suppression, the greater the power, the rebound. Mengmei was silent for a moment. Medusa only smiled. I have been studying the dragon vein system all these years. It is very interesting. The little fox Huaihan did not seem to understand. It seemed like, what terrible thing was happening? I have a question, little girl. Are you afraid of the dark? Medusa suddenly looked at the little fox that she had been with for a long time and smiled. I was quite afraid of the dark before I started cultivating. She thought for a moment. I don't even dare to sleep alone at night. I lay on the bed and looked at the shadowy corner. I felt that it was dark. After I started cultivating, I'm not afraid anymore. Because I've grown up. Do you know why people are afraid of the dark? Medusa pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. The little fox Hu-Hai-Han thought for a while and shook his head, saying that he didn't know. The most ancient and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the strongest fear of man is the fear of the unknown. The unknown is indescribable, so it is called the indescribable fear. Med smiled and pointed at herself. The girl wearing black limbs smiled and said gently, "The most typical example is that people are afraid of darkness because darkness is the unknown. People are afraid of the dark and like to think too much when they see people in the dark. They think that there are ghostly faces, monsters and eerie eyes staring at them in the dark." She looked at Mengmei. "Do you understand? Fear is an inevitable and uncontrollable emotion." Mengmei just kept silent, as if she understood what she meant. Ah! What did it mean? What were these two ancient existences talking about? Only Hu-Hai-Han, the little fox, was confused. Medusa did not want to talk about it any further, as if the safety of Mother Earth had nothing to do with her. She changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, you just came and said that you don't want to become a god. What do you mean?" Mother Earth Green Vine sat in front of the chair and took a sip of coffee. "I don't want to become a god. I want to give the energy to Tao to live forever, to the heavenly Tao." Medusa was silent for a moment. "You want to continue perfecting this perfect world?" "I'm passionate about farming." Mengmei stared at her with a serious expression. "Furthermore, I'm too weak to become a god. I might as well let Taoist Changsheng become a god and protect me. I'll continue to collect energy before I become a god, and be the second one to do so." She knew her own limits. This was to carry on God bless me to the end. First, she had someone to back her up and protect her. After all, those great emperors were fighting fiercely now. It might be a while before a god appeared. What would she do then? They were both gods, but he would probably be blown up in an instant. She believed in Tao Changsheng the most, so she naturally wanted him to become a god first and suppress the great emperors who had become gods. After all, in the same realm, it was impossible for them to defeat Tao Changsheng. Furthermore, this is a long-term investment. Taoist Changsheng becomes a god and a level 8 saint. His inner world, the Juxiao immortal world, will instantly become terrifyingly large. The larger the area, the more mortals can live in it, and the more incense offerings he will have. "That's a good idea." Medusa clapped her hands and laughed. "I don't like you, but I like the era you created, the era of incense and the infinite possibilities. I think, so I am." The cute girl only smiled, but it seemed a little stiff. Medusa's words made her feel a little uneasy. She quickly turned around with Hu-Hai-Han and put on the black leather coat hanging at the door. She strode out of the Church of Light and came to the street. "Holy Maiden." A few in white opened the door of the black car respectfully. Medusa lowered head and continued to write, mumbling to herself, "You stopped a catastrophe between the two worlds. But that was to suppress it. It will come eventually, and no system is perfect." If we were to say that the Magus world was still a low-level world in the 2,000 years of our history, in the future, it would be a terrifying and mysterious large-scale transcendent world. Danger is everywhere. That's a true higher dimension civilization. Perhaps it's on the way to level 9. The entire world was transforming. As a god, she could clearly feel that was unknown and mysterious. This feeling was very mysterious. In modern terms, it was like the two-dimensional world had been upgraded to the three-dimensional world. If the ones who died in the previous world catastrophe were only the lower-level beings, then the upcoming catastrophe has already endangered the lives of you, me, Ermin, the Delords, and all the gods. I'm really looking forward to it. The portal world. The world has become beautiful. Hera drove the carriage and looked at Uncle Messiah, who was sleeping next to her. Uncle said that he has fallen into a deep sleep. He said that he would only wake up after countless years. Those are the years I can't wait for. Hera caressed his face gently. Uncle must have the blood of the god of creation, the blood of eternal life, to be able to live for so long. Just like Medusa, the original demon god, he only wakes up for a short time and sleeps for a long time. This is the price of eternal life. More than 100 years had passed. She was only at the 4th rank now. Her cultivation aptitude was not high. No matter how hard he tried, he could already feel that it would be very difficult to improve. He might be stuck at the 4th rank forever and not live to see his uncle awaken. Thus, she chose to take her uncle on a journey. Uncle said that my realm is very low, and I won't live long, but his body is immortal. He's the heavenly emperor of body cultivation, and can be used as a treasure to protect me and let me live a safe life. So, she used to travel. She also fell in love this kind of life and seeing the scenery around the world. She planned to spend the rest of her life like this. When she died of old age, she would find a place to bury Uncle Messiah. She would bury her next to her and protect her uncle after she died. We came from the devil realm. This ancient barren world, this new world, has many local customs and practices. It's too beautiful. There's the alternation of the sun and the moon, the beautiful dusk and sunset. The sky has fairy Kaishia sprinkling colors, and there's a god in charge of making rain. She had already followed the local customs for 3 months. Suddenly, the carriage was stopped, and some farmers blocked the way. What happened? She was stunned and got off the carriage. Hera got off the carriage. The surrounding farmers looked at the beautiful woman in front of them. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was smooth, and her round legs were covered by the chiffon dress. She gave people the feeling of a fairy. Their breathing became rapid, but they quickly lowered their heads. They knew that this was an immortal, and didn't dare to offend him. Lord Immortal. A respectable old man stood out and sighed. Sigh, everyone is preparing to tear down the house in front. There was a girl called Bai Kaiwei who lived here. We all called her Xiaowei. She's a poor person. She was very beautiful, kind, smart, and gentle. Many neighbors from all over the country came to propose marriage, which made some women around jealous. In the end, Xiao Wei was hit to death by them with a brick and thrown into the well. Didn't the yamen in the county come to investigate the case? Hera asked. Come. He's here. A yamen officer with a black blade came earlier. The old man sighed and said. The officer reached out his hand and sucked the body out of the well. It was soaked in water until it was white. It was so miserable. There were many hammer and knife wounds on his body. They were all wounds and had been cut into a few pieces. I guess those cruel and jealous women had vented their anger on him and divided it up. He paused and revealed a trace of fear. She's such a pitiful girl. She's kind and smart. We all feel sorry for her. Good people don't get good karma. Women are easily jealous. Then, the reason why you are all gathered in this room is because... Hera could not help but shiver. In the past half a month, I heard that some people have died mysteriously in the villages nearby. There are many pieces of their bodies, and they died in the same way as Xiao Wei. We felt that this house inauspicious, so we decided to demolish it. People began to talk at once. Another dead person? Died the same way? Have you checked? Who's the victim? Hera thought it was strange. We've checked, but we can't find anything. All the girls from the villages are here. We counted once, but no one died. No one knows where this corpse came from. The voice sounded a little flustered. Tell me the details, the exact location, Hera said. She soon got the information that every few days, in the nearby villages and counties, broken women's bodies would appear out of thin air in the wells, rivers, and abandoned houses. However, the strangest thing was that no one in the neighborhood was dead or missing. No wonder the entire county was in a state of panic. This was too terrifying and strange. There's no local death. Is it possible that the murderer specifically killed the foreign girls who passed by? Hera thought for a moment and suggested, yes, there's one possibility. The people around them started to discuss nervously. The murderer of those girls has been arrested by the Yamen. It can't be them. We might have homicidal maniacs in our local area who specifically target the girls who pass by. Nowadays, the neighbors don't even dare to go out at night. But the more we panic, the more arrogant the hidden murderer becomes. The more daring they were, the more people they killed in the dark. More and more strange corpses appeared, scattered in the county city, in the well, in the fields, on the river. The entire city is filled with them. The entire city. Hera felt run cold. Where so many people come from? The more the surrounding villagers talked, the more panicked they became. Their panic started a chain reaction in Mannion. The air was filled with fear and anxiety. No wonder they were so scared that they tore down the houses. Have the higher-ups sent people to investigate? I've already sent them. That's good. Hera talked for a while and sighed. She started the carriage and left the county. I thought the ancient barren world was perfect. There were no strong attacks and the Celestials protected all living beings. But these mortals and twisted thugs still happen everywhere. She came to the next small mountain village. She didn't expect that there would be murder here. They were also talking about the corpses found on the streets, in the wells, and in the rivers. Why is it that wherever we go, wherever people talk about it, it happens? The murderer, can he really commit such a large crime? It was getting dark. She spent some money and found a remote side house in a farm to sleep in. In the small room, she hugged Uncle Messiah's arm and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly felt a little urgent. So annoying. I'm rank 4, but I still have to eat, drink, and shit. She rolled on the bed a few times and looked at the creaking wooden door. It was dark outside and she couldn't even see her fingers. The entire door was like a black mouth that ate people. It was opened extremely wide, and the top and bottom beams were white eerie teeth. I have to go out. Hera picked up an oil lamp and was about to go out when she heard the recent panic. I'm a 4th rank powerhouse. I don't think I'm afraid of those ordinary mortals. However, she had once accompanied her father to run a merchant caravan and had traveled all over the country. She had long developed a vigilant heart. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Messiah and said, I can only enter Uncle's body. Whoosh. Her entire body quickly surged and floated into the young man's sea of consciousness. Originally, the primordial spirit in Uncle Messiah's sea of consciousness was Bai Xiaosheng. Now that there was no primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, Uncle Messiah gave her the authority. She could enter Messiah's body as a primordial spirit and control this great sovereign. Her uncle's original intention was to make her the great sovereign Messiah and walk the earth in his place. After all, to Xuzi, she was just a super spare tire, was not really a treasure. After all, he had watched Hera grow up. However, Hera cherished it and felt that she was not worthy of being the great sovereign Messiah. Ta! Great sovereign Messiah strode out of the room. It was quiet outside the house, surrounded by barren trees and farmland, which gave off a gloomy feeling of the wilderness. It's so dark here. The cold wind blew on her back, and she felt a little scared. After all, she was still a girl. She nervously entered a small toilet house in the grass and came out of great sovereign Messiah's body. She was about to unbuckle her belt and squat down. Whoa! Suddenly, a whimpering sound was heard. Who's there? Why aren't you sleeping? Hera quickly entered Messiah's body. In a flash, she came to the dark, quiet grass and saw a room with an oil lamp. Through the white paper windows, the light shone through, revealing the figures of a group of women. They picked up iron hammers and hammers, laughing wildly and savagely as they pressed down on the head of a beautiful girl. There's indeed someone evil. Her expression froze. The bodies of the few mortal women who were screaming inside the window paper suddenly exploded. She would not show any mercy to such a murderer. She quickly entered the house. There were red tables and wooden chairs carved with patterns, and oil lamps were placed on them. Among the group of corpses, a girl was shivering and curled up in a corner. Her clear eyes were wide open, full of panic and dullness. She had been scared silly. "Are you all right?" Hera asked. Whoa. The young girl cried loudly and threw herself into Hera's arms. It's all right. Hera patted her back and comforted her. The girl's body was soft and felt good to the touch. Even Hera was a little jealous. She thought she was already very beautiful after her cultivation. She couldn't compare to this beautiful girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. She was really too beautiful. She had a foxy face and a pure, romantic, and innocent look. She was simply the most perfect creation. Even the female celestial emperors and the green vines that he had seen before, this girl's beauty was not inferior to theirs. She's only a mortal. She was now great sovereign Messiah. He could clearly feel that this was indeed an ordinary mortal, without the strength to even truss a chicken. No one could disguise themselves in front of great sovereign Messiah, unless they were gods. She was just a mere mortal. She was as beautiful as celestial emperor. How could she be so perfect? He could not sense any evil in her. She was kind, smart, beautiful, and had all the perfect qualities of a girl. She was the most perfect girl in the world, as exquisite as perfect porcelain. I really want to smash her. As a woman herself, Hera couldn't help but feel jealous, but she quickly reacted and suppressed the strange thought. Shira immediately suppressed her fear. She looked around. The room was brightly lit, and the mahogany furniture was very exquisite. However, at this moment it was stained with blood. She looked at the corpses of the women she had just killed on the ground. It's the three of them, but why would they kill someone? Shira had met the three of them when she entered the village. They were the villagers who lived in the village. She chatted with the woman in the house for a while. She was quite friendly and very hospitable. She even invited him to stay. She didn't look like a terrifying murderer who killed people in the dark and specifically killed traveling girls. Voila. Let's deal with it first. She reached out her hand and swept it. The heat spread out, and the corpse instantly evaporated, destroying all traces. What's your name? Hera brought the girl back to her room and walked out of great sovereign Messiah's body. She looked at her. My name is Luo Kaiwai, and I'm a traveler from another city. I didn't expect that there would be such terrifying women here. At first, they treated me well and I was very grateful, but I didn't expect them to kill for fun. Luo Kaiwai was a young lady from a big family who was not familiar with the world. She was cute and tall, but she looked timid and fearful. When she saw Hera walking out of the young man's body, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and surprise. "Big sister, you're an immortal? You can think of it that way. It's very dangerous outside. Let's sleep in a bed together." She pulled Luo Kaiwai to sleep and said speechlessly, "You're a girl, why aren't you on guard? No wonder you ran into bad people. Where do you live? I'll take you home." No malicious intent. He was immortal. Kind, cute, and innocent. Shira was still on guard, but she gradually felt that she was not hiding anything. She was really an ordinary person, an innocent girl who did not know how to hide her thoughts. Moreover, she was educated and well educated. She must have come from a rich family. My home. Luo Kaiwei thought about it seriously, and her beautiful and clear eyes flashed with confusion. My home. I don't remember. Shira looked at her and could tell she wasn't lying. Let's go to sleep. She put her mind at ease, but when she looked at this innocent and romantic girl, she felt a girl's vigilance. She quickly slept in the middle, separating her and Messiah's bodies. Next morning, Shira was in a deep sleep. She stretched and opened her eyes, only to find that Luo Kaiwei had disappeared. The entire room was cleaned and looked brand new. Shira stood up immediately and walked out of the farmhouse. She found Luo Kaiwei, who was petite, carrying a bucket of water with difficulty, cleaning the carriage. She looked as if she had been reborn. "Sister, I've cleaned everything up. You don't like to keep it clean." Hera looked at her uneasily. "You don't have to work so hard." She took Luo Kaiwei on a journey. In the next few days, she realized that this girl was hardworking and kind. She worked hard without any complaints. She served you well and did everything thoughtfully, such as washing clothes, cooking, cleaning. He was smart and kind. Shira looked at her back as she poured the water with great effort, and a hint of jealousy flashed past her eyes. It was a complicated emotion. How could there be such a perfect girl in this world? She even had feeling of torture. With her gentleness and kindness, no matter how rude the request was, she would silently endure it with tears in her eyes. A thought suddenly appeared in her heart. The young girl's tear-stained face seemed to be in pain. She seemed to want to see. "Xia Wei, kneel down and help me wash my feet." In an instant, images flashed through her mind. She was not satisfied with the washing, so she kicked the kind girl's head with her wet foot. It felt so good. "Xia Wei, do you see that pile of cow dung on the side of the road? Eat it." She imagined that scene again. This beautiful girl was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. She sobbed like a pear blossom bathed in rain, but she would not disobey his request. She lay on the ground and began to eat. "Shy away, come over and lie down obediently. Let me be your sandbag and beat you up with my fists," he said. The more she thought about it, the more her crazy idea grew. It was like a seed gradually growing into a towering tree. She even had the thought of tearing apart a perfect girl who was as beautiful as porcelain. Hera quickly bit the tip of her tongue, and blood flowed down from her lips. She felt her blood run cold, and a chill ran down her spine. Negative, brutal emotions? What is this? What the hell is this? The tip of her tongue was bleeding profusely, and large beads of sweat seeped out. Her breathing began to become rapid and erratic. She had long thought that she would never get hurt again. After all, she had great sovereign Messiah to protect her. Even a rank 6 heavenly passage, or an ordinary rank 7 great emperor Dongzhu would not be injured. In the future, he would be able to live a relaxed and happy life, traveling the world. He did not expect. She bit her lips. Big sister, what's wrong?" Xiao Wei walked into the carriage barefooted and half knelt on the ground, showing a concerned expression. Her pure and beautiful little face was sweating anxiously as she rummaged through the emergency medicine box. "Your tongue is bleeding." He had to find a way to treat it. "Let's go find the doctor. Let's go find the doctor." "I'm fine." Hera pulled Wei into her arms and apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "Sister, you don't have to say sorry. It's my fault." Xiao Wei wailed like a weeping beauty. It was as if she was hugging a ball of warm cotton. Hera was extremely vexed. Such a perfect, kind, and lovely girl who was so considerate and couldn't wait to dote on her. But he actually wanted her. The carriage continued to move forward. They soon arrived at the next town, Wei River Town, where the news was also spreading. Groups of young men in black with strange weapons on their backs and swallow embroideries on their bodies came and went. "Uncle, what happened?" Hera and Luo Kaiwei sat beside him. "What an eventful year. There are ghosts in people's hearts." "Do you see those guards?" the tea stall uncle asked. He was the first guard. It was said that the local county magistrate had already asked for instructions from his superiors. In half a day, the patrol envoy of the 5 states in the south, Nangong Yi, would be arriving. He was a major figure of the 3rd rank, the 6th realm. "I've been in Wei River Town for 30 years, and it's my first time to see such a high-ranking official." Now, the entire city was filled with corpses. They could be seen in wells, on rivers, on the streets, and even everywhere. It was strange and eerie. There was actually a sense of déjà vu, as if it was a landmark that could be seen everywhere. Recently, they had caught many murderers. They even hid the bones under their beds and buried them in the soil. The number of deaths was even more than what was shown on the surface. I really didn't expect it. Those people we arrested were all honest and well-mannered. They were so twisted behind our backs. The tea stall uncle sighed. The tea stall uncle said, "Sigh, it's too scary. We don't even have enough manpower to deal with the scenery." Can you imagine? Our county magistrate, the famous Lord Xu Cheng, is famous for being incorruptible, but he's also a murderer behind the scenes. A guard walked into his room and saw it. He had also killed someone. He was holding a knife, his hands were covered in blood, and his face was extremely ferocious. Hera was shocked. "Then, what's going on now, county magistrate?" "He escaped," the tea stall uncle said. "He's a 4th-rank expert after all. He ate the incense of our people and is now a wanted criminal." "Do you see the portrait at the entrance of the city? They're trying to arrest him." "I saw it," Shira nodded. The old man sighed. "I hope that the important person from the higher-ups, the patrol, can investigate these terrifying things." "Have you investigated the origins of those young girls?" Hera grabbed Luo Kaiwei's hand tightly. "It's said that it's still difficult to find out their origins. Some important figures restored their appearances. They're all different, but they're all very beautiful, with long hair. I also reassembled their scattered bodies and found that they were all missing a piece." The old man's face gradually became and even if we ask those murderers, they don't know anything. It's as if they grew a pair of legs out of thin air and ran away on their own. "He grew a pair of legs?" Hera, a little horrified. "Was ghost-like thing?" "AI! In our city alone, we've caught more than 200 criminals. No one would have thought that they would kill so cruelly behind our backs. There are even more in the nearby cities. It's said that the entire prison is filled with them." After the old man served the tea, he went to greet the other guests. The surroundings were chaotic, and the streets were filled with panic. In the midst of the discussion, an honest-looking man suddenly went crazy. He raised his knife and roared, "I didn't want to kill her. She was so kind, so cute, so beautiful. I would Ah! He roared, and his eyes flashed with a mixture of regret and hatred. Endless regret filled his tear-filled face. He raised his sword and rushed toward the two seemingly weak girls. Sister. Luo Kaiwai panicked, immediately stood in front of him. Not good. The surrounding crowd's faces tensed up as they watched the knife stab into Luo Kaiwai's eye. The young girl bit her lips, tears streaming down her face, but she stood firmly in front of him. Bang! The man sent flying. The world is becoming creepy. Hera restrained her aura and looked at Xiao Wei. She suddenly made up her mind. No matter what Xiao Wei was, she would protect her. She was already more than 100 years old, and as a fourth-rank combatant, she was on the verge of death. She had to use a special spell to maintain her youth, and before she died, she suddenly had something to rely on. At the county office of Waishui town, a carriage slowly stopped at the door, and the guards on both sides quickly went forward. The patrol envoy of the 5 southern states, Nangong Yi, hugged a beauty as he got off the carriage. Nangong Yi looked at the beautiful girl with extreme love. Her name was Qiang Wei, and she was someone he had met on the way here. She was an understanding and mature beauty. He quickly fell in love with her. She helped him tidy up his clothes and did the housework for him. She was kind and perfect. She was simply the best person in the world. How so lucky. He couldn't believe it. Such perfect girls. He believed that any man would be infected with their gentleness and kindness. Even recently, with the other party's unconditional obedience, he gradually developed many rude requests. He knew that this was wrong. He was very ugly, but he couldn't help it. After bringing his wife into the county, Nangong Yi arrived at the Xixian manor. He looked around the entire place. There was a murder case that had happened in the past. A blood-stained study room, an elegant black desk, a writing brush hanging next to it, and a wall of books behind it. There were all kinds of cases. Husband, let me pour you some tea. Shu Qiangwei stood up slowly. You'll be fine. You're a Tier 6 powerhouse and the 5 states patrol envoy. Gong Yi, he frowned. There's a secret compartment. He reached out and suddenly twisted the candle beside him. Ka-cha! A secret compartment popped out. He picked up the file and read it carefully. Weird? It was simply weird. Supernatural phenomenon. I detained countless young girls. I call them Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was a kind and perfect creature. She was about 0.73 meters tall and had long hair. She was kind and smart. She didn't have any destructive power, and she wouldn't hurt anyone. She would even help anyone unconditionally. However, anyone who saw her would have an indescribable desire for ugliness and destruction because of her perfection. The initial enslavement, beating, enjoying the crying of a pure girl, and finally choosing to split. The reason for this is unknown, but our initial guess is that the jealousy of humans comes from the jealousy of perfection. They will not be jealous of the existence of someone who is worse than themselves. When they see an exquisite and perfect porcelain, they can't help but possess and destroy it. It's been determined that Xiao Wei is harmless and has a terrifying destructive power. People will become aglaé when they see perfection. Also, their reproduction method is, the writing stopped there, and the rest of the words were stained with blood. Nangong Yi was in a daze. Suddenly, she sat on the chair and looked up. She looked at her beautiful wife, Xu Qiangwei, who was pouring tea for her. She was filled with endless fear, even though it's just a weak mortal, but it was a monster. It is a monster. He was about to. His eyes were filled with a desire to destroy. When he came back to his senses, from his state of madness and hysteria. The room was already stained with blood, and the ground was covered with the corpse of the woman he once loved. He looked at all of this in daze. I actually killed my wife. His face was filled with disbelief, and his mind went blank as he fell to the ground. She was so perfect, so kind. Even if he treated her badly, she would silently endure it. Even if he had hit her just now, she did not resist, and she did not complain in the severe pain. He looked at everything in a daze. As a third-rank official and the 5 regions patrol envoy, his Dao heart had collapsed. His entire life with boundless prospects had been destroyed in an instant. Outside the door, footsteps were heard. Lord Nangongyi, the situation. Ka-cha! The door was pushed open, and a few attendants and guards looked at the scene in a daze. The ground was covered in blood, and the patrol was holding a long knife. I can't be arrested. Nangongyi growled and charged out. In less than half a day, the news of the 5 states patrol envoy, Nangongyi, and Wei River Town's county magistrate, Xu Cheng, who were both members of the homicidal maniac, defecting and escaping, spread across the entire area. Why would I? The people were getting more anxious, and the number of corpses in the nearby county kept increasing. Every day, when they woke up and walked on the streets, they would see corpses all over the ground. In the countryside of Tongcheng, the 100-mu sand plate was extremely exquisite, like a miniature world. On the surface of the Magus world, there were tall mountains and dense forests. There were tall buildings, street lights, streets, and even train stations and trains that were emitting white steam. The weather is getting colder. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and even the sun was much colder. Xuji was sitting in the same chair at the entrance of the courtyard, quietly eating the plates of delicious food from the food world. God said that there are 3 major calamities in the food world a year. This is 3 meals a day. It's time for lunch again. The life of a god of creation was so boring. Any random lunch could lead to a major extinction of the world. Of course, the players seemed to enjoy it even more, which gave him a headache. But this mass extinction isn't what I want. Xuji sighed and took a bite of the food. He felt that it was delicious and salivating. Medusa has already predicted the future. Mother Earth's green vines have used the entire land to form an incense array that covers the entire world. It can even be said that the living creatures of the world, on a huge and terrifying array. The dragon vein is the energy channel of the array, and the array is the gathering of incense and energy transmission. Of course, it is good for energy transmission, but the more powerful the god is, the more powerful will be. The reason why there were no terrifying side effects previously was that the previous array map was not mature and the accumulation of time was very short. After the 2 worlds merged, the Earth's dragon vein had advanced to another level of qualitative change, completely moving towards a mature Joss flame civilization. The negative emotions that had accumulated over the years had finally erupted like a volcano. Medusa was right. There was no doubt that the world was equal, and there was no such thing as true perfection. This seemingly perfect system of extraordinary supreme power that could give birth to many gods had the same amount of opportunities as the amount of disasters. Weird. The Earth was becoming horrifying and complicated. The emotions of fear were a chain reaction and couldn't be contained. Once it exploded, it instantly formed a chain of horror. One by one, terrifying existences were born, plundered, killed, and existed in various forms in the world. Success was due to mortals, and failure was due to mortals. The power of will from the incense could make them gods, but it would also make these monsters grow. The most terrifying possibility was that the fear of all living beings would give birth to a strange god. My orchard is turning into a haunted house. Shuji looked up at the sky above the orchard. There was a faint black aura spreading. If both worlds are destroyed, the sandbags of the two supernatural worlds will instantly turn cold. I won't even be able to cry. The others were panicking, but was even more so. The sorcerer world was destroyed. The primordial world was destroyed. Then, what about him? The blood, sweat, and tears that he had put in up until now were gone in an instant. He had been developing for more than a month now, and he had had a total of 3 transcendent world sandbags. The results were not bad. However, the third sandbox, Jiki's ancient wood world, was traveling in the distant universe. Due to the long distance, it was impossible for it to send back the energy of the mass extinction. It could only be stored there, aged, when he improved his technology, or built a space teleportation formation to connect the two worlds. In other words, he would not receive any feedback from the third sandbox world. If these 2 extraordinary sandbags were destroyed, he would be completely out of food, and he would be back to the time before he was liberated. The power of will of all living beings is unknown, indescribable, and has infinite possibilities. Even Medusa, the Daelord, and Ermin have no idea how things will develop in the future. There was no doubt that this was a true catastrophe. The high and mighty heavenly Tao and gods couldn't avoid the world, and there was a possibility of falling. All living beings would enter an infinite tribulation. Xuji took a drink and slowly took a sip. Like Medusa, he felt a deep sense of crisis. Even I can't escape this disaster. After all, in a sense, they're dead, the world is dead, and I'm almost dead too. It was too difficult for me. As the legendary supreme god of creation, the great creator who created the origin of all things, he felt like a younger brother. He could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to stop it. AI! In the end, it's because my aptitude isn't good enough. I've only reached the 6th step after cultivating for more than a month. Shuji muttered. If I were stronger, I would be able to stop it with violence. Wah! A classic scene of the god of creation drinking a beverage. Handsome. My Prince Charming indeed. I want to evolve my extraordinary potential. I want to enter the universe. On the land in front of them, a group of strange-looking creatures were shaking their heads and whispering in the dark. They didn't want to evolve their species properly. The entire sandbox had become a large-scale gay chat software for adults. Xuji and the others cast a glance at him and suddenly asked, "Intelligent subbrain, are there any potential species recently?" Usually, he had no other choice. He would want to throw in 2 balding free saviors to work for him for free. They would work hard to save the other world and resist the crisis of the world. At present, there is only one creature that fits the category of the supernatural. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg subbrain. Xuji was a little disappointed. Although there had just been another open beta, the previous batch of players who had accumulated the most had all entered the ancient tree world. They had used their revivals, in-game purchases, and to discuss Jikyoi. It was normal that there were not many new powers now. What's the name of that extraordinary creature? Xuji took a sip of his drink lightly. The intelligent subbrain was silent for a moment before it said mechanically, "The strongest pretentious face-smacking system." Xuji was speechless. What the hell was this? Life? He suddenly remembered. In the previous 5th beta, there was a system thesis like that among the new players. It was a pseudo-silicon life form. He still remembered clearly that long speech that made his scalp go numb. All in all, it was a species with potential that they had been looking forward to. They did not expect that after such a long time, it was finally coming out of the furnace. Xuji thought for a moment and pulled up the player's information. Soon, the subbrain started to take action. A picture was sent out. In the picture, there was a muscular, bronze-colored man. He was tall and strong, as imposing as Tashan. His muscles were bulging, but he had a cute baby face. Good man. Shuji immediately gave him a thumbs up. I didn't expect this player to be so muscular. Shuji was curious on the spot. In his eyes, the evolved players were all sickly, pale, and balding people who had not seen the sun for years. This one was obviously different, as it paid a lot of attention to one's physical fitness. Queen Mother. The mechanical voice said, according to the gender, in human terms, it's a woman. Was speechless. What? Yuki King woman. These muscles? These abdominal muscles? With such strong and thick and tight muscles, one slap from him could kill a person. However, when she took a closer look, just by looking at the head, she did have a very pure and cute baby face. And it was a cute and pure face with 2 ponytails. But she looked down from the neck. The muscular brother's body shape was very similar to Nezha's from 100,000 Bad Jokes. Get her information. Suji took a deep breath, feeling as if his 3 views of the world had been shattered. Pan Xu Xian, 21 years old, top fitness coach, expert in human nutrition, medicine, and fighting. A personal trainer? No wonder he had such big muscles. It was just that most boys would only train their muscles when they worked out. Women worked out to shape their bodies, pursuing a slim waist and thin legs. Run fear. Did he practice and thinking he was a man? Suji, powerless to retort. There were very few potential species among the players now, and he could only place his hopes of being a savior on this muscular brother. After all, those who could not fight like the cute girl were ignored. The other ancient heavenly emperors and heavenly thunder emperors were no longer real living beings. They were restricted by the incense and could not have the momentum and drive they had when they were young. He took a closer look at the information and was shocked. I knew something was wrong. She doesn't know evolution at all. So it's this player. She's pulling strings. He saw a familiar face, who had disappeared for a long time. Pan Yuxian, the 28-year-old top student professor, the previous Pandora's box. Although this big shot was quiet and never said a word on the forum, she had entered secretly and pretended to be a native. No one knew that she was a player until her death. In the past, she was able to evolve Pandora's box so quickly. Her talent in evolution would not be much lower than the racer of Mount Haruna. The racer of Mount Haruna had been hiding in the sorcerer world for hundreds of years, studying the theory of evolution, and had even managed to build an alchemy factory. As one of the first players, how could she not have done something? As Pandora's box, she must be studying evolution inside, preparing for the next creature with potential to enter. So, she was actually working on a system life. I knew it wasn't right. The system is silicon-based life form, which can be considered a supercomputer. If you take closer look, it's clearly an advanced version of the Rubik's Cube creature from before, even similar to her Pandora's box. However, what Tsuji did not expect was that Pan Yuxian would actually hand over the results of her evolved species to her younger sister. She should have known that a species was a huge opportunity, and ordinary people would not give up. Moreover, this was the result of her research that had taken her hundreds of years. I really don't know what she's going to do. But then again, these two sisters, they're all weirdos. Shuji felt a little helpless. Can you give me a normal person? In a room filled with Charlotte's posters, there were two computers side by side and two women wearing equipment. They were in the middle of the evolution sandbox, reproducing. In the sandbox world, Pan Yuxian was personally guiding her sister to evolve into a species with potential. But she had failed many times and had failed for many days. Really stupid. In terms of evolution, her sister really couldn't do it. After a while, the two of them took off their equipment. The younger sister, Pan Xuexian, was full of energy and said in a muffled and silly voice, "Sister, if you help me like this, I'll be eliminated in the next closed beta if I don't evolve my species." "I'm fine." Pan Yuxian's figure was mature and well developed. She put down her equipment and said, even though was eliminated, could still come in at any time. In terms of evolutionary talent, the racer of Mount Haruna is the best, so I'm the second. As for Mengmei, she can only be ranked third or fourth. Pan Yuxian had hidden herself very well among the players. She knew that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, and looking at her sister's body shape, it really an eyesore. His arms were even thicker than his thighs. Her parents were both high-level intellectuals, university professors, and came from scholarly families. How'd they give birth to someone who was full of muscle and adventurous spirit? She had been rebellious since she was young and refused to study. She climbed the mountain barehanded, climbed Mount Everest, and dived into the deep sea. Now, she even ran to be a fitness coach. Who would dare to want her with her big and round waist? She had once sent her sister's portrait out for blind dates. Countless men were instantly excited by the cute lolly face with two pigtails. In the end, they finally saw her in person, and when they saw her below her head, he was so scared that his legs went soft. A tall and muscular man with bronze muscles. Just by standing there, would you be afraid? Pan Yuxian was having a headache. Pan Xuexian said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm pursuing my own life." "Sister, you have an antisocial personality, introverted and dark. You lock yourself in your room all day and don't say a word to anyone. If you say that no one wants me, then who would want you?" Pan Yu was speechless. "We both pursue strength. You like the strength of the brain, I like the strength of the fist. A cute girl like you, I can fight 10 of you at once." "You're so cute, I'm sure you'll cry for a long time." Pan Xuexian assumed an arrogant posture, her bronze muscles bulging, tall and mighty. "If the end of the world comes, I can pick you up by the waist with one hand, and I can take you out of the zombie's encirclement with the fire axe." Pan Yuxian had a headache. She organized her thoughts and said, "You have become a pseudo-silicon-based life form, so you should have a powerful computing power similar to that of a mechanical computer. This potential pseudo-silicon-based life form is something that I have tailored for you." Ever since she had become Pandora's box and spent some time inside, she had begun to deduce this species. His potential was extremely strong. It was also very suitable for her sister. Although his sister had a poor talent for evolution, she had inherited her family's genes and was very talented in the field of fitness coaching. After all, she loved this field, and top fitness coaches were not that simple. He had to understand the movements of muscles and bones, understand human anatomy, energetism, nutritional supplements, and exercise methods. Only then could he specifically teach people to train their arm muscles, thigh muscles, biceps brachii. Only by understanding the various muscle groups and the essence of exercise could one be taught according to the material. You're equivalent to the person in the modern world who's the most proficient in body force exertion, training, and internal structure. As system, you can use super-fast calculations to deduce many things. This was Pan Yu-xian's plan. There were two systems. One was Dao cultivation, the other was body cultivation. In modern society, it was impossible for Dao cultivators to find something similar, but what about body cultivators? His younger sister was proficient in these things, such as human muscles, human force exertion, muscle groups, was the most suitable. This was the modern profession that was the most helpful to physical cultivators. The fitness coach. Pan Yuxian said, "You should be the best at fighting. I'll send you in first, and I'll find way to help you gain a foothold. I'll find time to transform into creature and go in later. We sisters will be in there together." Blooming flowers. What do we have to pursue in modern society? This game was definitely not a game. It's a real second life. I have to work hard, she told her sister. Some of the other players might not understand it, but those who have entered must have realized it, and are competing with each other. We can't fall behind. We are much better than them. Just like the two players, Racer of Mount Haruna and Cute Girl, she knew that she was a researcher and an evolver who could not fight. All she could do was think of ways to protect herself. The Racer of Mount Haruna was using the alchemy factory to protect himself. Meng Mei wanted her disciple, Daoist Changsheng, to protect her. And he had a muscular brother and sister. Now, it was her turn to enter the stage. Originally, she was faster than the cute girl, but this sister's brain was only filled with muscles. She had to teach her step by step until now, before she could act it out. But it's so painful to the eyes. She peeked at her sister's bronze-colored muscles. Her chest had been trained into pectoral muscles and was extremely strong. She suddenly felt that it was very scary. By the way, did you say the name of this creature was? I'll call it the most pretentious and face-smacking system. Panixu Xian was obviously different from her sister. As a fitness coach, she was usually very outgoing. I want to go in and teach the weak girls in that world to exercise. Girls shouldn't think about relying on men to protect themselves all day. You should rely on this. She tied her hair into two cute ponytails, and her bronze body, which was as strong and burly as an iron tower, stood up. A ferocious beast's temperament hit him in the face. She raised her arms, and her well-developed biceps bulged. Sister, a daughter must be strong. Pan Yuxian was speechless. Snacks Yuji got the insecta nest mine to extract the creature's genetic chain. Name: the strongest pretentious face-slapping system. Pseudo-mechanical intelligent life form. 1. Ultra-fast operation. Empty. Empty. 4. Empty. Empty. After spending countless years of effort, he had only gained a 1 geno life form. With Pan Yuxian's consideration, the 4 blank genetic positions had infinite possibilities. She clearly knows that this computer species is different from extraordinary creatures like the alchemy factory and the ivy. They need 2 to 3 genes to form their own system, but system species don't need it. She occupies very few genetic spots. He probably wanted to wait until he entered the other world before thinking of a way to integrate a second gene or even a third gene. For example, the Rubik's Cube gene and Cthulhu gene are both very powerful choices. Ordinary low-grade genes took up too much space. Unless one became a 5-gyno-zerg hero, one wouldn't be able to modify their own body. For example, Phoenix, although she was a 4-geno life form, she only had 1 heaven-defying genetic talent rising from the ashes. The rest of the genes, such as fire immunity and fire control, were of little value, especially fire immunity. The practicality of this was too low. Unless she reached the final realm, she would never be able to change her genetic talent. Although the higher the level of life, the better it was, the genes were too trashy and messy, which was also a great hidden danger. The birth of a silicon-based extraordinary life is equivalent to the beginning of a new era. Xuji looked at the mechanical hard disk in the sandbox and was very excited. Silicon-based life forms are machines, AI intelligence. The revolution it will bring will be huge. After all, silicon-based life forms and carbon-based life forms are of the same level. They are a life form with endless potential. The universe was full of tricks. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't even be able to imagine how some other life forms could become stronger. The way for computer AI to become stronger, what was the path of extraordinary cultivation like? What kind of waves could a world full of ghosts and monsters cause in such a chaotic world? The evolution sandbox. A group of strange creatures were talking among themselves. Sigh, all the old players who could go in before had basically gone in. We don't know when it'll be our turn. Up? I wonder if there are any big shots among our batch of 5th beta players? God of creation. You are the batch of players I have ever led. No species with potential have evolved yet. The big boss level they were talking about was similar to Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the racer of Mount Haruna, the cute girl, and Exu Baishu. They were all newbies, and they entered the place not long after they entered. Most of the other players had to go through 1 or 2 open beta testing before they could produce results. By the way, Master Leaper and the Alchemy Monarch, have you not rested enough? I don't know what these 2 big shots are doing. They've been missing for some time. Is there a conspiracy? The people around them continued chat and eat watermelons. Suddenly, a message rang out. Notice: congratulations to player the distributor of the system of the universe for evolving the strongest pretentious face-smacking system. It possesses great potential and has received an achievement reward. At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was a player named the distributor of the universe system. At that time, they thought that the name was strange. He was a 5th beta novice who had just joined them not long ago and was not eye-catching. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Damn, we have a big shot this year. Newbies are all monsters? It's called the System Distributor, an extraordinary creature that has evolved the system. What the hell was this? Was it premeditated? In an instant, countless people walked over madly. They saw a black, square-shaped card disc the size of a palm. It was covered with fine lines, like a CPU, lying quietly on the ground. Next to them was an old player who had been quiet all this time. They didn't eat much. Little sister, why don't you have legs? Someone asked. It was common knowledge in this world that all living creatures had long legs. Cough, cough, cough. The card said, long legs consume more energy. The structure is unreasonable. I evolved into a pile of soft fur that wriggled like a mop. She wouldn't say that she was too stupid. Even after being scolded by her sister, she didn't grow crab-like spiky legs to walk around the black CPU card. After all, spiky legs were a necessary condition for inserting into other people's bodies, installing the system. Now, of course, he could only take a step back. It had turned into a pile of soft fur, but it was already very good that he could evolve it. A system that doesn't run away, it's obviously not a decent system. There was a tree with 5 big nostrils, and it reached out its hand to pick its nose. Little sister, what function do you have? From the looks of it, it's a supernatural creature that imitates computers. Why didn't I think of that? This was a good idea. As a system, just thinking about it makes me feel good, the people around him asked. Pan Xian turned her head to look at her sister and quietly left. His sister wasn't used to being surrounded by so many people. Instead, she was very forthright in talking to these people, directly revealing her system's effects and abilities. And I think it's good to be furry. If they're too thick, it'll be very painful when they're inserted into the host's body. These little hairs won't hurt too much if they're inserted into the other party's body. The surrounding people started chatting with her. Arg! What a good chat. The girl is so cute. She must be the soft and cute kind in reality. Terrible. It's the feeling of heartache. This woman is so damn sweet. I have to find a way to marry her. The surrounding wolves howled and cheered, feeling that it was very lively and interesting. The famous players from before were all men like Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the racer of Mount Haruna, Suebai, and Xiao Nohua. It was rare for a cute girl to appear, and countless people immediately turned to suck up to her. Now that a female player had appeared, they were naturally overjoyed. Pan Yuxian looked at them chasing after him and expressed that she was not interested. A man? No need. His interests were to train his body, work out, and take risks to make girls stronger. She felt that the only thing the two sisters had in common was that they were celibate and never interested in the love affairs of ordinary people. It was just that their parents were heartbroken and looked like they were about to die. They didn't understand the sisters at all. Big shots. When I go in, I'll find a time to broadcast it and explain the situation. If there's anything, I'll ask for your help. She spoke out of habit and lay limply on the ground. She had a chip-like body and a furry black tentacle moving slowly below. I must help. You're the real big boss. The surrounding people said hurriedly. Guys, she said, it's too slow for me to walk by myself. Can you help me carry my species into the world channel? The success rate of her species was very low. It was just like the lightning hammer cube from before. After all, it was a natural array pattern that was replicated by the patterns. When it grew, it would be deformed. Up to this point, only 7 system disks had passed. Although I don't know which world I'm going to enter, I won't be weak no matter if it's a group or an individual. With this in mind, she entered the pitch-black world passage. She walked very slowly, and after some time, light appeared in front of her. It was a dark and lush forest. The sky was vast and high. Not far away, there was a small town and smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. It was deep, distant, mysterious, and unknown. This style is the primordial world? She was stunned for a moment and continued to swim with the species. My sister said that we must do as she says, or she won't acknowledge me as her sister. As soon as I came in, I had to use my analysis ability to analyze the plants here and create a database. She glanced at the lush forest. The plants here have been sent to me by a big shot and have been recorded in my database. I just need to taste them all over again. Stop. She called out softly, and a simple light blue panel appeared in her mind. There were 4 icons on the desktop: Recycle Bin, My Computer, Save Analysis Library, and the Host panel. She realized that she had become a computer. On the other hand, he was the AI assistant in the computer. It was as if he was a completely different life form. He was different from the human brain made of meat and a life made of flesh and blood. Is this the difference between silicon-based life and carbon-based life? She thought it was as amazing. It's really a circuit board that turned itself into an IA, an artificial intelligence computer. If one didn't experience it personally, it would be a novel feeling that would be hard to imagine. It was a completely different kind of life. The memories of carbon-based life forms were stored in the flesh and blood nerve cell units, which might be lost with time. This was the shortcoming of flesh and blood carbon-based life forms. As silicon-based life forms, mechanical life forms made of circuit boards and stones had the greatest characteristic: super-fast calculations, never losing memories. In fact, he could even modify, delete, or check his own memories at will. The Me computer on the desktop icon was actually his brain. After turning on My Computer, he could see the various memories stored in his mind. He could even view every experience. The recycle bin was a place to delete one's memories. After all, memory space was limited, and humans could not do that. And the most crucial safekeeping analysis library was the software that he had installed. It was his sister who had helped him program it. It stored a lot of knowledge from the Spore Evolution game forum that was centuries into the future, as well as all the various worlds and worlds. The last host panel was for the host to see, to fool the host. After all, he couldn't show his real desktop to the host. I'm only half a silicon-based life form. According to what my sister said, if there are really silicon-based life forms in this world, they must be a powerful mechanical civilization. They are far superior to humans on Earth and have a huge advantage in learning compared to flesh and blood. They don't need to work until they're bald like humans and can possess the memories and civilization of the previous generation by just copying and pasting. This was the terrifying aspect of silicon-based life forms. And right now, I'm a pseudo-silicon-based life form. How could a silicon-based life form become stronger? His sister had already deduced if there really was an extraterrestrial mechanical civilization, silicon-based life forms, as artificial intelligence, could program in their own minds and become stronger. Silicon-based life forms are all programmers. They are writing programs in their minds. She had communicated with her sister a lot, and she had guessed the background civilization of the world of silicon-based life. This is a world without magic and battle energy. There are only programmers who have reproduced to the peak. The great programming emperor is so terrifying. Of course, silicon-based life, a mechanical civilization, could become stronger through programming. These were just the sisters' guesses and deductions, and they were just discussing it out of interest. But interesting, wasn't it? Although our Earth doesn't have any silicon-based life forms now, we might be able to create artificial silicon-based life forms in the near future. In other words, it was an intelligent AI program, an artificial intelligence that could think and had true intelligence. For example, the alpha dog that was very popular a while ago. This AI is already able to continuously learn knowledge and become smarter. In a sense, in the future, humans might be able to create true, intelligent life when they were close to the realm of the Creator. However, would such silicon-based life and artificial intelligence betray humanity? It was like that in many movies, where artificial intelligence enslaved humans. In reality, there were also many famous people in the scientific community who were boycotting the development of AI intelligence. This was a forbidden zone for God. I don't know if they'd open the door to the restricted area. In any case, the two of us have already secretly opened it. Thinking of this, Pan Yixian was secretly pleased with herself. After studying her sister, who had a dark heart, for more than 100 years, she was already terrifyingly strong. However, she looked at the empty computer desktop and muttered to herself, "I want sister to help me with the programming of Snake. When I'm bored, I can play some games. I'm already a computer anyway." But my sister said that I can install a fishing expert in my computer. Because my brain is filled with water. Her mind was filled with all sorts of memories related to researching this system. In short, she could only say one sentence. His straight-A student sister was simply awesome. As she walked, she looked at her surroundings. The lush forest contained endless dangers. Suddenly, she looked at the plants beside her and opened the only program in her mind, the Save Analysis Library. Analyzing the appearance of the plants. Wisteria. It can be used as a healing medicine. Please insert a needle to check its specific function. Google went in. 1%. 5%. The analysis is too slow. She thought for a moment and looked at the 7 CPU species that were slowly wriggling and following behind her. I'm too weak now. I'm not even a tier 1 creature. My sister said that I'm not even as good as Windows 98. At most, I'm just a little stronger than the computing power of the previous Saipan system. It's time to make a move. System transformation. Loading. A row of words appeared on the desktop of the computer, which finally turned into a few big bright red words. 8-core chip. 8 are stronger than 1. Ka. The CPUs changed form and connected together to perform crazy calculations. 20%. 30%. In an instant, the speed of the analysis became extremely fast. I'm flying. Panic Su Xian was simply overjoyed. It's great to have a dark-hearted, top student sister who looks like everyone owes her 3 million. She doesn't even need to use her brain for anything. It's my sister who forced me to learn programming and make use of the system's specialty. She made me design a program in this computer and then combined it with my human knowledge and various training techniques. Forget it, I have a long time in the other world. I'll just learn slowly. Silicon-based life forms had a completely different cultivation method. It was amazing that he could become stronger just by programming on the system desktop in his mind. But I'm too weak. She looked at the system panel and then at the surrounding environment. The lush green forest, the thorns and weeds on the ground, and it was very cutting. I'm weaker, a slime now, a CPU with furry tentacles. The ahoj on the top of Slime's head was very powerful, and it could even hammer people. And what about him? A CPU, reborn in a dangerous foreign world. However, she wasn't afraid when she looked around. In fact, she was looking forward to it. She was a person with an adventurous spirit. Climbing and surviving in rainforests wouldn't be a problem for her. I once taught my students about the 3 essential elements of survival in the wild. The first is shelter, the second is fire, and the third is food. But now, my first survival task is the 4th, which is to find a body. She looked around, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Don't ask her how much she knew as a fitness coach. She even taught her how to survive. She knew a lot of related knowledge. In other aspects, she was not as good as her sister. In this aspect, she had unparalleled enthusiasm and confidence. She carefully wandered in the forest for a few hours and suddenly saw a pheasant. A row of information flashed through his mind. Red pheasant, a level 1 primordial beast. It has an extremely weak witch bloodline. Her eyes narrowed. The ancient Western era was truly a chaotic era. Which wild wizard ancestor could even NBSP, okay? It was probably because her ancestor, as a powerful chicken spirit and a demon, had become a concubine of the witch ancestor. The first thing to do in the wilderness is to survive. The night is the scariest time in the mountains. Never believe in fate or wait for luck to come. You can survive the night, but you should decide your own fate. Right now, I can only choose the weakest system host, this one. She sneaked in. She was also very patient. She was used to catching her prey in this way in the wild. She slowly approached the pheasant and slowly inserted her tentacles into the pheasant's body. Goo goo goo. The wild chicken suddenly flipped and flapped its wings, but it was already too late. A black chip was rooted in its body. Ding! The most powerful acting tough face slapping system is loading. The biochip is being activated, restarting the saved information and analyzing it. A voice sounded in the pheasant's mind. Pheasant. Pheasants had no intelligence, but as a common wild beast, it was easy to control. Half a month later, a terrifying existence was born in the forest, and countless wild beasts died. 169, 170. It was a muscular chicken that was almost bald and had a large amount of muscle growth, revealing its strong bronze muscles. It had a pair of wings and was doing pull-ups while holding onto a thick tree trunk. Poochie. The bald chicken had lost its feathers and no longer had the ability to glide. It immediately jumped onto the ground and did push-ups. 1, 2. The two chicken wings supported themselves on the ground, constantly rising and falling. Large amounts of sweat poured down, and the last remaining feathers began to fall off. Dark red blood vessels bulged all over its body, and the moment it exerted force, they covered its bald body. The temples on both sides of its body bulged, and even the muscles on its forehead condensed into a V shape. Its muscles seemed to be made of steel. Show me the condition of this chicken. Voila! During the push-ups, a blue panel appeared. It was a 3D map of the chicken. It was slowly rotating, showing the distribution of red muscles and the training situation. As a personal trainer, she could see everything with the aid system. After you finish these 371 push-ups, train the triceps on this chicken's wing. Then do 173 squats to train the quads on the chicken's leg. The pheasant was doing push-ups, sweating profusely. The essence of life was to evolve and stimulate one's potential. She could already feel that. With every activation of her muscles and bones, the blood of this chicken was awakening. Wait a minute. Go and prepare a nutritious meal according to the condition of this chicken to replenish its protein. I should be able to challenge that rank 2 tiger soon. Free-range chicken. Fitness chicken. The pheasant did not realize that it had obtained the strongest acting tough face-slapping system, but it could hear the voice in its mind. As a low-level beast, its mind was confused, and it continued to complete its daily tasks. 0-800 run, kilometer, 100 points. 0-700 pull-ups, 100 points. It was transforming. Under the scientific fitness method, it was getting stronger every day by taking in nutrients, accurately planning the training of each muscle, and developing the most efficient method. After every day's task, it was the system store. Although the system store was very simple and only had some medicinal pill formulas, these were all the nutritious meals that she had analyzed, as well as some cultivation techniques from such as Taiji fist, octupole collapse, and eagle claw technique. 2. The systems ranging in his mind. In the forest, a chicken with muscles as twisted as steel bars, with 2 bare wings, was holding a chicken head, constantly squatting, sprinkling the sweat and feathers of hot-blooded youth. What a healthy chicken! It shed its ugly bright red feathers, revealing its firm and streamlined muscles. As a professional fitness coach, Pan Xuoxian was extremely satisfied to see such growth. She didn't even have the interest to explore the city anymore, and focused on raising chickens. This game was too enjoyable to play. Ding. Daily mission update. Kill the rank 2 red mountain tiger 880 points. The image of a tiger in his mind. The wild chicken, which was not very intelligent, still listened to the bewitching voice in its mind. It was about to go over and kill the stage 2 red mountain tiger. Although it's already very terrifying for an ordinary wild chicken, without a level to reach the second rank, it's still not enough to fight against a true, primordial beast, a second-rank ferocious tiger. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment. Its IQ is too low. It has done so many daily missions, but it still doesn't know how to exchange for skills. I'd better sneak in through the back door and help it exchange, even though the system's rules were set in such a way. However, she was the system, and the system software language suggested by the host was designed by her. It was very normal for her to sneak in through the back door. It doesn't know how to exchange, so I'll help it exchange Wing Chun. 3,000 points. Ding. System store successfully exchanged Wing Chun. Due to the difference in the host's body size, improving the martial arts, I'm deducing how to exert force, how to move my muscles, and how to move my bones. With the help of the 8-core processor, it was completed quickly. That afternoon, Pheasant started Wing Chun practice. He was sweating like rain. A translucent blue image of a pheasant appeared in his mind. It was posing, and he only needed to follow it. Correct your movements. Lower your left wing by 3 centimeters and use your triceps to exert force. Correct actions. Raise your right claw. Step by step, the pheasant's movements gradually became smooth and perfect, like a dragon or a tiger. Host, wild chicken, rank 2. Strength, 9.4. Speed, 10.3. Vitality, 8.1. Intelligence, 1. Soon, a few days had passed. A wild chicken made its move. The tiger roared in the forest. It used the Wing Chun inch punch, which turned into the cruelest fighting chicken and smashed the head of the tiger opposite it. 3 years had passed. The entire land was filled with disputes. One by one, terrifying monsters were born. Xiao Wei was just one of them. She was considered a harmless and gentle monster. She was even considered a neutral monster. In the entire forest, the pheasant had also reached the 5th rank. Right. 5. Under the devil's training, the pheasant had reached the 5th rank. It was just that its intelligence was still not high. According to logic, a creature would start to have intelligence when it reached the 4th rank. This pheasant was completely different. Perhaps it's because potential is low to begin with, or perhaps it's because the muscles are all over the brain and they can only communicate with simple things. Pan Yuxian recorded, calculated seriously. This was definitely a system that was different from the primordial world. In this world, be it physical or Dao cultivators, they all needed the genes of the primordial bloodline to open up the inner world, which was also known as the Rubik's Cube gene. And this chicken? Without cultivating his inner world or Danchin, he had reached such a terrifying height by relying only on the bloodline of the witch and the strength of his pure physical body. However, I'm still too weak. I haven't gained intelligence yet. It might not be a real demon, she muttered to herself for a moment. After all, in order to become spirit, I need to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in the rich small world. Don't think it will work if I forcefully train my body like this, doing push-ups and training my muscles. He still had to find his inner world, nurture it, and open up his wisdom. As for finding the inner world of an expert, I should find some demons. After all, demons will reproduce and use their inner world to hatch their offspring. Z1 Cave. The interior of the cave was paved with exquisitely made crystal tiles. Many beautiful girls were chatting and laughing, their figures faintly discernible. They were drinking and chatting, and they were all transformed demons. This was a demon cave deep in the mountains, and the girls were surrounding a young lady. It was Luo Kaiwai. After 3 years, she finally understood who she was. She wasn't a living person at all. She was strange. After she was killed, she would dismember her body and absorb the resentment of humans to give birth to more Xiao Wei. This was their type of reproduction method. Monsters were born from people's hearts. There were good, evil, neutral, and all sorts of strange things, filling the entire land with weirdness, eeriness, and even indescribable horror. Xiao Wei was the weirdest weirdo, but she was also the most pitiful and innocent kind weirdo. She had most perfect and kind character, but she could make other creatures jealous. They couldn't help but kill her and dismember her body. That was why was a target. Even the weirdos would hunt down Xiao Wei to enjoy the pleasure of tearing them apart and the perfection of their bodies. It was an indescribable addiction and temptation. They were also torn apart by others and reproduced with their broken bodies. It was like a form of survival. It was like a pyramid, spreading wildly. Xiao Wei must be at the top of the pyramid, and she must be the mother of all Xiao Weis. She was the leader, and she was also being hunted. I'm not a real human being, but Sister Hira wanted to take me to find my first ancestor, Xiao Wei Bai Kai Wide, see if she could help me in some way. In the end, we ran into other monsters and got ambushed. They got injured and took me away. She looked at the coffin behind her. Lying in it was Emperor Messiah, and in her body was the heavily injured and sleeping Sister Hira. After all, was too old. At this moment, a cute purple-haired girl stuck out her tongue. Luo Kaiwai, it's okay. We'll protect you. Those weird things outside won't be able to find us. We're very safe. You're so kind. As long as we're wary of our jealousy towards you, there won't be any tragedy. Yup. You're too cute. He was too kind. The first thing you do is to help us clean up the house. We you more than anything. Go. It's already midnight. You're covered in mud. Go and take a shower first. Luo remained silent. She knew clearly that no matter who it was, they would fall in love with Xiao Wei's perfection at first sight and treat her well. However, as they got along with her more and more, they would be jealous and tear her apart. Cycle of tragedy. Take me in now. These kind little monster sisters will be the same in the future. She closed her eyes slightly. My existence itself is a mistake. He suddenly felt tired. Xiao Wei was a disaster. No matter where she went, she would cause death and chaos. Perhaps he should die. She thought about it calmly. Although Sister Shira said that she was also a living person and that she should not give up her life and would do her best to help her, but peng. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The girls opened the wooden door. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a handsome young man. How can I help you? Eh? Aren't you our next-door neighbor, ninth brother? Are you here to take refuge? The girls around them were chattering. Is there anything I can help you with? The handsome man asked again. What? The girls around them were stunned. They felt that something was wrong with ninth brother. Is there anything I can help you with? The handsome man spoke again, but his face gradually became expressionless and stiff. The girls around them felt that something was wrong. It was late at night, but the neighbor's vixen suddenly stood at the door and kept repeating the same sentence. She wants to help us. It's strange. Luo Kaiwei had just come out of the shower. When she saw the man, she shivered and was so scared that she broke out in a sweat. Beads of sweat seeped out and her breathing became rapid. You guys actually opened the door at midnight? Then, that's a fake neighbor. What? The surrounding people were shocked. The government's wanted order, Weird Code 105 fake neighbor. It's said to be a neighbor's late-night massacre in Qingshui County. It gradually became a ghost story and spread throughout Yuzhou. Luo Kaiwei was sweating profusely. Fake neighbor. It always knocks on your door at midnight and appears as your neighbors, old people, children, and women. It looks like it's a helpful person and asks you what you need help with. When you invite it in to help you, it's actually looking for a chance to kill you. They were shocked and completely reacted. The door had already been invited in. Luo Kaiwei said, after you open the door, if you refuse his help, he will have the motive to kill you. He will kill you directly. If you ask him to help you with the house's work, he will kill you after he helps you. The girls around him trembled and looked at the door. In short, he's just looking for an excuse to kill? A girl hurriedly said, then if I ask him to cut down the trees on a mountain range, he'll kill us for helping us, right? He'll probably need years to cut down trees. Then we'll escape. It's no use. Luo Kaiwei's body trembled. If your request is too much and exceeds his judgment, he will think that you are making things difficult for him and will kill you directly. The only solution was someone would knock at the door. At midnight. He must not open the door. That was the local custom of Qingshui County, and even the entire Yuzhou. You live deep in the mountains, forests of Yuzhou, yet you don't know. It's my fault. He should have followed me here. The girls around them were all ashen-faced. There were different levels of monsters. They grew stronger by absorbing the fear of humans. The more people they killed, the stronger they became. The one in front of them was very strong, and they were no match for him. Is there anything you need our help with? For the 5th time, the man's calm voice sounded. The girls around them broke down instantly. They retreated in fear, as if the end of the world had arrived. There was no sound at all. I'm still going to die in the end. Luo Kaiwei trembled, but she still wanted to stall for time. She thought to herself, let him help out. Although he'll kill us after he's done, he'll at least be able to live a little longer. Let him mop the floor. It's a relatively long time, so it's not an excessive request. She had already made up her mind. I want to become a demon. All of a sudden, a little rooster peeked its head out from the gap on the other side of the door sill. It was timid, but it was actually a little cute innocent. The girls around him were shocked. What? It's just a cute little rooster. Their faces turned pale, thinking that he was their savior. So becoming a demon is the help you wanted. The dull man calmly looked at the rooster that was lying on the crack of the door and sticking its head out. Okay. The girls him were stunned. The fake neighbor agreed. However, it was indeed not an excessive request. After all, it could already speak, which meant that there was only one last step left. An extremely small wild chicken did not require much energy. You really want to help me? That's great. The cute rooster, which was lying in the gap of the door, actually pushed the door open and slowly stood up. Under the head of the cute rooster was a terrifyingly huge and twisted muscular body. The muscles were twisted like the roots of an old tree. Gulp. The girls around him swallowed hard and looked up. It stood there, forming a shadow. This was a rooster? Oh my God! Where did such a small rooster come from? This was also a strange existence. Even if a demon became a spirit and gained intelligence, it would only transform its feathers. It would not have such an exaggerated muscular body. "Uncle, do you think? Help me become a spirit?" The little wild chicken was still not very intelligent. It stammered and stammered as it spoke in an excited and childish voice. What the hell was this? The fake neighbor slowly looked up and swallowed his saliva. He looked up and saw a terrifying, ferocious, muscular giant with a cute rooster head. It was like a mountain of meat. It was as if this was the real horror and weirdness, and he was a kind, weak human. Your body is too big. The request of becoming a demon is too much. He spoke slowly. Pa! A huge, bald, flesh-colored chicken wing flapped over, like a huge palm condensed from a huge tumor. The fake neighbor was sent flying very cleanly, and his entire face was like a deformed white suspended liquid, turning into mud. The pheasant strode forward and looked down at the light blue system panel next to the corner of its eye. Main mission unlocked. Eliminate false neighbors and absorb corpses 5-0 points. You're some weird folk rumor. The fake neighbor slowly stood up. As a weirdo, although it was formed from the fear of all living beings, it also had its own thoughts. However, it was like a god who protected all living beings. It was the living beings that gave them memories, logic, and wisdom. It was a program. Among the grotesque, due to the different logic of their actions, it was very likely that they would kill each other. Bang! In the next second, the little pheasant instantly flew out. With a terrifying burst of speed, it turned into a black shadow and instantly smashed the false neighbor into pieces, causing him to explode into a cloud of fog. A gentle breeze swept across. Grotesque reappeared from the gray fog. It roared hoarsely with a cold, killing intent. It's useless. You can't kill me. Roar. The fake Lin roared like a wild beast. He was already at the 5th rank, so he let out a deafening roar and pounced forward like a beast. A huge, bright light streaked across. The fake neighbor exploded with endless power, and the two people who were fighting fiercely collided. Small, little wild chicken. Hurry up and leave. Weird. It's the power of will gathered by all living beings. It's condensed from the fear of all the people in Yuzu. As long as you're still in Yuzu, you can't kill him. Luo Kaiwai's anxious voice could be heard from afar. Ao essa. The girls around them also looked desperate. They could not be killed. Bang. The fake neighbor was instantly pressed down, and a huge monster rode on his waist. Wing Chun inch punch. Boom. The chicken's huge wings were like 2 elephant ears, alternating left and right as they madly beat his face. Gula gula gula. The little pheasant screamed crazily, as if it was pounding rice cakes. The fake neighbor was madly in the face, and it was smashed deeper into the ground. Pa! And he exploded again, died once more. What exactly is? What kind of fellow? The fake neighbor stood up again, his body trembling, and he seemed to have become a lot more hazy. You're really weak, no muscles, so soft and can't take a beating. The little pheasant was confused and disappointed. It was not very intelligent and felt this was very strange. The fake neighbor was about to speak. Bang. He was smashed again and flew backward. His whole body turned into white mud, emitting white smoke and a strange rotten smell, just like a mass of white mud in a smelly ditch. What is that thing? The fake neighbor was reborn again and screamed loudly. I'm a chicken, an ordinary chicken that can be seen everywhere. Can't you tell? The little pheasant cried out as if the other party was humiliating it, but it still spoke frankly about its past. Its voice gradually became low and a little self-abased. I'm the kind of chicken that your village often eats. The kind of chicken that has its feathers pulled out and its throat cut open to let out blood. I used to hide outside the villagers and watch my own kind being killed, trembling in fear. You're a chicken. The fake neighbor screamed in fear. He struggled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood as he tried to climb out of the cave. It said it was a chicken. The little wild chicken exploded and awakened a combat form similar to the true body of the wizard ancestor. At this time, it had swelled up again, and its skin and muscles were extremely exaggerated. The thin chicken head was embedded in the muscular body, making it look like a headless giant. There was only a small toothpick-like cute chicken head on its head. As this monster, he had fear. He didn't want to die. He started crawl out. Didn't you say you wanted to help me transform? The little pheasant was very excited and crushed his legs that were crawling out with one foot. I want to become a demon too. You want to break away from the weak chickens and become a great demon like you, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven, earth, and collecting the essence of the sun and moon, wisdom and intelligence. Walk on the path of cultivation and transcend from ordinary poultry. Woo-woo. The next second, the false neighbor was completely destroyed, turning into a cloud of mist and dissipating into the air. The entire cave was deathly silent. He's dead? Strange, this was actually. He was beaten to death. Their eyes widened and their bodies turned cold. The amount of incense gathered by fear was naturally limited, but it was enormous. He had killed his fake neighbor a dozen times with all the fear gathered in Yuzu. He no longer had enough fear. So how could he be resurrected in such a short time? This little rooster did not show any signs of cultivating the inner world. There was no spiritual kwai in its body, and it was not a cultivator. How could it be killed by its muscles, speed, and explosive power? That's weird. That was an inhuman existence. How did chicken do it? This chicken did not cultivate at all. It had not become a demon. What kind of fortuitous encounter had it encountered? They were absolutely horrified. However, he didn't know that this was wild chicken that had accidentally obtained most powerful acting tough face slapping system. With the system in his body, he would kill anything that stood in his way. Although the grotesque could not be killed, after a period of time, it would be regathered and reborn because of people's fear of him. After all, as long as humans were afraid, as long as they still remembered its existence in their memories, as long as men and women told their neighbors, as well as the elderly told their children, his story before they went to bed, he would never die. I think, so I am. As far as Luo Kaiwai knew, the fake neighbor had killed many people and was now a fifth tier. After being completely killed once, he had lost his foundation. Even if he reformed it, it would take 2 to 3 months, and he would return to the third rank. He would need to kill again to grow stronger and create fear for everyone. In the 3 years, there were too many strange things that were born. Even the high and mighty existences couldn't stop them, because the fear and thoughts of the mortals in the town couldn't be suppressed. They were ghosts in the mortals' hearts. Unless a major extinction event was launched to exterminate the mortals, it was impossible to completely kill all the anomalies. They looked at the tall and strong chicken in horror, and then looked at Luo Kaiwai. This grotesque is, I don't know. Luo Kaiwai was anxious that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such a grotesque thing before. The unknown was the most terrifying. Without knowing what kind of existence the other party was, there was no way to deal with it. If they knew some weird logic and rules, they might be able to control, accommodate, and suppress them. For example, No 103, the weirdo known as Justice by the people. No 13, Justice. Justice was a hero who helped the people get rid of evil. He was a tall, handsome man with a height of 1.93 meters. He held a golden spear with mysterious gray patterns. According to the research of Ouyang Sheng, a great scholar from a famous family in Yuzhou, leading a group of scholars from the imperial court, it seemed to be an unknown array totem. Its specific effects were yet to be determined. Justice. As long as someone was looking at justice, justice would get rid of evil for the people and uphold justice. If no one was looking at him, he would kill crazily and become the most cruel executioner. At first, people thought that he was a hypocrite of justice, a hero on the surface, but a dirty man behind the scenes. According to the deductions of the relevant investigators, they gradually understood the essence of justice. There was no justice in the world. Justice was determined by one's position. Whatever creature looked at him, he would execute the justice of that race. According to research, he didn't kill people at all times. The times when he killed a large number of people were because there were animals, livestock, and insects watching him. From the perspective of animals and insects, humans were the brutal ones, and they were executing justice for animals. A hero of one race, an executioner of another. Justice. Only justice that is noticed by others is justice. At present, the Yuzhou government's way of dealing with was to send a team of soldiers to control him. Under the control of the guardian, he would be a hero of justice and help deal with all kinds of strange things. In order to prevent him from being out of sight, he was followed by a group of 30 people. At every moment, there were 5 people in every corner staring at him, using the bizarreness to deal with the bizarreness. This was the way the government dealt with this. Justice. Luo Kaiwai took a deep breath. I've seen that terrifying justice before. That tall and handsome man, with a long spear in his hand, bathed in blood on the streets under the watchful eyes of the people. He was not afraid of death and protected the people behind him. In the past 3 years, people had also adapted to the disasters. There were all sorts of terrifying, unknown, horrifying, and indescribable fantasy creatures. They were born from nothingness, from the depths of people's fear. But also because of people's fearful thinking, they had various weaknesses. They were not truly unscrupulous and lawless thugs. Weird, not even good or evil. For example, the fake neighbor would always knock on the door at midnight. This way, she could easily guard against him. This world is really wonderful. Every city has all kinds of fantasy creatures produced by urban legends. Is this what you call weird? I'll take this opportunity to analyze it and obtain some information. Pan Xu Xian silently sensed the shattered energy she had absorbed. This was a great opportunity to understand this world. She looked at the desktop of the computer and opened the analysis program. Create a subject to analyze grotesque. Ding. Analyzing the weird energy properties. 1%. 0.2%. As an 8-core processor, her thinking speed was still a little slow. This was because she hadn't been able to improve her body's state much over the past few years, as she couldn't cultivate. As a silicon-based life form, a computer had no way to train the muscles. It also did not have the talent of the primordial humans, which could open up the inner world, upper Danshan, lower Danshan, and create the sea of consciousness. However, anomalies are a type of energy. If you can convert my death into energy and turn it into experience, it'll be great if you can level up by killing monsters. She kept thinking and looking at the monsters in front of her. As a gym instructor, she had a plan in her heart. Ding. Main mission activated. Daughters should strive for self-improvement. Whenever troubled times arrive, beautiful women are always the first to be harmed. Torture, despair, and pain. Bring all the beauties before you into the gym camp so that they have the power to protect themselves in troubles. Reward, 400 points. Ding! Ding! Auxiliary language system activated. Please communicate according to the words in front of you. The little pheasant was stunned, but it followed suit with its low IQ. It lowered its head slightly and looked at the beautiful and charming girls who were trembling in front of it. Each of them had slim waists and thin legs, and they exuded a pure and lively aura. They are really too ugly. I want to correct this wrong world. The little wild chicken quickly bent down and crossed its arms in front of its body. Its biceps bulged fiercely, and it posed in a healthy and beautiful posture. A muscular man from the gym came over. Young girls, do you desire power? The beautiful girls around them looked at each other. A cute girl, purple hair and a curvaceous figure sniffed. Her nose seemed to be particularly sensitive. Suddenly, she sensed something. It's not weird. It doesn't have that kind of aura. The people around him heaved a sigh of relief. A pretty, fluffy bunny girl said crisply. There's no cultivator's aura either. This chicken, he doesn't cultivate his sea of consciousness or his inner world. The girls around them were chattering and were completely shocked. Looking at the chicken, it was indeed a red pheasant raised by farmers near Yuzu and wild on the mountains. It had never cultivated before, so how did it reach this stage? The size, such a huge creature? Do you guys want to learn? I can teach you and make you as strong as I am. The little wild chicken said. It bulged its strong muscles and made a handsome pose. They looked at the terrifying body of the giant, meaty mountain. They felt that it was very terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that this monster came here to protect them, and there should be condition. Xiuan Cave was a place where beautiful demons took human form. They lived in groups and were a very weak group. Some powerful demon kings nearby coveted them. After all, some powerful male demons would often have a group of female demons serving them. Does he want us to serve him? They showed hesitation and struggle. In times of peace, they had the strength to protect themselves. However, in this chaotic world, they might have to give up their bottom line and submit to the strong. After all, girls were ultimately too weak. Perhaps only by relying on the strong could they survive. They were frightened and hesitant. Don't worry that I'll do anything bad to you. I'm actually a little hen. The little wild chicken spoke again. All the goblins were speechless. They were stunned on the spot. They'd always thought that it was a rooster. He silently raised his head and looked at its body. It was a mountain of flesh just by standing there. It was bald all over, and there were large and small streamlined muscles all over its body, like bronze-colored lumps of flesh. God, it was a hen. When they heard the gender, they didn't let out a sigh of relief. Instead, they became even more frightened. He felt a chill down his spine. But this chicken is really strong. Only Luo Kaiwei, who was beside him, was silent. She pursed her pale lips and looked at the strong and muscular body. Then, she looked at the unconscious sister Hera in the coffin of great sovereign Messiah behind her. Can it make me stronger? I'm a weirdo, but I can't cultivate my Danshan and inner world, she said after a moment of hesitation. She explained her origins. Xiao Wei was the weakest monster. Due to her special characteristics, she could not cultivate. Moreover, she was so kind that even ordinary people could kill her. When Pan Yuxian heard this, she felt that there were also such strange things. It was really an urban legend. Now that it had really appeared in front of her eyes, this world was becoming more and more interesting and bizarre. She began to get excited. This weird guy is the best candidate for the system. After all, only a retard like the little wild chicken would stick to the system's daily tasks, which are thousands of push-ups and sit-ups. Not every living being could have the perseverance to train madly for a day. Even if it was a little chicken and was very hardworking, he would not do it if he were to set a better daily training task for it. He was already very hardworking, but he was somewhat lacking. And Xiaowei? She had a kind personality and would endure no matter how hard it was. Kind and smart, she was simply the best candidate. I can even set a rule for her to do 10,000 push-ups every day, 10,000 sit-ups. Even if she was exhausted to death, she wouldn't have any objections and would only finish it with tears in her eyes. He is the ideal fitness apprentice. Pan Xuxian's breathing became rapid. His expression gradually changed. What I need is a masochist. Xiaowei is a suitable candidate. Perhaps Medusa also liked this? She suddenly thought of whether she should try to install the system on this person. But she quickly rejected such a terrible idea. At this moment, the little wild chicken replied, "As long as you have a body, you can train." The same goes for grotesque. As long as you have a strong heart, I will teach you my way to become stronger. The little pheasant looked at the other female seductresses. Do you know why I'm so powerful? That's because I found a cultivation method that belongs to Yao. In the lecture room, the little wild chicken began to talk about fitness lessons and encourage the students. As a fitness coach, she began her first recruitment of disciples in the other world. What's a Yao? Seizing a human body and using it to cultivate. Turn yourself into a human being? The little pheasant's expression was solemn. No, this is not a real demon. No, a real demon? The beautiful fairies in the cave were in chaos. What does it mean for a demon to transform into a human? Does it mean that we're going from low-level beasts to high-level humans? We can completely live as humans. No! Transformation was only a tool and a method of the demon race. You can transform? It could transform. Then what is the essence behind the transformation? The surrounding banshees fell in a deep thought. The little pheasant's expression was calm. The transformation is just a disguise. The demon race's true body is our foundation. We demons have always been neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. Demons nowadays never revealed their true forms, and they would always use their human forms when they fought. That's because we all cultivate our human bodies, and the cultivation of a human body is stronger than a demon body. Then what's the advantage that we demons have over humans when we cultivate the human system? The surroundings were completely silent. The demons had no advantage over humans. Furthermore, the demon race had too many flaws. Cultivation was difficult and required the inner world of the strong to develop intelligence. Their growth was also slow, and they could not defeat humans of the same level. This was because unless the monster race cultivated to the 5th or 6th rank, their brains were still relatively slow and could not compare to the wisdom of real humans. Therefore, there were often beautiful sisters of the monster race who were deceived by cunning humans. They lived together in order to form a group. So, we didn't use our advantage. The strongest combat power of a true demon should be its main body. Only when we reveal our true demon forms will we be the strongest in our fight. It flexed its muscles and got into a bodybuilding posture. A muscular brother's aura came over. I am the main body. Think about it. In the future, when I transform into a human form, I'll appear in my true form during battle. B. Terrifyingly huge monster with muscles. With the same combat power, are Yao stronger than humans? The surrounding demonesses were deep in thought. The demon race should cultivate the demon race's true form, and not cultivate the human form. I'm already so strong when I'm cultivating in the outside world. That's lacking in energy and training my body in the forest. If I absorb so much energy to train my body in the inner world that's full of energy, do push-ups, long-distance running, and bench presses, would I be even stronger? Plop. The little pheasant's words instantly struck their hearts. Could it be that the path of their cultivation always been wrong? That's right. Ever since the passing of the Saiyan Emperor, their desolate demon clan no longer had any world-shaking experts to help them improve the path of the demon clan. The little wild chicken stood up slowly and looked at the beautiful girls around it. After hundreds of years, demons inherited the aesthetic of humans and became girly. They thought that handsome, fair, smooth, delicate, and gorgeous curves were beautiful. Pan Yu Xian, the little pheasant's mouth, to spread her own ideas. But I'm telling you, aesthetics of humans are wrong. You're gravely mistaken. Is it wrong for us to learn the human race's aesthetics? The goblins were completely silent. When had they ever attended classes? Suddenly, they felt that their view of the world seemed to be shaken. The little pheasant looked at these girls. Yes, as beasts, you have learned how to dress up superficially and put on clothes. However, we have forgotten our original purpose. We used to live in the jungle as wild beasts. We were fit, agile, elegant, wild, and hunted all animals. The little wild chicken stood on the spot like a terrifying mountain of meat. True beauty lies in the body and soul. It's about not covering up, removing the feathers, and exposing the body openly, full of the beauty of a streamlined body. You guys, I'm talking about you guys. It pointed at the beautiful girls around it and said in a powerful voice, "It's because we have a human body that we are content with our current situation. That human of yours is so soft and has such a curvy figure. I can kill him with one slap." It opened its mouth loudly and sobbed emotionally. Once upon time, I was also a lowly little hen. Just like you, I was controlled by fate, thought that humans were stronger than us, and that men were stronger than us. However, I had the desire to become stronger, so I became this healthy and beautiful body before you. Training. Strengthen his training. Muscles can give us girls the greatest sense of security. To give us girls a sense of security, the softness in their hearts was completely touched. Women should be self-reliant. This bald chicken had bronze muscles all over its body. They were drenched in sweat, making it look greasy and shiny. Demons are wild beasts. What was a wild beast? Tell me loudly, what is the beauty of the monster race? You! And you, come over and touch it to see if it's firm. The surrounding girls' eyes widened, and they came over to touch it, revealing an intoxicated look of disbelief. You seem to have a sense of security. You're quite beautiful. They seemed to have been bewitched. It turns out that muscles, wildness, and strength were the roots of our monster race that had once passed away. Suzi's eyelids twitched wildly. This Pan Yu Xian seemed to be quite happy. Those poor cute girls and paper goblins were so captivated by her that they began their fitness training. Half later, little demons walked out of the young girl's body and revealed their true forms. There were beautiful little foxes, beautiful little white rabbits, white mice, and purple little skylarks doing push-ups in the cave. 110, 111. They shed the sweat of their youth. They would train here during the day and return home at night. which was to return to the nest they lived in, the inner world of the human body. Their primordial spirits were nourished, like a nutrition energy cabin, absorbing nutrients and recovering their tired bodies. In this way, it was equivalent to cultivating the demon's main body and the human's body as a minor. It was only used to absorb energy and provide the inner world environment for the main body to nourish the body. I don't know if this is the true path of the demon race, but I think it's quite good. It's fit, and it's nourished by the inner world. It's to improve the essence of life and undergo a transformation. Pan Xian said with a serious expression. What was the advantage of the system? Only she knew that she was like a human body detector, monitoring the heart pulse, blood pressure, breathing, and constantly calculating the progress of the muscles to give the best optimization. It was an auxiliary device for training the body. Therefore, with the system, this path could perfectly display its advantages. Training. It would also result in an evolution. He didn't know how to cultivate the Dao or the body cultivation system, but this was definitely the most primitive and essential method. After all, Gilgamesh had also reached that height through pure training. After all, the so-called body cultivation, strictly speaking, was also half a spell cultivation. After all, the inner Danshan, the cultivation of meridians, and the energy furnace. All animals were doing push-ups. The cute little white rabbit and cute little fox's fur gradually fell off, revealing their flesh-colored bodies. They began to be covered with streamlined bronze muscles, becoming fit and beautiful. There were 6 of them, including Xiaowei, and each of them was given a system. At this moment, the pheasant leading the pack was training. Its 2 bare wings supported it on the ground as it sat on push-ups. A daughter should be reliant. Beautiful hair, that's the aesthetic standard of humans. Only by removing our fur can we reveal the beauty of our demon race. The curves in the right places are the ugliest deformed figure. The beauty of muscles and strength is the most beautiful beauty of living things. They chanted slogans to boost their confidence, and the demon race might rise because of this. Ding! Daily mission completed. 300 push-ups. 100 points awarded. This information flashed through the little skylark's mind, and it became even more determined. The world was in chaos, and demons were running amok. It was time to start a great era for the demon race. I'm a fitness trainer. I've already transmigrated to another world and become a Pokemon trainer. In the cave, Pan Xian looked at the little animals training in front of her and at the little fox among them. Yi Bu. He looked at the white mouse and said, Pikachu. Looking at the strong little wild chicken, he said, Flame chicken. He looked at little lark, Skylark. Ned's. Little elf trainer, this was training the muscles of the little elves. The current Pan Xian had gone through the most primitive accumulation and had completely started. First of all, the little wild chicken from before had absorbed the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth with the help of its inner world. It had completely transformed and began to have intelligence. Every system creature was very rare. Even for her, the number of reproduction was very low. There were only 8 systems now, and she had reproduced 2 before, but 2 of them were damaged. She had no choice but to break even. As for herself, she took the opportunity to issue missions to the young ladies of the demon race. She obtained the bloodline fusion drug and successfully fused with the bloodline of the primordial human race, so she could begin to cultivate her inner world. However, she realized that although she had an inner world, she did not have the meridians of flesh and blood creatures. only a circuit board. What should he do if he couldn't cultivate the meridian cultivation technique? He could only change the electric circuit walking technique. Construction subject improvement of the Sea of Consciousness meridian method. She opened the desktop of her computer and made a request. I'm deducing 1%, 2%. It was a magical feeling. In fact, she was giving an order to her brain to make deductions, and the deduction was also done with her own brain. She activated her deduction mode, could only wait for half a month before she could cultivate. Once I can cultivate, I'll be like a fish in the ocean. The level of my life will increase, and the speed of my brain's calculations will be faster. She looked at the small animal in front of her, and the special one was Luo Kai Wai. She was the only human-shaped creature, and she was also weird. At this time, she really changed from Xiao Wei's soft and cute body to a very strong one. It was a strong Xiao Wei. The little wild chicken is very diligent, but Luo Kai Wei is even more diligent. Her kind nature of submissiveness allows her to fulfill all requests unconditionally, and she won't be lazy at all. Maybe I can secretly transfer the main system to Xiao Wei. The little pheasant was naturally diligent, but it was not the best host target because it was about to gain intelligence. When that time came, would he be lazy? Would he have any thoughts? As Xiao Wei, she was kind, hardworking, and completely under control. She was the best host. Moreover, the brain of a living being with flesh and blood was easily affected by Xiao Wei's characteristics and could develop jealousy. As a circuit board, he would not be confused at all. Silicon-based life forms were circuit boards, and their memories were all stored information. Life forms with different carbon-based and blood would not be affected by any negative emotions. Special characteristic: immunity to negative emotions. Thus, she began to secretly change her host and successfully transferred to Luo Kai Wai. Little wild chickens are still the most worthy of being cultivated. As for the rest of the female seductresses, their levels of diligence are different. The system on their bodies only helps them some daily training tasks according to their level of diligence. In that case, I've completed my initial accumulation. I'll just have to wait for the deduction of the meridians of electron. I can use this time to busy myself with programming. She thought for a moment and went out to post. She had always been domineering and resolute, unlike her sister. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum. For them, 4 years was equivalent to the player's system, entering for just over an hour. They were still chatting and even discussing which world this girl had gone to. Would a native possessed by the system be like those web novels? Starting the traditional plot of acting cool and slapping faces, and counterattacking all the way? In the end, the main character was out. Screenshot. It was an image of the system's desktop. Universe System Distributor. Look, everyone, this is my brain. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was shocked. What the hell is wrong with your brain? You want everyone to see your brain? It was still as simple as before. Pan Yu Xian continued to say shocking words. Who can add something to my brain and write some software? There are some big shot programmers out there, so help me write some programs. My brain accepts Java, C, Python. My brain is yours. This system. They were stunned. This computer creature was too interesting. Evolving a species and turning himself into a computer creature? This Spore Evolution game truly had unlimited possibilities. FETK. Was there a big-name programmer? Eating melon. As a computer AI, the biggest advantage of silicon-based life forms is that they can program their own neural reflexes, action logic, and various signals. For example, training plugins that allow the body to train on its own 24 hours a day. Happy? Yes, you can delete and add your own memories. For example, in the girl's mind, you can write a message that you like me, the kind that loves me to the point of being sick, sigh. In that case, let's add a physical plugin program, the kind that locks onto your head. Serious face. Pan Xu-xian, on the other hand, did not mind and continued to talk about her recent situation. Cutie bosses from the primordial world, don't come over. I'll grow on my own. Don't overstep your boundaries. I'm very strong. The surrounding people were shocked. This person, also a battle type. The other players who were proficient in the evolution theory were basically scholars who were afraid of death. They had never even seen blood before and were very idle. But this one seemed to have a lot of combat talent. He wanted to train himself. This system, is it the kind that can fight? Some players guessed. Following that, Pan Xu-xian sent out a little wild chicken card that received the system. F-T-K. They were all stunned. This was a muscular chicken? After listening to the description, they had a headache. As is expected of a big boss of the combat style, he was different from other farmers from the beginning. Look at this chicken. What kind of training did he get from the devil? She also mentioned that she had met weird people like Xiaowei, her fake neighbor. All kinds of cute girls and fairies. Screenshots. Screenshots of the beautiful girl were sent out. Wow! Pretty. She's really a disaster to the country and the people. The demon race girls are really too beautiful, especially Xiaowei. She's as beautiful as a female celestial emperor. Her temperament and kindness are perfect, typing with both hands to prove her innocence. BJ. I really want to have a little Wei. Xiaowei's weird behavior is perfect. Someone lamented, being a wife, a maid, anything would be the best. After all, they are the kindest and gentlest beauties. How good would it be if they were not envied? Luo Kaiwai was liked very quickly. However, the next second, another bunch of screenshots were sent. This is their current situation. In the screenshot, there was a bunch of healthy and muscular animals, such as white rabbits, foxes, hedgehogs, and skylarks. The muscles all over their bodies were exaggeratedly explosive, and they looked like another little wild chicken. This was the true body of the demon race, and the external body of a young girl had not been trained. They could still accept it, but what was the most unacceptable thing? It was a muscular Xiaowei among the small animals. She was tall and strong, with long black hair that fell over her shoulders. She had a pure and kind, cute and beautiful face, but below her neck, he was extremely strong, burly, and muscular. Everyone felt that their 3 views had been trampled on the most tragically in history. His eyes were so pungent that they were beyond recognition. This was insanely pungent. He wanted to find eye drops to wash his eyes. The system dominator asked, "How is it? Seeing the perfect girl's figure that I've trained, the beauty of a tiger or a leopard, you must be shocked speechless by my results, right?" Xiaowei was already a King Kong Barbie. You animal. Their chests were blocked, and they were already on the verge of collapse. They reacted. This female player seemed to be somewhat unusual. She liked to exercise more than boys, liked to take risks, and liked muscles. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, "There are 2 more systems, right? Just give me 2 systems." Everyone was stunned. Mengmei, are you also going to step on this road of no return? To become King Kong Barbie? Cute girl evolved into a dragon, cough, cough. I just want ascent for playing games and various auxiliary purposes. I also want to get a system for my disciple, so that my little fox can train her muscles. In their minds, the image of the charming and lovely little fox beauty flashed. Meng Mei Yu! Everyone's mind went blank, and their bodies trembled. These two female players were complete demons. Two demons. This word flashed through their minds, and their three views were severely impacted. He completely understood that Panic Suoxian was definitely a fitness girl who was passionate about working out, and the kind who was very good at fighting. She was very realistic and pursued practicality. This kind of personality was not like a girl who liked to fantasize and dream. As for Cutie Pie, on the other hand, she was a girl who loved to fantasize. Otherwise, she would not have liked the god of creation and would not have wanted to create a perfect world without a mass extinction. However, the girl in front of him, whom he had raised with his own hands, was actually so cruel. The system publisher, daughters should be self-reliant. Otherwise, how would the cute girls and little demons protect themselves in this chaotic world? I'm a very realistic person. I'm giving them the most effective training methods. As long as they work hard, they can become stronger. He would be able to survive. In order to survive, what was the harm in sacrificing one's beauty? You live in a peaceful era, so you don't know that in a chaotic world, the fate of the weak is very cruel, especially for girls. Death, abuse, that's a darkness you can't imagine. Although it was practical and the goblins had made the right choice, its combat power was also off the charts. The appearance was unacceptable. It was too painful to the eyes. Many people were male chauvinistic and directly said, the people of Western Sichuan strongly condemn this. The delicate and cute young girls were meant to be protected by the powerhouses. Beauty is a girl's weapon, not muscles. On the contrary, some girls actually agreed with this practice of letting girls train. Get strong people to protect you. You're all too naive. That's an ancient world where the strong are respected. A brutal and bloody otherworld. Stinky brothers come out and get beaten up. Girls have no strength and only beauty. Aren't they at your disposal? Morality restrained the weak, the strong make the rules. All of a sudden, the forum started to be noisy, and it even rose to the three views. At this moment, while people were discussing, another big shot walked out. The racer of Mount Haruna. I don't care if you're arguing about your values. However, this way of training the body of the demon race was very likely to be a very correct path. After all, how did the demon race improve their realm? I'm sorry to tell you, there was no way to improve it before. He listed the cultivation paths of the demon race in detail. In the beginning, his inner world would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and develop intelligence, turning him into an intelligent animal or plant. What happened after that? After gaining intelligence, small animals didn't know how to walk anymore. He took a turn and walked on the cultivation path of humans. He used a human body to cultivate, causing his demon body to be very weak. He could only use it as a primordial spirit. No matter what, he would always use his human body to fight. This was true. Over the years, the demon tribe had been lacking in both talents. For example, the ancient tribe's Broken Heaven Emperor, the cultivation method that created the ancient tribe, and the cultivation method of the Wu tribe. Not to mention the Taoist immortality and the creation of the 9 revolutions, mysterious art. What about the human race? Tao cultivators, the Mount Shu sword style, and all the martial arts sects in the world. Only the demon race did not rise in the West era. Until now, They were still struggling on their last legs. Perhaps purely training the muscles was indeed the orthodox path in the future. After all, the inner world of the demon race provided a powerful energy supplement for the training of the body. The racer of Mount Haruna coughed again. It's not just cute little sister who wants her disciple to cultivate. If possible, I also want to let our Sun Elf tribe's young elf girls train their muscles. Everyone was speechless. Another demon, they felt, of breathing. In their minds, the image of those cute and playful elf girls with pointy ears and explosive muscles flashed. Boss, you're driving in the wrong direction. It's not going to the kindergarten. I heard that someone is driving here. I, Shigurava, specialize in driving. I'll just steal your car. It's impossible to work part-time JPJ. I'm just a high school student. I don't want to be mentally polluted by you dirty adults. I want to get out of the car. I want to get out. I want to see a cute and beautiful girl. Ha 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 ha. I've already welded the door shut. Don't even think about getting out of the car. Young men, I'll tell you that muscular girls are the true romance of men. A man only knows how to bully a weak and cute girl. What kind of ability is that? If you're a man, you should overcome difficulties and face them. Strong locking man. Keep your formation downstairs. It's over. I can't find any idioms. It's too difficult for me DHAPG. FTK. Upstairs. Thanks you. The entire comment section was filled with the atmosphere of a philosopher. This scene made people sigh. Perhaps only muscles were challenging, and that was the real choice of men. The racer of Mount Haruna replied, all you know is how noisy it is. You're too young to see the essence of things. When a living being trains their body, it's an evolution of their life essence. How could they be so ugly, all muscles? There's more to this than meets the eye. Ev was stunned. Wasn't it the big boss driving? Was he talking very seriously? The racer of Mount Haruna coughed. Do you still remember Taoist Changsheng? The child was only about 10 years old, and he was bald at the beginning. He didn't have eyebrows or hair, and his skin was too tough after training. His hair couldn't grow out of his skin, and he had the aura of a brother. His muscles were explosive to a terrifying extent. But what happened later? Did he change his appearance the moment he broke through to the heavenly emperor realm? His muscles aren't as explosive anymore. His body is more streamlined. His hair has grown out. His body is longer. And he has become a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true. When Taoist Changsheng was a brawny man, he beat his father and saved his mother. His body size was really eye-catching. He was a child that weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, after he broke through to the heavenly emperor realm, his appearance changed. The racer of Mount Haruna replied, the essence of life is evolution. From level 1 to level 7, and even level 8, it was an evolution of life. Training was also a form of evolution. After training, one's body would be filled with explosive muscles. This was because the body's level was very low. In order to become stronger and have more power, one could only use quantity to build up muscles, forming tumors. One's body would look extremely huge, like a mountain of meat. Once you reach the 7th rank, your muscle and body will undergo a qualitative change. At this stage, it's as if you've opened up your body's limiter and entered a new life form, becoming streamlined. Your body will become extremely compressed, like a bloated tofu, evolving into a steel plate. This wave of analysis, they were listening attentively. Did this mean that the big shot and the cute girl had already seen through it, and this was similar to the process of becoming a Taoist priest? So he didn't care. The first 6 levels were explosive muscles, but it would be better when he reached the 7th level. Would she become a beautiful girl again? The racer of Mount Haruna said. However, this system requires a system in order to execute it perfectly. Otherwise, there will be many hidden injuries. He had to be careful. Some muscles, bones, and muscles that were hard to train were hard to train. The essence of life was to train and evolve as a whole. If one couldn't do a comprehensive training, it might cause a deformity. If the training wasn't complete, it would leave a weak point, and one would be killed instantly. It's a pity that I didn't get the genes of the system creatures. Otherwise, I would definitely use the alchemy factory to copy a bunch of systems, and then give one to the elf girl. In the future, there would be elf pugilist, elf swordsman, and other close combat professions. They listened to the big boss's analysis with great interest. Like I said, this doesn't fit human aesthetics at all. The essence of life would definitely become more perfect as it evolved. Cold sweat. But it's still very scary. How many living beings could reach the heavenly emperor realm? Many demons stopped at the first 6 levels. Wouldn't they be muscular brothers for life? Trembling. The pure muscle model could also be considered a path system. It seemed simple and only required training, but in fact, it was very complicated. Otherwise, someone had developed it a long time ago, and it required equipment such as system monitoring the precise body to be carried out perfectly. Otherwise, he could only use his divine sense to constantly sense his body and train those parts. That was very slow and careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. At this time, someone whimsically said, "The game's data is so realistic. The things inside might work in real life too." The previous system all required bloodlines, evil eyes, puns. Since this system doesn't need it, then if we just train our muscles in all aspects, can we become as strong as we are on Earth? As fierce as that little wild chicken? Some people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes were burning. This was a terrifying guess, and it might even be possible to implement. Can't we be as overbearing as little wild chickens? The discussion in the surrounding forums was very heated, and countless people were sitting in front of their computers, breathing rapidly as they looked at the screenshots. It was a giant with bulging muscles, and there was a cute chicken head on its head that looked like a toothpick. This little hen is our idol. The current Earth was too ordinary. The employees took the bus to and from work every day, and the students went to and from school. It was just an ordinary society of science and technology. But this game showed them countless wonderful and real extraordinary worlds. They seemed to be intoxicated by the history, cheering and crying for the people inside. The authenticity of it was jaw-dropping, giving them an unparalleled sense of immersion and an immersive experience. Many people even suggested that what could be realized in the game could also be realized in reality. In other words, the extraordinary systems that were derived could appear on Earth. Muscles are the true romance of men. I've decided. I'm going to try it. Boss, can you post your training process? I'm very good at enduring hardships. It's just a little hen. I don't believe a man can't beat it. From tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be a happy brother. Go to the gym, do bench presses, push-ups, and weightlifting. Funny. The crowd is very excited. After all, everyone had the dream of becoming a hero. The racer of Mount Haruna was stunned as well. After sorting out his thoughts on the forum, he replied, "In theory, it's possible on Earth, because some of our modern technology and scanning equipment can now monitor every muscle. However, in modern society, no one could bear such hardships. In ancient society, there were martial artists who could bear such hardships, but their equipment and conditions were not up to standard. It was impossible to monitor every inch of the body. Such muscle training would have hidden injuries and strain on the waist muscles. On the contrary, one would not live long, and modern people don't spend so much effort to train their bodies in such complicated ways, scanning their bodies at any time and training every muscle in a targeted and comprehensive way. The netizens started to get very excited. Did this mean that it was really possible? But had tried it before? However, the next second, the racer of Mount Haruna gave them a critical blow. Moreover, there's no use trying. There was another difficulty. Without the warmth of spiritual energy, such dry training would exhaust one's body and could kill one. As for the little wild chicken, it was able to withstand the attack only because it had the bloodline of the wizard ancestor and was strong enough to activate its bloodline. How can we compete with the strong aboriginals of the other world? No energy to nourish the body. The surrounding people hesitated for a moment and were disappointed. However, this caused quite a stir on the internet. In ancient times, there was a saying about divine sense. The ancient people had to look inside and sense every inch of their body to train their bodies. They also had medicinal baths and pills that might be a way to replenish the body's warmth. Now that I think about it, it's true. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that one could really cultivate in ancient times? Was he just disappointed for some reason? After all, the video of humans in ancient costumes traveling in space has caused quite a stir. Some research institutes were also in shock. The ancient, immortal cultivation civilization. The Tao Lord once visited our world. It's in the small meteorite area in outer space. We Earthlings might be the descendants of the god of creation. They knew more than the other netizens, and were even more convinced. In ancient times, there had to be QE trainers. There must be. Coupled with the evidence in front of them, the researchers in white coats looked at the computer screen and believed it without a doubt. At this moment, some of the top tycoons of various countries also started to post on the internet and sent screenshots. In the villa in the picture, there was a scanning device that only Poetfools had. It was worth tens of millions. He said that he could provide it to them for free. It scanned their bodies, adjusted every muscle in their bodies, and trained them as a whole. There was also the best fitness coach who could make training plans for them, provide them with energy, and provide them with the best nourishing meals and medicinal baths. As long as they dared to suffer and try, their monthly salary would start at 30,000 yuan. This, obviously, the treatment of a lab rat. This caused quite a stir. Many people were even envious and had wanted to try it for a long time, but they did not have the best equipment. Now that it was provided for free and they could get money, why not? However, the requirements for the body were very high. Most people didn't even pass the initial physical examination. They had very high requirements for mental health, latent diseases, and age. Moreover, this storm continued for a while without any results and gradually stopped paying attention to it. After all, they realized that the training was too intense. Just by eating, the nourishment from food could not nourish and recuperate at all. The absorption rate of medicinal baths was not high either. Perhaps only the legendary spirit could achieve such a degree of mild nourishment to the body. Perhaps our world is a world of martial arts. There's no spiritual key, so there's no way to cultivate. Some people felt that it made more sense. In a research institute in China, in a room filled with warm white light, there were many large machines and equipment. A researcher in a white coat was sitting in front of a computer and reading the discussion in the forum. They had people to monitor the forum 24/7. The researcher's expression changed slightly. He quickly stood up and walked out of the door with the documents. A cultivation system that doesn't require bloodlines. This is the closest we have ever come to it. Maybe we have a chance? The Earth takes a big step forward as humans take a small step forward. A fanatical flashed in his eyes. It was the passion of researchers, seek of knowledge, and the pursuit of truth and knowledge. He came to the white gate of the secret research base. This was the most advanced room. After scanning and unlocking it, a middle-aged man was sitting in the room. He was drawing complex golden totem patterns on the ground, like a real wizard. What happened? The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was the alchemy emperor, Li Shengjiang, who had disappeared for a long time. Li Shengjiang opened his eyes and looked the young staff. Professor Chen, what happened? Li Shengjiang was the first player to enter. He did not pay attention to hiding his identity. By asking a few friends to help him write the paper on slime, his real identity was quickly found out by the network of the Research Institute. He was the president of a multinational company. He was quickly protected, and no one from abroad knew his true identity. At this moment, the Research Institute was willing to provide him with any resources, help, and technological equipment to assist his research. If he had not exposed his identity, Li Shengjiang would definitely be like the racer of Mount Haruna, Xue Baishu, and the others. He would secretly study the amazing changes in his body and then continue to play the game, but he was exposed. He could only go with the flow and enter the Research Institute. With the help of the best equipment in the Research Institute, he studied his body, observed his spiritual power, and made use of his huge funds and connections. This was also the reason why he had disappeared for so long. I haven't entered the game these days. I've been studying my mental energy. He took a deep breath. He had been an alchemy emperor for hundreds of years and had lived for hundreds of years. He was much better than these researchers in certain fields. For example, the alchemy field. As a farmer, he had great ambitions. He wanted to go from farming in the game to farming in the real world. He wanted to create an alchemy system in the real world and have the help of a country. It was just how he had been living off King Lilith. And he only needed to be responsible for research. It's just too difficult. Without the evil eye gene as a foundation, I've given some of my research to Long Wuming. He sighed, feeling a little lonely. Longevity was what every life wanted, and so did he. As the alchemy emperor, he had once crazily wanted to extend his life and live a second life during the Babylonian sorcerer era. And now, he was also working hard. There were many opportunities in the universe. Each world was opening up a new system. Researchers like them had done their research in reality. He believed that it was the same for research institutes in other countries. They had tried evil eyes, potions, inner worlds, sprites, and various major systems, but all of them required bloodlines. This point had simply stumped the researchers on Earth to death, and they had made no progress. However, he still believed in it with a heart full of anticipation. There were so many opportunities in the universe, and there would always be a system that would succeed. He had just finished listening to the researchers' report. A body training system? Li Shengjiang was stunned. He listened carefully and suddenly chuckled. Ha 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 ha. His laughter gradually turned into a loud one, and it gradually grew bigger with joy and even tears. That's true. We can use technological scanning and X-rays to replace divine sense. The only difficulty is to create an environment rich in spiritual ki to nourish the body. He stood up and paced back and forth, extremely excited. This is indeed the cultivation method of the demon race. The demon race's body is strong and can withstand any kind of torture. Moreover, they have the advantage of their race, which is very unsuitable for the Western human body. However, it's good enough for us to have a path of cultivation. It's the first step to the future. He already had a direction to work towards. As the great alchemy master, he might be able to use alchemy and modern electricity to create an array with rich energy, which could provide human beings with a training environment like that of a hen. I've gotten close to you again. Transcendent, Li Shengjiang suddenly raised his head, and his sharp eyes looked at the dark blue starry sky poster hanging on the wall. It was a figure dressed in ancient costume, destroying the stars. This time, it's the real beginning. At this moment, he had never felt so close to the huge extraordinary worlds, the civilizations, the magical emperors, and the eternal supreme gods. Everything that happened in the research institute was naturally under Xuji's eyes. Was speechless. He did not expect them to be even more convinced that there were key practitioners and extraordinary civilizations in the ancient times on Earth, that he was the descendant of the god of creation, and that the Tao Lord, once the ancestor of their ancient key practitioners. Since the small meteorite incident, the researchers, under the leadership of Li Shengjiang, had started to walk on the path of truth. With longing and admiration, they pursued the civilization that had existed on this land for thousands of years, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the era of Nua and Fuxi. In fact, they were even doing archaeology and constantly studying the remains of ancient civilizations. They searched for traces of the Tao Lord's existence on Earth, and even guessed that, before the Tao Lord became a god, he could have been Nua or even Chi Yu. They also found a large amount of evidence. Are you guys crazy? The hell is with this attitude of the pilgrims, as if they are going to kneel down and pay their respect? Xuji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt strange in his heart. I was just opening a sandbox. These people had actually been fantasizing from the beginning to the end. They had been able to complete the background setting so perfectly, and even walked into the universe in pursuit of the glory of their ancient ancestors. Xuji felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He felt that there was no way to explain it. In fact, everyone else had made a comeback, and he knew very well what the alchemy emperor had been busy with since he disappeared. He just didn't interfere. After all, he had worked so hard and given up on the game. In reality, as a wizard who had once pursued the truth, the ancient civilization of Earth, and the ancient Kiai refiner of Huaxia, how could she have the nerve to shatter that sparkling pure heart of his? That would be very cruel. Originally, in Xuji's eyes, this was nothing much. Without a transcendent bloodline, it was very difficult to cultivate the transcendent system. No matter how much he studied it, he was just wasting his time on a dead end. However, Pan Xuxian had actually opened up a system of body cultivation for the demon race, which allowed them to exercise and train, which gave him enough inspiration. Perhaps he can really create it. Xuji laughed. I've long guessed that such a day would come, but I didn't think it would come so soon. After all, the systems of the worlds had been developed one after another, and the big shots had been crazily researching them. It was only a matter of time before they could do it in their own fruit farms and in reality. The intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice, "Do you want to stop it? There's a huge force behind the other party. There's Long Wuming, the Thunder Monarch, and Bel, the ancient lords of heaven, helping with the research. If we do it quickly, we'll be able to figure it out very quickly." See, I don't need to. Xuji was very calm. He stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. On the land of the orchard was the entire miniature Magus world. The exquisite and miniature buildings were the most beautiful pieces of art. Rivers and lakes, deep forests and basins, trains and steam-powered airships. Don't worry about the little tricks of these top players, let them do whatever they want. Xuji still maintained his salted fish heart. He was fearless and allowed things to develop as they wished. After all, so what if they could cultivate? If they were to cultivate in the real world for more than 10 years? Would they be able to enter the first, second, or third level? And now, only a month had passed. Even Xuji himself did not know what heights he would reach in the next month. Time, not on the same level. Their cultivation speed, in the real world, was too slow. As a planet with a low-leveled civilization, Earth's rise was not accelerated in reality, and it would take countless years. As for his own transcendent world, he did not know how far it would have developed by then. If one had to describe this feeling, it could be said to be: the mushrooms don't know the weather, and the mole crickets don't know the spring and autumn. Furthermore, this was something that was difficult to stop. As long as they were still up to something, it would happen sooner or later. They could stop it for a while, but they couldn't do it for a lifetime. Moreover, he was making things difficult for them and causing them to fail continuously. This would seriously dampen their enthusiasm to become bald. All of you are top-notch geniuses with unparalleled talent. All of you were once the main characters of the extraordinary era. All of you are secretly working together to plan in the real world. Sure, do whatever you want, I'll just watch. Xuji, very calm. This group of players was very smart, and this scene came naturally. However, they were still younger brothers, working for free. Of course, this little bit of sweetness was indeed an unimaginably terrifying, fortuitous encounter for them. This wasn't a free job. It could only be said that they saw things on a different level. Xuji, however, looked out of the window. The most important thing for me is to face this huge disaster that will endanger both worlds. Winter is coming, and the winter disaster is coming. Bizarreness will start to run rampant and continue to grow stronger. In the future, there might even be a god that all living beings fear. Would God be born? It was highly possible. The good and evil emotions that a person exuded were roughly equal. By collecting the faith of all living beings, the energy of a good god would be born. Then, of all living beings might be enough to give birth to an evil god. What he should be concerned about was how to survive this sandstorm. In the future, it was very likely that every time he collected enough belief energy to give birth to a god, an evil god would appear corresponding to it, and good and evil would be born. The system of cute girls isn't perfect. Xuji kept thinking. Perhaps, every time a god appears in the future, heaven and earth will still have to face the tribulation. Although it was no longer a mass extinction of living beings where people were massacred in order to become gods, it was still terrifying, or even more terrifying. A god of evil gathered from the wishes of all living beings could destroy the world. This matter needs to be dealt with, but the first thing to be dealt with now is how to deal with the cute girls who are already coming over. This guy, he's actually prepared to dig up my secrets. Xuji had a headache and felt very helpless. Right. Mengmei had already started driving south and was preparing to pass by Tongcheng. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. An ordinary car was driving. On both sides of the highway, there were green trees and wide fields that they would occasionally pass by. From time to time, they could see small streams. I've been to the south once before. I'm done with the things there so I can take some time to check this place out. I keep feeling like something is guiding me. A young girl dressed in ordinary clothes. But it was very difficult to conceal her moving temperament. As she drove, she looked up at her phone screen and read the posts on the forum. Inside were the animals, still discussing the matter of the muscular brothers. Meng Mei would occasionally join in and express her opinion on the forum. He had already fallen asleep in the ancient world, but he had brought the game login device in the trunk. Every once in a while, he would go in to check out the situation. After all, as the Mother Earth, lying down to sleep was already a daily routine. The current situation was no longer within her control. The bizarreness ran rampant and continued to be born. Some were constantly eliminated and needed a long time to accumulate before they could be resurrected. Some bizarros continued to absorb people's fear and become stronger at a very fast speed. It was like raising goo. The monsters continued to kill and be killed. There might even be some terrifying existence among them. She looked at the forum on her phone. It's amazing. The forum and the game are such terrifying black technology. Anyone who logs in is anonymous. No one can find out their real identity unless they seek death and expose themselves to others. Some people said that this was the government's black technology. After all, how could they simply hack into their security network? After all, this was a game that was widely promoted by the entire nation, and the government had also tacitly agreed to this. However, Meng Mei felt that the government was just covering it up, and they could not do it. Suddenly, she received a private message from the forum. The sender was Alchemy Emperor Li Shengjiang. In fact, they often communicated in private, but they didn't know each other's true identity. However, they often helped each other and were wary of each other to prevent the other from finding out their real identities. Li Shengjiang's text message to him was, "I've already found a possible cultivation method in the real world. Help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with this array. I've also sent it to a few other big shots. If we communicate with each other, it's very likely that we'll start a new era, the Earth's era of cultivation." What? He finally did it? The cute girl was instantly shocked, and her hands on the steering wheel couldn't stop shaking. Meng Mei was no longer calm. She knew that ever since the last incident of the small meteorite from outer space, it had caused a great sensation in all realms. The strange scenes, the unbelievable figures in ancient costumes, the shattering of meteorites, and the soaring of the void made the Alchemy Emperor completely carry out his research on the mysterious and surreal reality. He was different from other ordinary people on Earth. Ordinary people only had the mentality of watching a show. All kinds of civil science experts explained a major astronomical phenomenon and a rare wonder in 1,000 years to cover up the truth. Only people like them who had entered the transcendent world. How mysterious it was. The cute girl immediately replied, "Is it really reliable to be able to research and develop supernatural powers and cultivation systems in reality? The game, could it really brought into reality?" Even though she knew that those worlds were basically real, it was still unbelievable that they actually appeared in front of her. The alchemy monarch did not answer. Instead, he sent a message, forum private message. "Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand is about to evolve into Kun. I'm pulling you into the temporary forum chat group. Do you accept?" This was a function that came with the forum. The people in the wizard community used it the most. After all, each character was a guild, and they took turns to come online, so they needed to communicate. The cute girl clicked agree and entered. She found the racer of Mount Haruna, Thunder Lord, Long Wu-ming, Bell, and even the newbie, the system distributor, already inside. 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The game had a reminder function for external information. In case you were immersed in the game and didn't know what happened in reality. Pan Xian was very confused. She was in Ziyuan Cave, looking at the little goblins who were doing their daily system characters. And then she received a message from the big boss. She chose to quit the game. After all, as a system, she could use the program to hack. It was not important. She was now looking at the group chat. The big boss was chatting inside, and everyone was talking about the latest movie. My Mediterranean can't be that bald, in the plot of Ermin's Wizard. The plot was great. Looking at the bald bird, I ate 10 bowls of rice noodles. Appetite diet JPJ. This stupid bird is being fooled by little brain. I'm dying of laughter. Smile till ABS come out. JPJ. Bay. Sitting in the room, Pan Xian was in contact with the upper class for the first time. She even called her sister, Pan Yuxian, to sit in front of the computer and watch. Wah! This was the legendary high-class VIP group. So the life of the big shots is so simple and boring? Pan Xian had originally thought that it would definitely be very high-end and very cold. Who knows? They're just like those idiots outside. They're a bunch of high-level idiots. Pan Xian was also at the table, speechless. She accidentally glanced at her sister's strong muscles. He immediately felt that it was an eyesore. No matter how many times he saw it, he could not get used to it. Hey, I made her addicted to games so that she wouldn't exercise and would gradually lose weight. Pan Yuxian felt that she was very smart. As one of the top players in Pandora's box, she was one of the first to enter. But she hid herself so well that even this group of players didn't know of her existence. Naturally, she wasn't invited into this chat group, and she lost a lot of high-end information exchange. She was curious now. Long Wu-ming. The movie is so good. I've watched it 3 times already. It's at the Longan Cinema in Hong Kong. The movie is great and I plan to watch it 4 times this weekend. The racer of Mount Haruna replied, I'll never believe you. You're such a bad old man, none of your words are true. You want to get information from me? One sword turtle breath said, this person is indeed very bad. But speaking of movies, I have a movie here. Myths of the Western Era. It's about to be released, and I estimate that the box office will be at least 5 billion. I'm not that kind of black-hearted person, and I won't take it all for myself. After all, you're also one of the actors. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Long Wu-ming 3482. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, said, Night, car speed at Mount Haruna, 4933 what? One by one, the bank account numbers were typed out. Pan Xian looked at the screen, and suddenly felt very envious. Box office earnings of at least 5 billion. And this was still a small number. This was because My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald had already exceeded 5 billion and was extremely popular. The one in front of him. Sister, they're so rich. Pan Xian sat in front of the computer desk and took a sip of her drink. At most, she was born into a slightly rich family, and she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, her family's assets were at most a few million yuan. So when had she ever seen this before? Pan Yuxian stood by the table and sneered. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, I don't believe you. None of the accounts are real. Ding. Ding. Pan Xian received a private message from Meng Mei. We are the only 2 girls among these stinky men, so we have to stick together. Be careful of these animals and don't expose your real identity. You're not proficient in the internet, so they'll soon find your real address. Send me your ID address, and I'll block it for you. Pan Xian was speechless. Pan Xian was speechless. The two of them sat in front of the computer, face to face. These animals were too perverted. Not a single one of them was good. Han Yuan thunderbolt hand. Cough, cough, cough. Let's get down to business. You've all seen my opinion. Let's give it a... I think it's very possible. Let's work together and figure out the system on Earth. One small step for the players. One big step for Earth. I'm sure everyone has already guessed that this game is definitely not an ordinary game. It's a channel that connects us to the various worlds. Those transcendent worlds really exist. This is our opportunity, but it is also our crisis. What will the fate of our Earth be like in the future? Since we can connect them, will the other worlds also connect to our Earth in the future? We're so weak, how can we resist? You must know that a celestial emperor is enough to cause large-scale destruction. When he lands on Earth, he can destroy cities everywhere. Our modern technological weapons and various large-yield missiles can kill a celestial emperor. However, would they lie down and let us hit them? This was only for ordinary heavenly emperors. If it was someone like Dao Changsheng or Medusa, who had long surpassed the heavenly emperor realm, what would happen? Without a doubt, our Earth will be destroyed. In the past, Dao Changsheng and Di Qi had fought each other. The sky had collapsed and the entire primordial world had been razed to the ground, causing a great extinction. When that kind of existence unleashed their full power, it was too terrifying. If the battle between Dao Changsheng and Di Qi was on Earth, one of the 7 continents would have been destroyed. We, the top players, are one of the forerunners of Earth. Spore evolution cans to all the worlds, which is an opportunity. After all, in reality, everyone has family, right? Everyone agreed with this view. After all, the invasion of the universe was very terrifying. For example, Medusa had also found the spatial coordinates of Earth. What if she invaded Earth directly, just like how she invaded the primordial world? What can we use to resist? Firearms, military, a tank, a plane? Cute girl. The sorcerer world is still getting colder and colder. It's already approaching the end of the world. Earth, which is warm in winter and cool in summer, is the best choice for the entire sorcerer world to migrate to. The summer resort. +1, 2 year. Everyone felt that it was very good. After all, there had already been signs of that. The small meteorite and that terrifying figure in ancient robes made them suspect that he was a Lord. The Earth was connected to the universe. There was no doubt that Earth was one of the tens of thousands of worlds, and the weakest kind of barren world at that. Han Yuan thunderbolt hand. That's why I want to study alchemy in the real world. It's a supernatural system. The racer of Mount Haruna, big boss farsighted. I'm blowing my own trumpet? Like, cute girl. By the way, this new female player seems to have a lot of potential. You've already joined the top team of players. Talk to us. The racer, Mount Haruna. Welcome. Beautiful player. System publisher. Hello everyone. The newbie is trembling. He doesn't dare to speak. Han Yuan thunderbolt hand. I've sent all the information to you. You can discuss it with each other and study it together. It's a seminar. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Sure, Long Wuming replied. One sword turtle breath. Belle, who was at the top of the food chain, said, Yes, we can. After all, we don't have much time left in there. The incense is poisonous, and our consciousness is gradually getting used to each other. When we completely lose ourselves and become the real living beings, it will be time for us to quit the game. I hope that we can make use of this time to make use of our last remaining energy, the racer of Mount Haruna. In that case, we've reached a consensus. Everyone, read my slogan. In order to protect Earth's peace, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed as a partner of Baldi's and learning. As players, we will not hesitate to fight. The human instrumentality cultivation plan is now open. Everyone was furious. How could this person go around ruining the atmosphere? We've been secretly researching the cultivation system in the real world. We're preparing to do something big and cultivate. This person only knew how to mess around. Meng Mei opened her mouth at this time. Right, tell me what happened here. I feel that something is guiding me. I'm going to take a look. The racer of Mount Haruna shuddered. Cutie, you've been creating dragon veins in the primordial world and the sorcerer world. You've been gathering the fate of the earth. There's something on Earth that's attracting you. Could it be a dragon vein from Earth? The dragon veins of our Earth? Everyone's breathing quickened. Everyone was stunned. Although they were hiding their real identities, they could discuss it openly. After all, there was nothing wrong with saying it out loud. They could even discuss and research together, as long as they did not expose their true identities. Even if they found something, they could not do anything about it. What are they talking about? What is this? The Pan sisters sat in front of the computer screen and shivered. They looked at each other and joined the chat group for the advanced players of Spore Evolution. Only then did they discover the undercurrent of this world and the truth of the world. But they didn't know what they meant. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand. Newbies who don't know what's going on, you can go and take a look at the group documents. Ding! Group leader. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun. Uploaded a group file. Ding! Ding! Group leader. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun. Uploaded a group file. Ancestral Wizard System. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. Elf System. Astral Cultivation Method. The 3 main points of Danchin breathing. 37 types of precise sorcery. This big shot uploaded a lot of documents in an instant, as if to express goodwill. This is the Universe Communication Group. Pan Exo-Xian was shocked, and she immediately understood that this group was a huge Goldfinger. All of the most powerful people in the universe, Mother Earth Green Vine, Battle God, Alchemy Emperor, God-slaying Heavenly Emperor, Thunder Emperor. We can communicate and help each other. Every big shot here was a terrifying monster that led and opened up an era of a world. She hurriedly opened the group's files. The 2 sisters kept flipping through them and added those cultivation techniques to their collection. They directly opened the files that introduced the world. The more they read, the more shocked and terrified they became. What? We are the descendants of the god of creation? A Daelord once came to our earth, not to mention his younger sister Pan Xuoxian. Even Yuxian had 10,000 holy shit flying through her heart. This was too scary. She had never interacted with these players before, and at this moment, she was inexplicably shocked. It was as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. This feeling made her feel as if the first half of her previous life had been fake, an illusion, and she was only seeing the real world in front of her. The god of creation and the various truths had brought a terrifying impact on everyone. The atmosphere in the group was still very calm and peaceful, with laughter and laughter. Mengmei evolved into a dragon and coughed. A long time ago, I felt that there was something in the north of my country near the desert, and I'm going to check it out. I'll report the situation to you bunch of idiots at any time. The racer of Mount Haruna as expected of the daughter of a rich family in real life. Going on a field trip to film a vlog? Why didn't you turn on the camera in the group? Deep in thought, JPEG, I'm just shy, Meng Mei replied. The racer of Mount Haruna, heh? I'm not afraid of you being ugly. Please show me your photo. Moreover, it was like beauty services couldn't be used online. You can totally become pretty. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand asked, did you forget to take your medicine? I think I'm so cute. Final chicken emoji JGG. The racer of Mount Haruna was speechless. Cute girl. Thank you, group leader. I've subdued the sand sculpture. Girl JGBG. Pan Xu Xian quietly looked at the nonsense in the chat group. Her heart was not calm, and even her breathing became rapid. Our Earth really has a shocking secret. There really is a dragon vein? The two sisters weren't idiots and didn't like to joke around. However, looking at the chat in the group, they felt that this was definitely a turning point in life. Gradually, after a long time, about 20 minutes, a cute girl's message finally appeared on the forum. I've made everyone wait. It was already dark when I finally arrived at my destination. I took out my Luo Yang shovel in the deep mountains and old forests. The target of my senses was here, and I hoped to dig out a zongzi. Screenshots. In the picture, there was an ordinary black grassland. Another 10 minutes passed. Meng Mei sent a video, brothers, my god. Look at what I've dug out. Ding. Cute girl is about to evolve into a dragon and has started a live video. Do you want to start it? They're live streaming in the group. In the mortal world, the Pan sisters looked at the notification in the group and quickly opened the video. This was what they had waiting for. In the world of darkness, there was a black mud pit in the depths of the forest. A ray of light shot into the sky and countless stars shone in the forest. They floated, moved, and flickered. It was extremely beautiful. It was as if he had been hit by the waves of the sea of stars. In the video, everyone witnessed this magical scene and was immersed in this beautiful scene, as if they had entered a beautiful fantasy world. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge shadow slowly floated in the sky, covering the sun. It was as if some unknown shadow dragon was flying across the sky above the mountains. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand. Are you sure you're not in the primordial world? Long Wooming. There really is a dragon vein on Earth. One sword turtle breath. Meng Mei, come out quickly. What the hell happened? The racer of Mount Haruna replied, FEKFs, KKFs, TKFs, TKFE, TKFE, TKFs, KKK. Everyone was commenting and flooding the screen. It was very lively. Even Panic Suishian, as a newbie, couldn't help but send a message and mix in with the big shots. Is this true? Newbies trembled jog. In the live broadcast, the terrifying and shocking scene lasted for a few seconds. The shadow disappeared, and so did the surrounding stars. The entire night was empty, and everything returned to normal. What the hell happened? The group leader was very excited, and Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand said hurriedly, What did you dig out? Hurry up and use your camera to scan the surroundings. There might be something else, Long Wooming spoke. Meng Mei sent a picture. Big shots, please take a look. I dug this out. In the picture, it seemed to be a dragon with withered gray-black vines. It was the size of an arm and emitted a strange and ancient aura. This is dragon vein. FBUCKK, it's a dead dragon corpse. The remnant soul of that dragon just left and vanished? The forum was filled with excitement. As for the Pan sisters, as players who didn't know anything, they felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the live broadcast in the group. However, the next second, an even more amazing scene appeared. The decayed and withered dragon corpse in his hand gradually turned black and scattered into specks of dust. The moment it dissipated, an ancient memory emerged and flickered in the surroundings. A young man shrouded in a hazy white halo was walking on the ground. He stretched out his hand. The entire world was rapidly evolving. Trees, animals, plants, everything. From the perspective of this dragon, it seemed to be in a small corner, quietly watching the legend of moving mountains and filling the seas. The god of creation who created the world and descended on the 7 continents of Earth. In the next second, the entire dragon corpse disappeared, and so did the images of the ancient memories. This is God of creation. Fetk, Mengmei, your male god has appeared. Terrifying, there really are dragons. And according to the memories of this dragon, did the god of creation really appear on Earth in the ancient times? We're indeed one of the many worlds in the universe. Everyone was exclaiming in shock. This was too unbelievable. As for Pan Exoxian, who had been quietly watching, her mind was completely blank. Everything that had happened had completely overturned her world. No matter how excited the entire group, Mengmei seemed stopped talking. She was also in shock and ignored the people in the group. When Pan Exoxian saw this, she waited for a while more. Nothing happened, and Mengmei seemed to have disappeared. As for the big shots in the group, a moment of excitement, they calmed down. After all, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and they were mentally prepared. Disperse. There's nothing to watch. There's no more melons. It's not the first time I've seen the god of creation. Every day, we would see the creator sitting in front of the chair at the entrance of the courtyard, eating an apple. That's right, it would be strange if there weren't any in the universe. It had already appeared in the sorcerer world and the primordial world. Now that I'm on Earth, I don't feel any waves in my heart. An ordinary god of creation, a resourceful star. There's nothing to be shocked about picking nose. In the group, it suddenly became silent. No one made a sound. After all, everyone was busy. Sister, our chance. Pan Xuexian hurriedly waved her pot-sized fists, and the chair she was sitting on made cracking sounds. Up. The only chance for us sisters to transcend? Pan Yuxian clenched her tender little fist. Before this, she had not joined the group, so she did not know about their communication. At this moment, the impact it gave her was incomparable shock. All right, hurry up and go back. Continue playing the game. You must work hard. I believe that with your combat talent, you can definitely win against those scholars who only know evolution and can't fight at all. Pan Yuxian said. All right. Pan Exoxian's entire state of mind was changing, and she quickly logged into the game. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the stem. The little demons in Ziyuan Cave were still training. They were muscular rabbits, muscular skylarks, and muscular pheasants. Transcendent? Earth? She exclaimed in surprise, still taking the opportunity to recover from her shock in the dark night. That strange phenomenon has disappeared. Mengmei looked lost. Wearing sunglasses and a cap, she looked like a backpacker on a trip. She put down the phone that she was filming. A hole dug in the ground. The surroundings were desolate, dark, and cold. It was almost winter. This was the deep mountains and wild forests commonly seen in the south. There were no signs of human habitation nearby. There were no roads on the ground, and weeds were overgrown. There were only a few wild tombs in the distance. Under normal circumstances, not to mention people digging holes here, even people passing by here would not happen once in several months. As for the fact that he was in the north, how could Mengmei tell others her true location? She was afraid that others would stop her and find her true body. However, the adventure was real, and it was also true to ask others to help take a look. She didn't mind sharing the pictures she had just taken with others. After all, they were on the same side, and they were bound together for good. There really is, God of creation, the cute girl murmured in a daze. She took off her sunglasses and revealed her beautiful face. She looked at the withered corpse of the soaring dragon that had just been excavated and disappeared. At this time, her mind was filled with the images of the ancient times, the mysterious scene of the vast giant who moved mountains and filled the sea, creating all living things. Before this, no player had ever seen the terrifying scene of world creation. This was the first time she had seen the God of creation create a world, so she was naturally shocked. She ignored all the screams and questions in the group. Furthermore, this was not another world. That was the Earth of the ancient era, the era of Earth's creation. It was the land he had been living on. And the impact of the creation of the world was self-evident. I followed my senses and came here for a tour. I was just trying my luck, and I really did dig up something. Without a doubt, that vine dragon has a familiar aura. It should be the dragon vein of Earth. There were indeed advanced, extraordinary civilizations, cultivators, ancient key practitioners. I just don't know what level this dragon vein was when it was alive. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, and I can't sense its level now. Her eyes flickered with a colorful longing, which was the breeding of an emotion called ambition. It's been confirmed that this game really is a channel to the universe. Once, as an ordinary person, I experienced life, old age, illness, and death. I can pursue transcendence, pursue eternity, and even become the true Mother Earth Ivy. I can even pursue the true God of creation and become his wife. Everyone wanted to be the protagonist of a fortuitous encounter, and she was no exception. Although she had long passed the age of a chuniyu, she was still a fan of women's web novels and often tipped the authors. At this time, she could not help but think of herself as the female lead in a women's fantasy novel. He had all sorts of fortuitous encounters, the protagonist of the world, countless men chasing after him, then beating up countless bitches, then acting tough and slapping his face. He had walked to the ultimate realm, married the God of creation, and reached the peak of life. Finally, he sat with the God of creation in the leisurely courtyard of the creation latitude cosmos, holding hands, eating apples together, and watching the heavens and the world as the clouds moved. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. She scratched her head. But now, I'm not the only one who thinks that way, right? Others also thought that they were the protagonists in novels, the Alchemy Emperor. Needless to say, now it was very likely that he was going to open up the cultivation system of the real Earth with his own strength. He was simply the template of the protagonist. If the heavens did not give birth to me, the cultivation on Earth would be like the long night. Even if it was in a web novel, it wouldn't be written in such an exaggerated way, right? The readers would definitely criticize her being a noob. Not to mention, the racer of Mount Haruna. This guy's talent in evolution is simply heaven-defying. His brain is scary, and he's loyal. He's a little silly and funny. He's simply the main character template of a hot-blooded comic. She lowered her head and looked at the spot where the dragon corpse had disappeared. She said regretfully, "It's a pity that the dragon vein is too old. My memories and remnant soul have disappeared, and they're not left behind. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to detect something in the real world. I might even be able to use this dragon vein to create a dragon vein in the real world. But now I can only continue to the ancient world and the Magus world to seek opportunities. After all, the universe is so vast, and there are endless possibilities. She checked the surroundings and made sure that nothing was left behind. Then, she put on her sunglasses and drove away. Boom! The car disappeared into the night. Light and shadow flickered. Xuji's figure walked out slowly, like a silent ghost. He had been quietly watching everything from the gaps between the trees in the depths of the forest. He watched her drive away and said helplessly, "These people are just causing trouble. They even came to my orchard, the Universe Communication Group." This group's name was quite big. They were secretly gathering and doing something. However, this is normal. It would be strange if they weren't powerful. In the words of the universe, they are all geniuses with amazing talent in a certain aspect. They have talent and have lived for so many years. Whether it's in real life or in the game, they're already the protagonists of the world. Long Ong Ocean counterattacked one by one and created miracles. And Xuji's expression calmed down. So what if he was just the protagonist of heaven and earth? He was the of creation. Even though he was only a rank 6 weakling, an apprentice god of creation, he wanted to see all kinds of geniuses appearing from all over the universe and creating a brilliant era. Naturally, he wouldn't let her come to Tongkang in case she discovered the secret of the orchard. They were all tiny people in bottles, living creatures in the fields. As such, Xuji left the orchard when Mengmei arrived at a city halfway through her journey. He flew to a certain path in the air and stopped her. The method he used was very simple. Didn't she sense the location? She had created a dragon's vein and used her species, the green vine, to reproduce. Then, she had injected some power of incense into it, and she had naturally sensed this place. This way, she can give up on the idea of continuing her search. Xuji looked at the car that had disappeared into the road and said with a smile, "Since they like to imagine things so much, your settings are already mine. Since they wanted this so badly, he would let nature take its course, and let them return with a full load and get what they expected." As for the dragon vein in the orchard, Xuji took a deep breath. He had not expected that the dragon vein would be so huge that it would actually be sensed by a cute girl in real life. Just now, he had quietly approached Cutie Pie and cast a perception-blocking sorcery, which was a curse sorcery of the Circe faction. As a powerhouse of the 6th step, it was too easy to trick an ordinary person. This way, it's more or less settled. She'll cut off the connection here in the future, eliminating a safety hazard and an incoming crisis. And Xuji thought about it and felt that it was very simple, as if he had just casually dealt with a small matter. The black Rubik's Cube space ring on his finger shook, and an electric car appeared in front of him. "Let's go to the supermarket next door and get some drinks." Xuji got on his electric bike unsteadily and disappeared into the night on the opposite road. The sorcerer world and the ancient world have all merged into one. They are now one world. There are 3 realms: the immortal realm, the demon realm, and Mount Shui in the mortal realm. It could be considered a large-scale, mature transcendent world. The immortal, fiend, and mortal realms were all equally large. After all, the inner world of Taoist immortality had been continuously merging with the inner world of the entire world's living creatures and experts that had died over the past 1,000 years. It was like the man-made space creation machine that he had previously envisioned. Now that it had been continuously gathered, it was already very large, close to 100 mu. The 3 realms, in total, had 300 mu of land. However, a crisis has arrived for the 3 realms. I don't know if we can survive this, but we still have to leave behind some seeds of hope. He rode the electric bike and thought to himself, it's time to think of a way and prepare for the worst to avoid having no energy source after the world is destroyed. Perhaps It's time to open up a new world's large-scale sandbox on Earth. Xu Ji already had plans to build a new sandbox. The next day, the temperature in the south suddenly dropped by several degrees. According to the weather forecast, a large amount of cold air from the ocean had covered a large area. The biggest change was that the number of beautiful girls in short skirts and stockings on the streets had decreased. They had put on coats and long sleeves. Some girls were not willing to accept this, so strange styles of long-sleeved coats, short skirts, and black stockings had appeared on the streets. Along with it, the cold air, in an unremarkable county in the south, a shadow dragon was captured by some people. In the pitch-black forest, the ground was covered with a tiny white light beam that shot into the sky. In the sky, there was a long and narrow shadow-like dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It was as big as a mountain range and swallowed the darkness in the sky. It floated through countless lush forests and even a large highway. What's that? At that time, countless people nearby had their mouths wide open and were stunned. This shocking scene made people wonder if it was a poster of a large-scale xiangxia drama or a big production movie. It was really too shocking and magnificent. In the south, this caused many research institutes around the world to be heartbroken. As expected, none of Meng Mei's words were true. The enemy was too cunning. He said it was in the north near the desert. He said it so confidently and even marked the location. He even used satellite surveillance to monitor that area and wait for an opportunity. But it turned out to be in the south. All right. Although they had already expected this lie, they still held on to a glimmer of hope and believed in the cute girl's character. However, they still quickly sent people to investigate. Soon they found the location in the video. Unfortunately, there was nothing left. They still found the black powder, which seemed to be the skeleton of the soaring dragon. They couldn't find its DNA or any living cell structure. It should have been a direct genetic collapse. However, this black dragon's shadow had appeared in many southern magazines, newspapers, and even some UC shock departments headline professional players. They were all very excited. Shocking! It was a once-in-a-thousand-years encounter. The cold air descended and actually condensed into a shadow dragon. It has dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, and dragon scales. Somewhere in the south, the dragon girl has been pregnant for 10 months. She has come down to the mortal world to find a heartless man. It's a dragon, my ass. It was a Xuanni. It's so popular, it would be weird if it wasn't Yingluo. In this era where eyeballs were equivalent to traffic, and traffic was equivalent to money, many people on the internet were hyping it up like crazy. Even some of his fans were making a fuss to increase the popularity of their idol. But some of them were also defending themselves by saying that it was definitely an anti-fan who said that. They were attracting haters. Now, their fan group had been occupied by haters, which made people feel heartish. In short, it was a big deal. Of course, after the previous, small meteorite incident, and the suspected ancient sword immortals in outer space, it was said that some foreign friends had begun to plan and believe that the world changing. There were supernatural powers that they could not imagine. Vampires, sword immortals, ninjas, zombies, and all sorts of other things might exist. True dragon, sword immortal, ancient Huaxia people. With a history of more than 5,000 years, there are indeed many secrets. Taoist immortals ascend and were in outer space. Some foreign friends even took a plane to Huaxia for a holiday, looking for famous mountains to become apprentices. Of course, some people in China were also discussing it. The Tiba and group chat were still quite lively. The supernatural has awakened. the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is moving strangely, and all kinds of fantasy phenomena keep appearing. However, I've read so many novels about the supernatural awakening that I'm already prepared. I'm already planning to cultivate. Our earth looks simple. In reality, it's an ancient land. The graveyard of the ancient gods and devils is a holy ground. The earth is recovering, and the ancient gods and demons are also awakening. That period of history that has been sealed for 1,000 years will finally be unraveled again. The shackles of the extraordinary in the world have been unlocked. Where should we humans go? Some people were looking forward to it, and that it was very interesting. They even posted that were similar to Chunibibu. The room. Revival? In response to the news and online discussion, Xuji had already put on a black coat and just smiled. Xuji could not help but feel helpless. Just think about it. After that, you'll still have to live your days slowly. Go to work, go to school, and occasionally go to the wizarding community to get bald. It was impossible to cultivate. Without time acceleration, so what if he touched the system? The time needed to put it into practice was too long. Regardless of how the internet was abuzz outside, Xuji's days were still very calm. He lived a leisurely and calm farm life in an orchard in the sparsely populated countryside. The two realms have really merged now. From now on, they will be a huge sandbox world. In that case, I will be called the Three Realms, the Nine Heavens of the immortal world. There was a deity ground above the nine heavens, guarded by the heavenly Tao. All the powerful cultivators in the mortal world could meet the thunder tribulation and ascend to the deity world, the underworld of the demonic realm. The environment was harsh, and the demonic god of origin was guarding the place. The demons believed in the demonic god to obtain power, and they formed all kinds of strange professions. The earth of the mortal world. The various dynasties formed incense dragon veins, and the sword immortal of Mount Shu guarded the entire land. Now, with the advancement and integration of time, the overall structural laws of the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world had been greatly adjusted. My world is welcoming a brand new version 3.0, the Three Realms era. He was standing in front of the window in the living room, facing the fine rays of bright sunlight outside the window. He looked at the sorcerer world that had just passed past the night of the celestial wizard, and another 50 years had passed. It was already dawn, and a cold wind was sweeping through. Many people knew that when winter came, the withered leaves on the ground would occasionally form small whirlpools due to the wind. It looked very beautiful. To them, the entire land was like a small hurricane. To mortals, it was a terrifying killing power. The world might really be destroyed. Hurricanes and coldness are coming. Many powerful professionals were running on the earth, shouting loudly. There was a young newspaper seller from a poor background. His face was full of freckles and pimples. He was riding a bicycle with a stack of newspapers on the black basket in front of him. He waved and shouted from the street to the alley. The latest newspapers. The latest newspaper in Holy Light City, Dandy. The alchemists of the major professional churches have already built alchemy windmills according to God's will. They may be able to use the energy generated by the hurricanes to heat us up. The great Lord, Hermes, the god of wisdom, has provided us with the wisdom to avoid disaster. Quite a few people were exchanging words to boost their confidence. There were also monarchs and great emperors murmuring in the divine kingdom. We've only developed the power of faith for 100 years here, and we've started to have all kinds of supernatural phenomena like the other side. All kinds of terrifying creatures, and even more terrifying ones, have combined with potions and the limbs of the evil god of Cthulhu. They have a real entity and an indescribable fear. They're the real evil gods, with immortality. It's fine if it's other strange things, but the real Cthulhu evil god has appeared. All living beings are reborn in fear according to the history of disasters brought by the evil gods in the past. They have become outer gods. Azados, the god of blind stupidity, has really come to this world. All living beings and mortals still remembered the god of blind stupidity, Asatos, who had disappeared in history. After all, it was hard to forget the foolish laughter he brought. He was still resurrected. Not only that, but the chaos of the origin of the universe. The black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of offsprings, Sabu Nicholas, and Yog Sothos, the one of all things, have also reappeared. Anyone who has seen them will be swallowed by endless fear, develop an indescribable fear, and walk to death. Some people kept muttering. The era of evil gods had arrived once again, and it was a true evil god. In the ancient mortal world, Mount Shu has already established a demon-subduing pagoda to suppress countless terrifying demons and monsters. What about us? As a result, one church after another spontaneously organized and gathered a large amount of money and physics. The SCP Foundation was established with the goal of taking in abnormal phenomena, events, individuals, and so on in the world, and collectively referred to as receptacles. The resurrected Cthulhu, evil gods, outer gods, and great old rulers were the most powerful and troublesome receptionists. Humans can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us. We must protect ourselves. We control it. We'll protect them. In some of the northern European cities, the various religious classes, churches, and the monarch and emperors immediately gave orders to send people to protect the mortals, their believers, and powerhouses of the potion sequence. On the streets, the various magic gunners and mechanical swordsmen of the major classes began to secretly take in and deal with some taboo items. Katja Xuji suddenly closed the window, as if he had closed the window to a chaotic world. The tide and disaster of history are inevitable. Even though it has been delayed by the green vines of Mother Earth, it can't be avoided. There's no true perfection, no death in the future. Let's see how you're going to face it. What kind of brilliant civilization will be born, or will you be destroyed because of it? How should I describe it? The wheel of an era is slowly moving. Xu Ji's expression gradually calmed down. He turned around and left the closed window. He sat on the leather sofa in the living room, poured a pot of hot tea, and rested his chin on his hand. The disaster has just begun to sprout. It will take some time for fear to completely ferment before it can breed more powerful bizarreness. I need to do my own things, and I really need to create a brand new sandbox world. Since he could not help, he might as well do his own thing and open up a new sandbox world to look forward to the future. After all, there were only 2 sandbox transcendent worlds left after the fusion. 1. Ancient wood world. 2. 3 realms. As for the ancient tree world outside, the spaceships floating in space could only be considered half a world as the advance force. This was a long-term plan from the start, and there were no benefits for the time being. Then a new problem arose. Where was the geographical location of the new world of the sandbox? Still in the orchard? It was obviously not realistic. There was no new space to accommodate the sandbox, so he could only find other terrains and environments to open up a new world. Then here's the question. Water world, world of ice? The lava world? The hurricane world? Xu Ji sorted out his thoughts. He had gotten used to this way of thinking over the years. He had been a wizard. The kind of terrain, temperature, sunlight, water, and environment would produce the kind of evolution and life, completely becoming the foundation of a world. The water world was relatively simple and easy to find. In fact, because of the geographical location of Tongchang, there were many underground rivers. There were often underground caves and stalactites, which were also very good. A hurricane world, using 4-8 electric fans to blow continuously, he felt that it was a little too ordinary, so he put it aside for the time being. What about the world glaciers? It was very troublesome. He had to rent a warehouse for frozen meat. The sandbox should be at least 100 mu, right? That impossible. Or he could go to the North or South Pole and build a sand pit. He dug out a huge glacier and built a huge frozen cube inside. It was like a glass box with fish swimming around it. It was beautiful and rotten. But that's too far away. It's not realistic in all aspects. Xu massaged his temples and sat on a chair in the living room. He kept writing down his ideas on the paper with a pen, then crossed them out one and rejected them. Then, the next sandbox world, the lava world. The lava was easier to deal with as they could just dig down, simple and crude. Moreover, although there were few volcanoes in China, there was an extinct volcano in a few counties next to Tongchang. If you dug in the volcano there, you probably wouldn't have to dig too deep to see the lava zone that extended to the surface. However, it was too dangerous to build a sandbox in the transcendent world inside a volcano. If it developed and celestial emperors appeared, what would they do if they encountered people who fought like Dao Changsheng? 2 small ants had triggered a volcanic eruption, and the people in the nearby cities would be dead. If we choose the lava sandbox, we can only dig the asthenosphere deep underground. It's too laborious. It depends on our luck to dig from the bottom. Each place is different. If we're unlucky, we'll have to dig 4,000 meters to reach the magma area in the asthenosphere. Xu took a deep breath and looked at the densely packed conjectures and inferences on the paper. He felt that creating a world was not an easy task. He took a sip of tea and said, "For now, I can only choose between the water world and the lava world." In fact, he didn't have a choice. He was only a stage 6 powerhouse, and wasn't even a heavenly emperor. To dig to the lava zone and build a sand tray, that was a few thousand meters of stone and soil. The workload was too terrifying. According to common sense, he could only choose the water world. But Xu did not choose it. He wanted to build a lava world. After all, he wanted to build a very big world in his next world. He no longer wanted to build a small family of 100 mu. He felt that the times should progress. Then, where would a larger territory, thousands of mu, come from? It was impossible on the surface. Even in the underground world, if you dug too deep, it would collapse if you did not dig deep enough. For example, in the primordial world, several pillars supporting the sky and earth broke and collapsed, not to mention a larger area. Therefore, it could only be deeper underground. Since I'm rank 6 and can't go to outer space, then I'll go down. It's bigger and fits the lava plate. Xu tapped the tip of his pen and said, "Deep underground, I can do whatever I want. I can even create an area the size of a small or medium-sized province in reality, if I want to. The Earth's core." A civilization that surrounded the Earth's core seemed to be a little too tempting. Furthermore, how are you going to deal with sunlight in the water world? It was a difficult problem, but the lava world was different. It had a natural source of heat and light. Thinking about it this way was even more tempted. However, this did not mean that he had to dig a terrifying tunnel. That was unrealistic. he stood up and planned to set up a space teleportation formation to teleport to the lava zone deep in the earth. This way, it would be easy to solve the problem. This world, the Elise Garden of the Netherworld. After the war between the two worlds had ended, the two worlds were no longer in a stalemate. In the end, the Daelord had still left. Ermin was still playing chess, but her opponent had changed to Hermes. Although Medusa was overbearing, Ermin could still communicate with Hermes occasionally. After all, it was very beneficial to learn from the knowledgeable god of wisdom. As for the mirror image of Xuji's clone, it had gods communicating with it, and it had also made rapid progress. Hualala. The beautiful red spider of the underworld bloomed around him. Hermes, you have indeed traveled to many worlds. Do you really have the coordinates of other worlds in your mind? If there's a new world, we'll be much safer, Ermin said calmly. It's a distant memory. I don't know if that world still exists. After our many worlds in the universe, and they are all living and dying, we are too small to a world. Then I'll give it a try too. Ermin spoke and placed a black chess piece. A few months later, Hermes came again and took a stone as a target. After a few tries, Ermin exhausted a lot of energy and finally located the teleportation circle. She tried to teleport over, but unfortunately, he had failed. It's probably because that world has been destroyed. Ermin was a little disappointed. Had he failed? He did not. Since I failed, you can give me the other coordinates of the teleportation. I'm very interested in the space teleportation formation, said Hermes. Ermin didn't doubt him. After all, no one doubted Hermes now. They handed the other end of the teleportation portal to him, and the two continued to play chess. In reality, Xuji lowered his head and looked at the teleportation array he had just obtained. It took more than 3 months to get it done easily. A god helped to build the teleportation formation. How could he be sure it was near the lava zone? It was because Xuji had located himself about 800 meters below his feet. This distance was very suitable, and the token of his location was the lava volcanic rock for Ermin. If there was volcanic rock, it would naturally be located in the rock structure formed by magma. He was also very lucky that he didn't set the teleportation portal in the lava, or it would be gone in an instant. Every time a teleportation portal was set up, it required a lot of energy from the gods, and even Ermin couldn't bear it. Since the teleportation array didn't melt, it means that we've been teleported to a volcanic rock that has solidified lava. I'll send a mirror image to explore first. Xuji closed his lightly, and began his to the core. Whoosh. The teleportation formation consumed a huge amount of energy, and the intricate formation totem lit up. A tiny ant-like figure quickly appeared in the pitch-black environment. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was very difficult to move, and the surroundings were filled with soil without a single gap. He's alive. This thought flashed through Xuji's mind. The light flashed again, gentle and warm. A bright light emitted from a spell slowly formed a protective shield, spreading out the entire dark earth world. The surrounding black earth and hard stones seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and began to deform, like an eggshell. Invisible perception. Xuji's mirror image raised his hand slightly. An invisible perception, a rank 5 spiritual spell spread out like a ripple. Soon a red holographic image appeared in his mind like a bat. There were stones, sand, soil, lava, and boiling lava. The main vein of the magma is actually still very far away. However, the nearest branch of the magma is 13 meters away. In his sea of consciousness, a burning red river of spiritual perception appeared. However, this branch is also very large. It's a full 7 meters wide and is suitable for building a sand basin. As for the other locations, they're far away and can be used as ordinary underground spaces. We can even draw water in and use it as a river, so it won't evaporate. He kept weighing and scanning the entire sand plate. After all, this was a dangerous lava zone. If there was lava above him, he would probably collapse. The mirror image carefully cut off the teleportation formation positioning rock from the stone wall and placed it in another appropriate place, in case it was lost and could not be teleported in. Again. Then, the mirror image slowly used spells to expand and burn the environment until it could easily accommodate a person. Voila! In a flash, a young man wearing black protective goggles for an electric welder appeared on the spot. After creating the environment for entry, Xuji's original body came over personally. This exploration of the depths of Earth was very important and could not be missed. I don't know how long it'll take for a small mirror image of an ant to burn. It's faster for my original body to come out and do the work. Voila! With a wave of his hand, he kept opening up a path, punching a passage to the lava river. Very quickly, a boiling hot lava river appeared in front of them. It was scorching hot and bubbling, making one feel a silent horror. Lava was one of the most dangerous natural scenes on the entire Earth, and it was the embodiment of nature's most terrifying power. Rise. Xuji stretched out his hand. Hualala. The bright red lava was as heavy and mercury. It turned into fiery red silk and began to dance in the air. It burned the surrounding soil. An inch, a meter, 2 meters, the space was constantly expanding. Xuji had even used a wizard's protective barrier to protect his entire body. Even if he accidentally fell into the lava, he could still struggle for more than 10 seconds. It's much more difficult to dig for magma and underground in reality than in the game. However, he didn't need to make it big. About 1 mu of land was enough. I'm not like Phoenix's professional excavator. It's too tiring to spend decades to excavate 100 acres of land. Let the creatures of this world develop and excavate the rest of the land themselves. She was very calm. As long as he didn't limit the area, they would dig themselves. The previous sandbox was 100 acres of land, but in this world, the area given by Xuji was 10,000 acres. What kind of concept was this? It was 100 times bigger than the primordial world, but they had to expand it themselves. The area of this world was more than 30 times larger than the 3 realms combined. One could see the vastness of the entire vast land. In the time that followed, Xuji activated the 100-year acceleration for himself and made a few breaks. He was extremely tired and only managed to open up 1 mu of land. Then, he planned the environment, the river, and the location of the mountains and rivers, creating a rather reasonable terrain. The Rubik's Cube pet in the orchard finally had a use. Xuji had its internal space store a large amount of water and then transported it over. After a few rounds, he got everything done with ease and created a large ocean, as much as half an acre of land. Release the spores. Xuji stretched out his hand, and the most primitive life entered the ocean. The water was still calm, but the most beautiful and most limitless primitive form of life was already slowly being nurtured, like a fetus in amniotic fluid, with infinite possibilities. The origin of life has been opened. Xuji's expression was very calm. However, this is only the foundation. The creation of the lava world and the deployment of spores are all foundations. The civilization and system of this world, the protagonist of this era, should have been created. This time, Xuji intended to break through the shackles of the previous worlds and go all out. This world is 100 times larger than the previous transcendent world. Furthermore, I want to try walk the combination of mechanical technology and extraordinary power. Xuji kept thinking in his mind, cultivating supernatural powers through scientific methods. This was the inspiration by Pan Exotian. The demon path that she had opened up required a system, a body detector, that she carried with her to check her heartbeat, blood flow, and muscle distribution. By adjusting the data and body feedback, he could better train his body and achieve the overall evolution of life. Although divine sense could also do this, it was a thankless effort. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but it was also very, very slow and a waste of time. This made Xuji sense something. If a person wanted to work out, they needed the guidance of a fitness coach. Only by exercising the body in a scientific way could they get half the results with twice the effort. If a person wanted to cultivate, he would probably have to monitor his body at all times. Only with the help of science and technology could he do better. Look at the 7 Dragon Balls, scientific, physical training, all kinds of black technology, gravity room, combat glasses, they can directly explode stars. This was what Xuji thought. As a modern person, he had been influenced by these novels and anime since a child. And he was no exception. However, how it would develop was still an unknown, but he had to try. Then, how could it be scientific enough? Of course, it was the system. This would have been very difficult to achieve in the past, but it was possible now. With the silicon-based life computer, Xuji had set the genes of the new world as the basic system template. In the sorcerer world, the orangutan gene and the evil eye gene had developed the sorcerer system. In the ancient world, the monkey gene and the Rubik's Cube gene had developed the inner world system. And the new world, gene plus system gene, what kind of system would be developed? Xuji did not know what primeval genes he would use as a template, but he had to give it a try. The living beings of this new world, the brain of the circuit board, the body made of flesh and blood, the human-shaped computer angel heart? How do you cultivate? Xuji felt that this was an incredible world. It was hard to imagine how it would develop, but he still went back in the end. He used the system's genes directly and began to fuse with a new life. The entire piece of land was one mu. Xuji continued to dig and expand the space, building a simple and crude hut. He set up a test bench, an alchemy table, and even test tubes, flasks, and some transparent bottles and jars. They filled the entire shelf, as if it was a large chemistry laboratory. In the distance, the lava river provided light. On the surface, we can't carry out many experiments, so it's much easier here. Xuji was dressed in an exquisite black sorcerer's robe. As he looked out the window, all the species he had created before had to enter the sorcerer world as Messiah and study the Rubik's Cube genes for many years before he could completely open up the system and form the ancient primordial world. And now it was the same. He had to study the system genes. Xuji retracted his gaze from the window and stood on the alchemy table. He shook the glass test tube, which contained a glucose nutrient solution, and gave an order. Zerg subbrain, pull out the gene bank and reproduce the species system. The mechanical said, "It's reproducing." On the square-shaped pool in the petri dish, the DNA genes of the inceptive spores were arranged in a strange way, forming a specific primitive life form. It rapidly multiplied and formed a chip template. This is a form that is the basic gene. Xuji lowered his head and looked at the chips with furry tentacles. They looked like a flat, square turtle with seaweed tentacles growing on them. He was not very satisfied with the texture of the shell. After all, this was not an electronics factory. The circuit stripes produced were like the stripes on a tiger's skin. There would be deviations. Even if it was a large CPU factory, the assembly line would have a high rate of defective products, not to mention a living thing. Most of these chips were failed products. What's the success rate of the subbrain? Xuji asked. The mechanical voice said, the success rate is 1 in 1,000. Most of this species has 1 to 5 circuit errors, causing it to be unusable as a whole. If it is man-made, some of the finished products with fewer errors can be modified, and the success rate can be increased to 1 in 1,000. Would most of them need to be man-made the day after tomorrow? Yuji nodded. Pan Xiaoxian herself also did the same. Basically, she had to make slight adjustments when they appeared, but most of them were too deformed, and there was no way to make adjustments, so the production of species was very low. 1 in 10,000 produced by natural conditions, it's too low, too low. The system chip can adjust it, but what if it reproduced into a living creature? How do you adjust the human brain? Brain surgery. If we were to create life, normally, only 1 out of 10,000 people would have the system's talent. This terrible problem. Moreover, this was under the condition that he had not integrated it with other life genes. If he had integrated it with other life genes, the success rate would have been even lower. Am I asking for too much? Xuji sighed. It was a beautiful dream, but it was too difficult to achieve. Even if it was Pan Xuxian, it was impossible for everyone to have a system, not to mention himself. He had to create an intelligent life world with all systems? I can only simplify it. This matter cannot be rushed. Xuji sighed and calmed his anxious heart. He began to study the gene chip. I can only remove the system panel and all these characteristics. Only the core is left as the simplest computer function. Super fast computing power, storage, and reading. Time continued to pass. In the lava world, he had started the research on time acceleration. He had spent a total of 7 years, which was equivalent to 2 hours in real life, before he had managed to simplify the life path of the system species. Then, he used big data to eliminate species. At a speed of 1,000 times, he multiplied hundreds of millions and billions of species. He selected the qualified ones and then reproduced again to carry out targeted evolution. He continued to improve and finally reached a success rate of 1/3. This was qualitative change. Hence, after the basic system gene was optimized, he proceeded to the next step, testing the fusion of the humanoid gene. The first thing he chose was the gorilla and monkey genetic templates. However, he quickly discovered that these two were unable to be combined. Even if he had chosen the genes of modern humans, it would be impossible. Why is that? Xuji was wearing a wizard's robe and holding a transparent glass test tube in which there was a miniature, roaring, furry ape. The system's genes can't be written in. What is the reason? An unknown path. It was as if there was a mysterious forbidden zone that separated the two fundamentally different forms of silicon-based life and carbon-based life. In the time that followed, Xuji was completely determined to test it out. He even used the experimental supplementary product, the system, to act as his laboratory assistants and be responsible for cultivating countless experimental species. A huge creation era experimental base was established. He had established a project to study the system gene fusion experiment. After all, times were changing. He had developed to this point, and his conditions were already excellent to the extreme. He could provide enough scientific research strength behind the scenes. One by one, the laboratory's mechanical assistants and took chips and attached themselves to the back of the heads of the humanoid black furry beasts, controlling their movements. They walked back and forth in the corridor and entered and left the laboratories. Codename Assistant 104. Responsible for the Sorcerer World's reptilian species genetic fusion test. Codename Assistant Weasel 3. Responsible for the genetic fusion test of the flight-type animals in the ancient primordial world. The entire laboratory was in order. Time continued to pass. Shuji did an integration, a large-scale test. He tried to integrate the system with all the species in the world. After experimenting with the worlds that had reproduced over the years, the primordial world, the sorcerer world, and more than 1,000 indigenous species, he finally found the answer. At this moment, the lava outside was giving off a halo. As the office director of the creation laboratory, Xuji sat in front of his desk and took a sip of tea. He was looking at a black report, which contained big data reports of 79,000 species. Many species with low intelligence can be integrated with the system's genes. It's impossible for highly intelligent species to integrate into the system. So, the intelligence of a species is the truth that decides to integrate into the system's genes. Sujuji suddenly thought of the biggest possibility: the brain of a silicon-based life, the mechanical brain chip, memory storage, calculations, and CPU. He wanted to use it to replace the brain of a life with flesh and blood to achieve the advantages of a computer. This was naturally possible in their unintelligent brains. After all, they had no intelligence and only biological instincts in their brains. It could even be said that it was biological instinctive mechanical program, so it was natural that another mechanical program could replace it. What about highly intelligent life forms? Higher life forms had their own intelligence. The brain circuits and neurons in the flesh and blood brain had given birth to something called self-consciousness. It could think. If he were to change his brain with a mechanical chip and become an intelligent AI, there would be conflicts in the first place. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to replace the original brain with the circuit board of a mechanical AI. This is the unattainable truth. Shuji took a deep breath. Things were more difficult than he had imagined. He calmed himself down. After all, nothing could go smoothly. It was normal to explore the unknown path with bumps and difficulties. Animals confuse with wild beasts because they don't have much intelligence. Then let's fuse animals first. Create an animal with the system's brain. Xuji took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and began his research again. After many failures, the experimental assistant finally created a mouse-like behemoth with a system-like brain in room 803. This was a giant beast from Gilgamesh's era in the sorcerer world, known as the most powerful giant beast Finba. When Xuji arrived and saw it for the first time, he felt that life was so wonderful. It was just like a normal beast, eating, drinking, pooping, sleeping, hunting, running, and jumping. It was exactly the same as a normal animal. However, after Shuji dissected its brain was no longer flesh and blood, but a mass of viscous liquid, like a nutrient solution, wrapped in an octahedron black crystal core. It was crystal clear, as if it was the most wonderful creation of heaven. There were many patterns on the inner layer, which seemed to be its brain circuits. The shape of the chip has undergone a special mutation. It has become an octahedron-like black crystal, and its brain has been completely replaced by this octahedron-like crystal circuit board of a silicon-based life. Xuji owed a hint of surprise. After a series of tests and tests, Xuji came to a surprising conclusion. The animalistic instincts in the depths of its brain are its neurons, thoroughfare, central nervous system, brain nerves. It had been completely replaced by a circuit board. They can be replaced with electronic components, circuit lines, and storage bars, but they can survive exactly the same. He did an experiment on animals' habitual nerve reflex experiment to see if the brain could effectively perform memory and reading. Every time he fed it, he would ring the bell. After countless times, Finba had formed a conditioned reflex like ordinary animals. Every time the bell rang, it would run over and even wag its tail, waiting for food. As expected, the chip brain, a brain formed from silicon-like electronic components, can also perfectly read and write memories, as well as one's own nerve reflex. Xuji felt that he was as crazy as the evil sorcerer Medusa. He was a crazy creator who was studying terrifying life experiments. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to share the joy of going through difficulties and setbacks with others. However, there was no one around him. No one could hug him, cheer, or celebrate. I suddenly understood Medusa's loneliness of pursuing the truth alone during that long journey. I want to have someone to accompany me. Ixuji was a little emotional as he looked at the boiling river of lava in the distance, which was emitting a slow and deep heat. Continue the experiment. If one did not dissect this ordinary animal like Finba's brain, one would not know that it was a black crystal, a super small computer that dominated the logic of its actions. Ixuji suddenly felt very emotional. The difference in cognitive logic will lead to different views. He suddenly remembered a science fiction novel from Earth. They were made of meat. We Earthlings find the brain of silicon-based life to be unbelievable. A single circuit board, chip, and circuit can think. Even though the continuous expansion of intelligent machinery and AI technology has allowed us to gradually accept the fact that silicon-based and electronic components may possess intelligence, if silicon-based life forms see us carbon-based life forms, will they also find it unbelievable? The arrival of a silicon-based form on Earth would definitely be a shock to those on the spaceship. Heavens, a lump of meat with consciousness? Using meat to make machines? Meat created mechanical lives similar to us. Are you sure they don't have electronic brains? Oh, we've already conducted a real test. It's indeed a piece of meat, completely made of meat. Unimaginable. Their communication method is even different from ours. They don't use the infinite signals in their brains to communicate. Do they communicate through the sound of meat patting each other? They even sing happily through the steam coming out of their meaty bodies. Xuji just smiled. People who stood at different heights of civilization would have different perceptions of the world. The universe was too vast, and civilizations of various forms and transcendence were beyond human imagination. For example, it was hard for people in the last century to imagine the era of phones and high-speed rail. Two people were separated by countless distances and could talk to each other. It was even hard to imagine that a metal beast that could fly in the sky could fly. Then, can we transplant this new brain? Then smiled. In modern society, brain transplantation was a difficult problem because it was soft flesh and very fragile. If one was not careful, they would touch the cerebral cortex, neurons, and thalamus. However, the brain made of electric circuits did not seem to have such a worry. Xuji quickly tried to transplant the crystal core of Finba's brain into another Finba. He had actually succeeded in the brain transplant on his first try. Furthermore, after he used Spring Guardian to heal his wounds, he looked completely the same. What an amazing life form. Xuji could not help but marvel at the wonders of a half-silicon-based life form. This kind of life form did indeed have many characteristics that surpassed humans and carbon-based flesh and blood life forms. Its computing speed was as fast as a computer, and it could store and read very quickly. It could even be simply understood as a computer, with eyes as a camera, ears as a voice receiver, mouth as a speaker, and a chip that wrote the logic of a living creature's behavior. There are many advantages, but the weakness of silicon-based life forms is that their brains can be easily tampered with, and their life and death can be controlled by others. Xu laughed and said, "Once you open your brain, there's no problem at all writing fake memories into the memory chip. Your life and death will be controlled. You can even write down who you must be loyal to. In that case, can I write down the memories in Finba's mind? Should let its simple brain start training robotically every day? On top of it, the inherited memories even wrote about sorcery. You must know that if it's computer, witchcraft is also a desktop software. For example, a hammer of war will run automatically once you click on it. Like springs protection, wind of fire, earth pulse, meteorites falling from the sky." Xu stood up all of a sudden, feeling unusually excited. He felt as if he had opened up a whole new path to a system that could create high-level powerhouses in batches. Once they reached adulthood, they could even reach the 6th or even 7th level. It had natural talent spell. It's a fusion of two life forms, a half-silicon-based life form. Xu was dressed in a black wizard's robe and holding a transparent test tube that contained the chip's gene cube. "A new era has begun," he said. "The chip in the brain, the crystal in the brain, it can write and record spells." He could not help but smile. This is destined to be an extremely terrifying, extraordinary world. Was the extraordinary technological system that combined the chip brain and circuit board CPU, and it had unlimited potential. However, it's not enough to just write in the spell. Xu closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. Still need the genes of the evil eye to be able to cultivate into a sorcerer. So, Finba, you have to be a two-geno life form, evil eye gene and system gene. Xu quickly infused evil eye gene into Finba. Then, he opened its brain and wrote down the Cheng-style programming for meditation cultivation. Different from the human brain, silicon-based life could write down the programming, nerve reflexes, stress response, and even modify memories of every limb. This was easy. To silicon-based life forms, this was a very terrifying point. They did not need to go through a long and boring learning process to be able to master it proficiently. It was natural, like the instinct of living creatures. From the Zerg's sub-brain, Xu obtained information about the silicon-based life form. This was the power of silicon-based life forms. They taught their descendants and didn't need to learn. They named this method inheritance, and now, this brand new species was equipped with the special ability of inheritance that was unique to silicon-based life forms. Time flew by, and 100 years had passed. Things were still fermenting outside. The people had gradually gotten used to the fear over the past 100 years. Xu, on the other hand, only went out occasionally. His main goal was still to go to the lava sandbox underground and come in to check on the experimental body Finba. He continued to experiment and cultivate, improving his inheritance. Over the years, he had written meditation into Finba's memory. However, Xu found that it was not suitable for meditation during the day, so he wrote meditation at night. In the sleep mechanism, meditation accompanied sleep, just as natural as breathing in sleep. I can become stronger by sleeping. It's equivalent to training on the hack machine. Every day, the meditation time is the time to sleep. In that case, during the day, when you walk and exercise, You can train your body. Xuji opened up Finba's brain again and rewrote the system, as well as its behavior. In the future, every time it walked during the day, every minute movement would invisibly train every muscle in its body, forming a body cultivation that was similar to Pan-Exotians. It was an overall life training and evolution of life. According to this, if you include cultivation in your daily life, you don't need to deliberately train. Generally, when you reach adulthood, your body will be at the 5th rank, and your magic will be at the 6th rank. Xuji caressed the giant beast, Finba, but he was very calm. This kind of unique and terrifying AI intelligent creature has been written with a special training program. It has been designed to be the most perfect so far. Of course, it will take 120 years to reach adulthood. This speed could not be compared to that of a genius, but it was already very exaggerated. After all, he had obtained his cultivation for free. Moreover, he discovered that the giant beast, Finba, had actually become stronger. At the age of 60 or 70, it had gradually developed the intelligence of a baby. It had separated itself from a wild beast and become a real intelligent AI. In short, it was equipped with wisdom. Who would have thought the brain of this flesh beast was a crystal hard disk? Xi laughed. During Xuji's experiments, the species had evolved until the next night. As a result of careful care, some special floating species had begun to appear, and there were even some aquatic reptile life forms. Voila! Xuji was dressed in an exquisite black sorcerer's robe as he looked at the coastline. It was as if he had returned to the distant Triserpent era. Suddenly, a small black insect by the sea was slapped onto the shore. 7 or 8 small black feet of the praying mantis struggled weakly. "You'll do." Xuji bent down to pick it up and said indifferently, "You are the ancestor of all transcendent life forms in the future. The future experts of this world will all be your descendants and possess your initial bloodline." Xuji walked along the gravel-like desert and slowly brought it back to the laboratory. After that, it was allowed to reproduce at a crazy rate. Tens of thousands of its descendants were separated into glass test tubes and continuously fused with the system's genes, creating silicon-based chips. In the end, in the 1845th batch, a mutant was successfully born and fused with the gene. There was a small crystal in the brain. Xuji wrote down one sorcery after another, ancient Taoist spells, and even star spells in its mind. He filled his brain with all the knowledge of spells and wrote them into the depths of his genes. Xuji threw it back into the ocean and watched all of this quietly continue evolving. In the ocean, split into all kinds of life forms, reptiles, plants, flying in the sky, swimming in the ocean. There's already a process written in the genes. The later generations will inherit a portion of the genetic talent. It was like the sum of the source of a talent pool. They would continue to give birth to offspring in the evolutionary creation era, and they would be divided into the entire land. In just a few years, the insect died of old age. Its offspring birds, fish, and reptiles still had a crystal brain. The sorcery and Taoist skills seemed to have been engraved into the DNA of the gene strands and were difficult to erase. Of course, he was only carrying a portion of it, and the races with rich bloodlines would have more innate spells. The behemoth has already been born. Soon, all the animals and plants in this world will become semi-intelligent flesh and blood life forms with AI, but I feel that it's not enough. Xuji frowned slightly. These wild beasts all needed to cultivate to the 4th or 5th rank before they could start to possess intelligence, and they were very rare. I still feel that we lack a large number of low-level species. which are humans that are born with wisdom. Xuji sighed. As an intelligent life, it was impossible for humans completely transfer their flesh and blood brain into a chip brain. I can only think of a way to solve this, Xuji muttered to himself for a moment. After countless experiments, he had gained some insight into silicon-based life forms and had come up with a solution. Time flew by, and another 3 years passed. Xuji looked at the 2 newborn little gorillas. They from 2 different races. One was a primordial human, and the other was a human from the sorcerer world. They were both Easterners and Westerners. Their brains were still made of flesh and blood, but there was now a seemingly useless sarcoma in their heads. At the right time, it would be activated and gradually become hard, replacing their brains and becoming a crystal. Since you can't have it at the beginning, I can only let you develop and open it slowly. Xuji laughed. However, even without silicon, most people are still incomplete. There is still a certain probability that they are born with a perfect system brain. Xuji placed them on the ground and allowed them to breed quietly. Very quickly, the entire land was in turmoil. Every moment, it was rapidly changing and becoming lush. Due to the hot environment, a special ecosystem was created. The trees were tall and bright red, and almost all of them had red leaves. The living beings on the ground had almost no hair, but because they hunted each other, they were equipped with hard black armor. These transcendent giant beasts lived in the lush forests and vast grasslands. They even possessed considerable intelligence and began to compete for territory. As they fought, each of them had extremely trying innate talents. Meteor showers, storms, darkness, light, and the earth were like wolves. It was as if they were filled with disasters every day. There were even some transcendent giant beasts who started to dig walls, open up territory, and expand the area of the world. The ancient apemen also began to hunt. These 2 groups of people were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Fortunately, the giant beasts did not pay much attention to low-level creatures like them. They were extremely intelligent and lived near the most dangerous lava river and the basin at the fork of the road. Because of the wild beasts' natural fear of fire, those giant beasts were too lazy to approach the desert, and they were able to survive. As the heat continued, they reproduced generation by generation, and soon their exuberant hair fell off, revealing their smooth bodies. Living on the lava nearby also allowed their civilization to develop rapidly. They had natural furnaces with high-temperature flames that could hammer and forge iron ore and metals. They had entered the Iron Age. The lava river is our mother. They communicated excitedly in simple language, holding their iron spears high. The first 10 years. All of them were blacksmiths, and they had created carts, iron weapons, and even sophisticated springs. They had also started to create weapons such as bows and crossbows. In the short second decade, they had discovered a special substance, sulfur, and used the sulfur near the lava to make explosives. The battle between the giant beasts became more and more intense, and the sky and earth cracked. We must escape this world. They roared in anger and beat their chests in their animal skin and grass skirts. They were extremely smart. They secretly used gunpowder to continuously blow up an underground passage. They followed the river of lava and continued to dig deeper. After 7 years of migration, they arrived at a brand new place. This was the other end of the upper flow of the lava. With the prepared plants and animals, they began to reproduce, settle down, and live. The other world below was the almighty beast world's territory. The world seemed to have returned to the peace of ordinary people, without those destructive creatures. They're running away from the extraordinary world I've created. But that's only natural. After all, the world is so big, and it's full of rocks. It's enough for them to dig a passage and hide in another land. Xuzi's expression was calm, and he was not disappointed. In fact, they do not even have the intention of walking on the path of extraordinary civilization. Instead, they have directly embarked on the path of science and technology, with gunpowder and iron as their foundation. The only thing that the lava world lacked was rain. However, the Rubik's Cube creature had already taken on the role of this world's water god. It would rain regularly and collect water from the tap regularly. This caused Xuzi's water bill to instantly skyrocket. 60 of the empire. Without any external enemies, the conflict between the two races broke out, giving birth to the First World War, the Battle of Merkel. Guns and cannons, cavalry and swordsmen fought each other madly, and both sides suffered losses. This war lasted for 13 years. In the end, the two countries separated into two sides, using the lava river as the boundary. They divided a road to live on, named the Human Empire of the East and the Human Empire of the West. Due to this war, the mature use of firearms had completely emerged, and it was unimaginably fast. They multiplied their population like crazy and began to build a civilization. They established a city-state system and began to use lava to melt steel and create composite metals. The excavating equipment appeared, and the two empires issued their orders. All excavated land belongs to the excavator, and they have the right to use the land for 300 years. Become the lord of the place. Boom. An empire's lord? Instantly, the entire world seemed to be in awe. Not only would the excavated land belong to them, but they could also excavate precious metal veins. In this medieval era of steam engines, countless rich merchants, capitalists, and companies had started the era of gold digging. Many people were raising funds, and even ordinary people were fanatical. In just 10 years, some people had made a lot of money, and some had gone bankrupt. At this time, the territory that they had been continuously opening up had already expanded to 100 acres. They multiplied like a swarm of locusts. The world was too big. They only needed to invade and open up. There was no need for family planning or moderation. Even the empires of the East and the West opened a difficult smuggling route. They climbed through the stone walls in the sky above the lava river and continued to secretly transport goods, but it was very dangerous. It would have taken a long time for the current era to develop into a modern technological society. However, in Empire Year 114, there was a mixed-blood child named Levis in the slums of the West. He learned the languages of the two major countries at the age of 1 and discovered the existence of electricity at the age of 7. He could generate electricity by using high temperatures. At the age of 12, he invented the alternating current and set up an electrical appliance company. Simple and crude electrical appliances appeared. Soon, because of a god-like child's arrival, the world instantly jumped from the era of agricultural lords to the era of the Industrial Revolution. Levis had established Levis Limited Liability Company. He had invested in mining, medical, and other major fields. He had studied electrical appliances, invented light bulbs, perfected glass, and discovered the mechanical effect. He had made shocking discoveries in every field. How can there be a smart man in this world? He must have opened the fallen angels. This is the man closest to God. The era was rapidly developing towards technology. This is the speed of technology. The development of the technology era only takes an instant. Xuji looked at the scene and said, "Because the power of lava is too great." The metal and sulfur in the lava mine had directly stepped into the era of gunpowder and iron. Their era seemed to have started from the 1800s to the 2000s on Earth. From a primitive agricultural feudal civilization, there was a great explosion of civilization in an instant. Television, firearms, even airplanes appeared. Furthermore, it was a man with an intelligent AI. In the 120th year, radio waves appeared. Electronic equipment had also appeared. There were even black and white televisions, old-fashioned cameras, and even small cars. All kinds of modern equipment had appeared. Lewis also reached his later years. He devoted himself to the field of medicine and achieved many results. What was most puzzling was that, in his later years, he went crazy and abandoned science to devote himself to theology and religion. The research is finally successful. Lewis took a deep breath and looked at the X-ray scan in his family's hospital. It was an analysis chart of his brain. In his head, there was an octagon-shaped hard block, which was where the pineal gland was. His hands began to tremble. My head, the pineal gland was born a mutation. This was also the reason why I was so smart. Photographic memory and a terrifying hypermemory. As long as I wanted to, I could even pull up my memories from the moment I was 1 year old, any day, and the scenes of me eating. Perhaps the mutation of the pineal gland can allow people to open their heavenly eye, gain wisdom, and possess supreme abilities. This white-haired old man had already sat at the peak of the empire. He rubbed his temples and looked at his pineal gland, muttering to himself, "God, does it really exist?" In the blink of an eye, the underground lava world had entered a period of industrial development. Black and white televisions, telephones, and even small cars. The entire human society had gradually entered the steel forest of high-rise buildings. Xuji was still in the secret laboratory of the base. No matter what, they have completely developed. Xuji sat quietly in front of the desk in the laboratory at the base. He was sitting on a white bench with a window behind him, looking at the detailed and thorough investigation reports. The office in front of him was like an army. 37 laboratory assistants in white coats stood solemnly. Each of them had a black square system chip attached to the back of their necks. These system assistants that were created should be recycled. The laboratory of the God of Creation base should be destroyed now. After all, there is no longer any meaning for its existence. Hualala. Xuji stretched out his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through. The black system chips were quickly retracted and stored into Xuji's black space ring. Bang! The furry beasts in front of him quickly collapsed and fell to the ground with muffled groans. Because they had been attached to him for too long, they had become brain-dead beasts. As tools, they had also successfully died of old age. It's starting a new civilization. I'll do my best, using the resources of several worlds to build your foundation. Let me see how ridiculous you are. Boom! Xuji strode out of the laboratory and heard an explosion behind him. A huge river of lava fell from the sky and covered the entire laboratory. The entire laboratory was destroyed in the beautiful red fireworks. Other than the time when he created the land of lava, he had no longer descended in his true body. After all, the third doppelganger mirror image had been successfully formed these days. It sat in the office like a wooden statue, and he would occasionally descend and open his eyes to check on the research results. The mirror image did not have self-awareness. It was only convenient for him to move and arrive, a fixed teleportation coordinate. However, it's only been 100 years since the initial development of a world, and it's already catching up to Earth's civilization. It's already in the Middle Ages, and this is only beginning. Xuji strode forward, dressed in an exquisite black wizard's robe. The technology side was indeed scarier than the supernatural side. After all, in the transcendent realm, the system of power had to be constantly deduced. That was the body's adaptation, and it needed to be perfected by generations. Furthermore, even if one officially started cultivating to become a level 7 heavenly emperor, even if one had excellent talent, it would usually take more than 200 years. However, the development of technological civilization did not need that. As long as one had a smart enough brain, super-fast computing power, and various external materials and conditions, one could madly advance the technology tree and create even more terrifying modern technological weapons. However, Xuji did not want to pay any attention to them. He just waited quietly. They're developing their technology while I'm doing my own research. The last research project of the Research Institute is now complete. Xu Ji lowered his head slightly and looked at the dark red octahedron crystal in his hand. My last subject is how to take over a system. Xu Ji was still very interested in this project. He wanted to try to become a silicon-based life form. This project had only been completed now. I can already fuse with this mirror image. Xu Ji's face was serious. What mirror image? The mirror image clone had a physical body, which was a type of the ancestor of sorcery's true body. The ordinary true body of an ancestral sorcerer would grow 8 arms and other dharma forms out of thin air, becoming tall and mighty, and their body size would increase by countless times. However, the mirror image clone would separate the extra arms and flesh from the body, turning into a human. Of course, the size of the miniature mirror image was like a pimple that had separated from Xu Ji's body, or even smaller. Then, since the mirror image had a real physical body, a body of flesh and blood, it could naturally modify itself and change the flesh and brain inside into crystals. Boom. A crack appeared in the space, and the light of the teleportation formation flickered. I have to change my brain. At this moment, a vast giant appeared and stepped on the giant trees. The young man in a black coat took out a small stool and sat down. He looked at his mirror image and took out a scalpel smaller than a needle. He slowly bent down and began to open his head. I'll modify myself. 3 days later, the mirror image opened its eyes. In front of him was light blue system panel. Recycle bin, my computer. He tested it. No problem. Although I've transplanted it, this talent doesn't belong to me. If this mirror image dies, there won't be any more when I'm reborn. Xu Ji had returned to his original body, and the mirror image was very interested. It sat down on the spot and began to program the computer. On the desktop of the computer, in less than 3 days, Snake Eater, Minesweeper, Dojizu, Chinese chess, Go. Don't ask Xu Ji why he knew computer programming, C language, and so on. It was because Hermes, the god of wisdom, was a tool for reading. He had no self-intelligence and was learning like crazy. After playing 2 rounds of Fight the Landlord, he was immediately very satisfied with this new brain of his. Xu Ji set off on his journey safely. He was not in a hurry to stop them. He wanted to see their future first. To what extent will a technological civilization develop? Empire 131. Leave Octagon building. This was the city of technology, Mokrash City. In the distance, there was a hot lava river that emitted golden light, illuminating the entire city of technology and providing electricity, making the whole city form a very magical and steam city style. There were already motorcycles on the ground. There were even biker gang members who were dressed exaggeratedly and fashionably. madly racing their cars and chasing each other in the streets and alleys. What will this beautiful world be like after my death? Stagnant. He held onto his walking stick and mumbled, feeling extremely worried. He had never thought that he would be so smart that he could single-handedly push forward the substantial development of human civilization. Levis was already 32 years old and had been awarded many awards and medals. He even had the highest lifelong honor of 2 human empires: a royal professor, the supreme director of the Academy of Science and Technology, and a great sage of mankind. However, in this world of the human empire where the average lifespan was 30 years old, no matter what position he was in, he was already a white-haired old man. He held a cane and stood trembling in the laboratory. He clearly knew that his life was coming to an end. He suddenly felt a little emotional and began to count the rough times in his life. Born in the slums, he was beaten and scolded in his childhood. He secretly studied knowledge by himself and was finally discovered by the young lady of the Wisey family, who came by chance. She provided the funds and set up an electric power research institute in the Mikia ranch. In the end, he lived up to everyone's expectations and discovered electricity at the age of 7. As a result, he was sponsored by countless sponsors and capitalists. Later, the capitalists from the East and the West helped him with everything they had and established Levis Power. Even now, it had already developed into the largest financial group in the human empires of the East and West. It had the world's top technology, medical care, wealth, and secret technology. It was even 30 years ahead of the ordinary people. My life seems to be glorious enough. He turned around and sat calmly in his chair. His mind was filled with the shareholders and council members who were fighting over him. They were prepared to quickly divide his inheritance and disband Isco Ltd. After his death. The company existed because of him. If he died, he would naturally lose his core competitiveness. Splitting up the wealth was the best choice, which was also the standard practice of merchants. Even the entire Levis company was not in his hands. The wealth, shares, and decision-making were all in the hands of the shareholders. He was just a scientist controlled by capital from the beginning to the end. He wanted to escape, but it was very difficult. This is the ugliness of humans. He just smiled. The white-haired old man in a dignified black suit slowly came to the roof and sat in the newly developed small steam jet. He stood straight and flew in the air, overlooking the people coming and going on the street. I'm not afraid of death. I've been too tired all my life. I didn't enjoy life. I've been doing research in the laboratory all this time. Maybe it's good to end it like this. That I can't bear to part with you all. And I'm afraid that my life's work and research won't be put to good use. I also want to see how far the technological civilization of human society can develop in the future. Wisdom is the greatest strength of mankind. Teacher, a man behind him couldn't help but say as he looked at the old man bitterly. This man was known as the man closest to God. Levis, who was known as a transmigrator from the future era, learned the languages of 2 human empires at the age of 1, invented electricity at the age of 7, and switched electricity at the age of 12. After that, in all major fields, he simply made people dumbfounded. This was an era of rapid advancement in technology. This was a glorious era of technology that only belonged to one person. It was hard for him to imagine how the technology of human society would stagnate after his teacher's death, even if his teacher had left behind many research institutes that could still function normally after his death and benefit mankind. Even setting up the Levis Prize, those abominable capitalists would directly divide the Levis financial group after his teacher's death. All the research institutes would fall apart. This was the tragedy of a scholar. It was also the greed of humans that hindered the progress of society. They only focused on the present and did not consider the future of their descendants. If I could give my teacher a young body to live another life, how good would that be? The research assistants behind him could not help but smile bitterly. They were wearing white coats and looking at the old man who was overlooking the entire city. This godlike old man had a brain that was comparable to that of a god. "Can you give me another young body?" Levis' body trembled. He lowered his head and returned to the seat of the plane. He looked at the X-ray image of the brain that he had been studying for a long time. If it was a normal person's brain, modern technology would definitely not be able to succeed, but another year passed. Levis was dedicated to studying the medical field and open-head surgery. On the 14th of July, the secret operation that even the major shareholders did not know about began. In front of the sterile operating table in the hospital, under the white light, an old man lay quietly on the operating table. Beside him were young assistants holding scalpels. "I want to live a second life. A body transplant is equivalent to some kind of surgery. Is it possible? Could modern medical technology achieve that? If it can really be done, then our technology can touch upon eternal life." With a crisp sound, the white light slowly shone down. With the injection of the anesthetic needle, Levis gradually lost consciousness. "I'm not sure if I can succeed. The premise of all this success is my brain. It's really a pineal gland, and it's currently impossible to transplant a flesh and blood brain." This moment was the closest Levis had ever been to death. In the blurry white light, his mind seemed to be on a merry-go-round, flashing past life experiences. Time reversed, and in a trance, he actually saw his own life. A young man who enjoyed the glory of the world, who held a trophy and enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. The young wind chaser who was studying electricity in the ranch. A pitiful childhood in the slums. At first, he thought that this was the end. However, a strange scene appeared in his mind. A human slave was being forced by the lord of the mine to dig for minerals in the dark mine. "That is my father? How can I see my father's memories?" In his confusion, he read his father's memories and saw the first half of his father's life when he gave birth to him. When he thought that his father was done, he saw his grandfather again. Then, Levis saw his ancestors one by one, and finally, he saw the memories of his human ancestors. Levis trembled. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes, and it was unbelievable. In fact, the special characteristic of silicon-based life was inheritance. The AI chip's brain was different from the brain of flesh and blood, which led to the accumulation of fragments of the ancestor's memory from generation to generation, allowing him to trace it back to a long time ago. Who am I? What? Levis could not help but ask himself in the white fog. I have a fast mind. I have terrifying intelligence. I have an unbelievable hypermemory. I can remember every day and time when I was 1 or 2 years old. Even now, I have even remembered memories of my ancestor. Before ordinary people die, they will have a merry-go-round. On the other hand, my merry-go-round allows me to see the inherited memories left behind by my father and generations of ancestors. He fell into a daze, as well as unparalleled fear and shock. This, unknown and terrifying. He suddenly felt that he was very terrifying. He was not even the same species humans. The difference was like that between gorillas and humans. But perhaps this scene, it can confirm the point of view of evolution. That's human history. We humans have witnessed the entire historical change. His breathing became rapid as he looked at the scenes around him. His father's memories and his grandfather's memories seemed to be flashing through the corridor of his memories as he strode forward. This is opportunity. I don't know what caused this unscientific supernatural phenomenon. However, all the so-called unscientific things were things that current science could not explain. But this is a good opportunity. I want to go back to the ancient times. Search for the most ancient memories of the humans on this land. The species evolution theory that he had written 7 years ago. All kinds of plants and animals evolved because of the environment. He had once inspected the same kind of beetles in 2 forests and found that they had changed their colors because of the different environments. The theory of evolution had a scientific basis. It was based on big data. It was natural selection and survival of the fittest. All the living creatures on the earth were evolving, transforming, and mutating. I'm verifying science. He saw the regression of time. His ancestors. As time went back, modern people who walked upright gradually became shorter and became upright people. They were even shorter than humans, with an average height of only 1.4 meters. They had huge fists and liked to run while pounding the ground with their fists. They also spoke in a wawoo language to scare beasts. He saw the apemen again. That was the era when humans had not shed their hair. They liked to live in the lava caves in the desert and liked to roast meat. That was the era of slash-and-burn farming. His ancestor was a majestic, furry apeman. He saw those terrifying giant beasts again. The killing that moved mountains and filled the seas seemed to fill the sky with gods flying. The ancient humans trembled and could only hide further away to avoid being affected. This is origin, those terrifying, unknown life forms. Levis was in a daze. On the operating table, the old man who had his brain removed was so excited and shocked that tears flowed down his face. Abnormal brain waves. It's like I'm dreaming. My brain is thinking. Tears! Who can tell me? Why were they crying? Did you guys touch the relevant nerve position when you were operating the knife? I'll remember this. We can't fail Mr. Levis. He has the spirit of science. Godlike wisdom. It will determine the future of humanity. On the operating table, the lights were turned on, and Doctor in the white coat walked back and forth. His voice was getting more and more urgent. Levis was still in the corridor, in his memory, striding forward. He was like a pilgrim from the ancient times, determined and steady. His steps were tracing back the ancient times and witnessing the huge wheel of history. He wanted to see the glory of the origin of mankind in the history of evolution. The origin of humans is that humans evolved from gorillas. They kept transforming into humanoid apes and standing apes, and that's how modern humans are today. Then what kind of life form did the orangutan evolve from? Was it a reptile? Amphibian? We are spinal animals, the origin of life. The common ancestor of all spine-like creatures. Are they fish? Levis became more and more excited. His body on the operating table in the real world started to spasm and twitch because of his excitement. There's an abnormality in the operation. Impossible. We've simulated many times. Mr. Levis' consciousness and brain have indeed completely integrated into the pine fruit's body. Warning! Do you want to stop the experiment? It can't be stopped. How could it be stopped? All of you, continue. The person in charge was roaring loudly. His lips under white mask were trembling, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. Urgent cries rang out from the surroundings, one after another. People came and went on the operating table. They were extremely nervous, and the air was filled with tension. But Livis no longer cared about this, because as time went back, he saw a terrifying scene. It was a golden desert with sand everywhere. A mysterious young man in an exquisite black robe stood by the lava river, holding two gorilla babies in his hands. His whole body was bathed in the golden lava like a god. He held the two crying babies high, as if he was holding up the magnificent light of the whole world. Sacred, glorious, vast, like the murals of the gods of ancient religions. Suddenly, the mysterious young man spoke in a god's language that was difficult to understand. It was as if they were praising the future of the two gorilla babies and giving them their blessings. Under Livis's extreme shock, he heard the great god's soft voice. "I've finally got it. I can relax tonight and go out and play Hearthstone with the idiots in the wizard community." Livis looked at the history of human beings and came to the origin of human life. However, he did not see any strong evidence of the evolution of species. Orangutans were evolved from other lives. Instead, he saw a strange scene: the mysterious young man who was holding up the two gorilla babies. He immediately fell. Madness. What does the mysterious language he spoke mean? It seems to be some kind of blessing for these two human ancestors. The language was very light, as if it carried a sense of relief from a heavy burden. It was difficult to imagine what it meant. He's an ancient human with supernatural powers. That was impossible. He immediately denied it. Humans were weak, and it was impossible for them to have a supernatural body. This was something that he had already proven after countless medical body research. But was that really the case? He thought of his special brain, the mysterious pineal gland in his mind. It was as if it had opened the forbidden zone of God and stimulated his special potential. He couldn't help but be suspicious. In fact, Livis was not wrong. They did not have the Rubik's Cube gene or the evil eye gene. These transcendent genes indeed did not have any transcendent powers. They were similar to the ordinary people on Earth. Their system genes did not directly grant them transcendent powers. Perhaps the people in the picture are from the future? Livis' voice was hoarse. Could it be the technology of the future humans had already achieved ability to travel through time and arrived at the highest technological civilization? Could it be that the future humans had come back to improve human genes? But that would create a time paradox. He tried to explain it with his own scientific knowledge, but it was impossible to explain. At this moment, he was at a loss. The evolution of species that he had published in major newspapers and scientific research institutions might have been overthrown. If this scene were to spread out, what kind of terrifying storm would it cause? Livis, the white-haired old man who was known as the backbone of human technology, was silent. He knew that the newspapers, the media, the human empires, and the television channels would go crazy. Humans were unable to accept such a terrifying truth. Since you can't accept it, then let's bury it. Blah. Livis' consciousness gradually blurred, turning into a vast expanse of white. When he opened his eyes again on the bed, a female assistant in white around him shouted, "Mr. Livis is awake. Mr. Livis is awake. Give me the mirror." Livis stood up. Soon, a mirror was placed in front of him. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that he was a young and handsome man. It's a success. This is a brain-dead vegetable. It's not a brain transplant, but the pineal gland of both parties. Livis looked out of the window in a daze. I've come to her body. The assistants next to him were stunned. They could not imagine that Mr. Livis had been reborn and even obtained eternal life. He was actually not excited. This was mankind's cross-era medical progress. In the past, Mr. Livis would have trembled with excitement. Levis just smiled and did not say anything, because he had seen the man who seemed like a god with his own eyes. He looked at the assistants around him, and his eyes gradually became sharp. "Are you all ready?" "It's ready," the people around him quickly replied. Empire, year 132. A terrifying piece of news came. The pillar of humanity, Mr. Levis, has passed away. Instantly, the entire world started wailing. The newspapers, news, and media went crazy. In the beginning, people didn't believe that the man who created the era had wisdom close to that of a god. If it was him, he would definitely surpass mortals and have the lifespan of a god. It was not until people sat in front of the sofa and looked at Mr. Levis's body on the black and white TV, dressed in a neat suit and lying in the coffin, that they realized this terrible and cruel fact. Mr. Levis, he was really dead. The human empires of the West and the East lowered their national flags and mourned. This day was destined to be a very sad day. Levis's corpse was buried in front of the octagonal building in Velia, the capital of the human Western Empire. The empire's president, various high officials, and local lords were all dressed in neat black military uniforms. This is a tragedy for mankind. We lost everything. In front of the podium, the president was crying. In less than a month, the Levis financial group quickly disintegrated. The talents of the major research institutes were madly divided, and the shareholders took away their interests. The entire group was divided into various forces of all sizes. They also began to frantically snatch the experimental handwriting left behind by Levis, the man closest to God. It recorded experimental technology that surpassed human civilization by hundreds of years. Lightning, a lava power station, earthquake generator. In fact, half a month later, a Tungus earthquake occurred, and countless people who lived in that mountain range died. Some people said that it was to snatch and test the semi-finished research left behind by Levis. However, the semi-finished research was very dangerous, but those financial groups did not care about human lives and directly tested it, which led to the Great Earthquake. This is meteorological weapon. Just as people were frantically snatching, a super small private financial group was established. It was called the Super Research Institute and was quietly expanding. Empire year 37. The super research institutions spread throughout the two human empires, and many high-level officials had become members of the institutions. Empire, year 141. The Super Research Institute had realized the lava thermal power station and secretly opened up the border between the two empires, the long lava river in the middle. They no longer needed to follow the wall in the sky. They built the tunnel in the lava river, forming an underground magma pipe that could withstand the high temperature of the lava. Moreover, the tunnel had a terrible power generation effect. Lava was the basic energy source of this world. Their use of lava had already reached a terrifying level. On the contrary, some electrical appliances such as televisions and light bulbs were still in their extremely primitive state and had not been developed yet. Empire, year 43. The Super Research Institute had gradually emerged from the water. At this time, no one could stop this behemoth. A middle-aged man stood up and said, "I'm Levis." The entire world was in an uproar, because the name Levis was already a legend. The Levis financial group of the past was suddenly in a state of chaos. Countless shareholders of the former major corporations came out to criticize and curse for being an impostor who disrespected the founder of human science, Levis, the father of electricity, the father of medicine, In response to the overwhelming criticism, he only said, "Levis is just a code name. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not trying to gain any glory. Time will prove everything for me in the future." After he finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. The news of the disappearance started to spread like wildfire. In the streets and alleys, the newspapers, media, and television of the two human empires were reporting it like crazy. Is it real or fake, Levis? It's very likely to be true. The Newman Daily wrote, "The super research institutes today have a lot of the shadow of the Levis Financial Group. It has a terrifying technology iteration upgrade." Dongfang Daily also wrote boldly, "As we all know, the Super Research Institute is very mysterious and terrifying. It happened to appear after Mr. Levis' death. Did Mr. Levis fake his death to escape the control of the setup?" One by one, the television hosts were also giving their speeches. Afternoon news. So, what kind of dirty secrets did the Levis Financial Group hide? You want Mr. Levis to use this method to escape from your control? Now, Mr. Levis, do you really control the current Super Research Institute? Do you think it's your own independent research force and not under your control? At the villa, in front of the TV, Levis only smiled faintly when he saw this. He did not expose the other party's ugliness. Now that he had gone through a life and death experience, his reputation had long been fleeting. He directly applied for funding from the two human empires and asked for a piece of land. In return, he would provide the latest research technology to both countries, and the two human empires agreed. Levis named this area Technology Area F1. It was very mysterious and ordinary people could not enter at all. Then he took out 13 technologies and changed the entire world. A huge super research institution, science fair appeared, inviting countless media personnel and executives from various countries. Here, they saw amazing technological innovation on the color television, 3-color CRT technology. The old man, who had dedicated his life to the television company, instantly quieted down. He touched the television as if he had seen his lover and couldn't let go. Incredible, simply incredible. This is beyond the realm of black and white television. Color television. That's a color television. He quickly informed his old friends. The colorful structure that we have been assuming. It really exists. What? It's the legendary color TV. This is impossible. The color television technology is too precise. It's not something that can be achieved by modern machinery. An old man who had heard the news came crying. After seeing the real color TV, he knelt on the ground and almost lost his voice. This was the field that he had been researching for his entire life. This old man was already too old, and his thinking was old. He had thought that he would live with regret for the rest of his life. He did not expect to see the technological progress of mankind in his later years. This is wireless signal technology. It was an old man with authority in his field. He was holding a black walkie-talkie that looked like a brick and talking to his assistant hundreds of meters away. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This is impossible. I've been researching this field for countless years. I've studied wired signal transmission. Our country's scientific academy team has developed fax machines and even wired phones. Only the boundless domain had not achieved any results. This is a theoretical technology. How can it be so mature? This is a lava car? A cool, streamlined, Gothic-style car with a bright red design like Batman's tank. Caught everyone's eyes. This was too exaggerated. Using lava's energy? This box made of special material could withstand the temperature of the lava? It's made of the same material as the underground tunnel that connects the two great empires. A fat rich merchant made an extremely exaggerated gesture. In the future, there would be additional lava stations along the hot lava river. Would it be enough to add lava when the car arrived there? Is this an unlimited source of energy? The solidified and cooled lava rectangular blocks in the energy box can be directly taken out and thrown to the side of the road. There will be specialized people who will recycle the blocks and use them as good building materials to build high-rise buildings. Many professors and scientists cried, "We are witnessing a new era of lava technology." Time was rapidly passing. Levis continued to develop civilization and advance technology. However, it had taken him more than 10 years to establish a super research institute and research various new technologies in the expo. The body he had obtained back then, only in his teens, but now he was in his 30s again. The second reincarnation is about to begin. He took a deep breath. However, some of his research assistants had followed him from young to old and even died of old age. A month later, he had another surgery. Levis looked at his brand new young body. "I can't take the next reincarnation. The aging of my body can be replaced, but my mind is also aging. I feel that my thinking speed is slowing down." Computers also had a lifespan, and the electronic circuits would age. Empire, year 147. Levis had lived his third life and turned back into a young man. He once again appeared in front of the public and television, causing a huge uproar. Many schools and students' parents had set Levis as their target. Levis was simply a god of mortals who kept creating miracles. Looking at the time, Mr. Levis' lifespan has long exceeded it. The third life, yes, this is unheard of and heaven-defying. How could a human have such intelligence? He's like a living god who's constantly opening up civilizations for the mortals of our land. The two human empires were in shock. Countless media outlets had already deified Levis. Some presidents, higher-ups, lords, and tycoons wanted Levis reincarnation technology, but they were told that it could not be used unless the pineal gland mutated. They also did not dare to use force to verify its authenticity. Levis had a terrifying new weapon, and the power of a super research institute had infiltrated every state agency. He was already the uncrowned king of the human empires. Levis, on the other hand, was still researching. He had no wife and no children in his life. From the moment he walked into the laboratory, he knew that this was his home. He had taken root here and would never leave. "This is my third life. This is my last life. I want to start a new era of technology for all living beings." His brain was already starting to get muddled. His super-fast thinking speed was starting to slow down, his efficiency decreasing substantially. What's the direction of the research this time? Just use my brain for research. What exactly is the secret of the human pineal gland? He laughed. However, even Levis did not expect this. This time, he had been studying in seclusion for more than 10 years. He was too old, and his thinking had begun to slow down. He was not much faster than ordinary people. He was immersed in it every day, and when he woke up, it was already his later years. Empire 61. When Levis looked at his work, a brand new large computer, he was still in shock. "I'm really fighting against the heavens. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I had been one step slower, I'm afraid I would have died of old age. I've brought all the results to the ground before I've even completed the research." He suddenly felt a little lucky, because this time, he had studied his own brain and had the possibility of living a fourth life. The next civilization will be the electronic machinery civilization. This civilization is made by imitating my human brain. Since they use electricity, it can deduce data and has a computing ability that surpasses that of humans and is comparable to mine. It can read and store data like a human brain. When humans arrive at this civilization, the entire world can become one, form a network, and communicate with each other. He strode out of the laboratory, and the era had completely entered the computer era. This was a new technological civilization. Levis' achievements were beyond words. It was as if he had single-handedly created a technological civilization. Furthermore, he had studied the structure of his brain and could easily make up for some of the breakpoint in his brain, which was also known as the hard disk's broken path. Of course, repairing it would be like wearing torn clothes. It could only extend one's life by a little and live a fourth life. I have pushed the civilization of mankind forward by countless years. I've defeated the heavens again and lived another life. On this day, a hearty voice came from the core building in Area 51. It was heard by all the researchers in the land. They were extremely excited and quickly spread the word. Computers were starting to become common. Moreover, this computer was not the kind of old computer that was bloated and bigger than a washing machine. It had a more advanced circuit mode from the beginning, because its brain structure was the most optimal circuit structure for mankind. Countless people to praise Levis. He even wrote a song, The Spirit of the Times. Without him, the entire human civilization would probably still be living in the medieval farming era without electricity, using iron and explosives. Without him, there would be no convenient electricity, and every house would be extremely convenient. Without him, there would be no planes, cannons, internet phones, and television. In this life, Levis did not go into seclusion. He had researched his entire life and felt that it was too tiring. He had spent his entire life serving the entire human civilization and advancing human life. Every time, he was struggling on the edge and was lucky enough to survive the next life. But the next time? His brain had already aged to the extreme, and he had barely managed to repair it. He no longer had the confidence to live. After all, it would be difficult to break through if one's thinking was completely slowed down. It was a vicious cycle. In this last life, I don't want to fight with the heavens anymore. I've lived a few lifetimes, and it's already unimaginable for ordinary people. I will go and be an ordinary person. Levis sighed. He didn't want to fight for it, he didn't want to take it. However, there was still a mystery in his heart that was deeply rooted in him. The world where people had fled from in ancient times, those giant beasts, and that mysterious young man. He had been astonishingly intelligent and talented all his life. He understood that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Thus, he took up the responsibility and dedicated his life to contributing to the future generations and mankind. Most of his time was spent on research. In fact, he had always wanted to let himself go once and live for himself based on his inner thoughts. However, he was not really willing to waste his precious time. Every minute and every second was fighting for his life with the times. He began to wander around the two human empires. He had spent most of his life in the laboratory, and it was only now that he had personally witnessed the changes he had brought about. It was like a completely different world from the medieval era of city-states and tribes. Due to the high temperature of the lava river, the entire mechanical city was surrounded by a faint white cloud. Many cars were driving on the ground, and some bread-shaped aircraft were even flying back and forth in the sky. It was like a molten city of machines. There were many scythe-shaped, cone-shaped buildings that were filled with a sci-fi and ideal charm. The humans here were always hot. They wore very few hot shorts and short sleeves. Wheat-skinned girls were racing on motorcycles, sweating hot sweat as they sped past. Some wealthy merchants were even riding airships in the sky. Guns, and transportation have always been the two human empires' most advanced technology. Computer technology, which has never existed before, has successfully appeared. Once it has sprouted, it will quickly develop itself. Levis looked at the world he had created. On this day, Levis walked around the human city and was satisfied. He made an announcement on TV. I will step down any position in the human world. The honorary supreme marshal of the two empires, dean of the Academy of Science, the head of the Super Research Institute. After today, I'll just be an ordinary old man. Boom. On the television, countless viewers were in an uproar. No one could believe that their one and only God had stepped down. Levis did not wait for the crowd to react. I will be an ordinary old rich businessman. I will explore the ancient forbidden world, the land where we humans originated, the place where we were born. Someone is willing to travel with me? The TV viewers, all stunned. They didn't expect it to be so sudden. According to the legends of the ancient ancestors, there was a terrifying super life form there. It was a forbidden area that must not be entered. Otherwise, it might attract those terrifying monsters and cause them to descend on human territory. This paradise was not easy to come by. Levis said, "We won't be coming back on this trip. We don't want to bring back an unknown disaster. There's no way out. It's an adventure that's going to cost you your life. The members must be above 25 years old. Young people are not allowed to participate. In a 30-year-old's lifespan, a 25-year-old was equivalent to a 40 or 50-year-old person." Everyone was silent. Mr. Levis was going to announce the end of his life. Many people suddenly stopped talking, their hearts filled with complicated feelings. Finally, Levis said the most sensational sentence in front of the TV. "We will use radio technology to conduct a remote live broadcast. I will reveal the truth to the whole world on this journey that will lead to certain death. What is the origin of our human history and civilization? It was indeed the theory of divine creation. Or is it the evolution of species?" This was Levis' dream. From that day on, the mysterious figure he saw kept expanding in his memory. It was rooted in his mind and could not be removed. It even became the only barrier in his heart. "In the final moment of my life, I don't want to struggle and live another life. I want to do something I like. I want to choose my own life and go on a trip to that mysterious forbidden area. I want to know the origin of humans. I want to know what the mysterious creature meant when he said those words to the two babies." He murmured, and his turbid eyes gradually became firm. This was the desire and dream of a lifetime that he was willing to exchange for with his death. In an instant, the entire country began to discuss. Broadcasting that terrifying land? That would be too terrifying. What did Mr. Levis mean by the origin of humans? Wasn't it the biological evolution that he had deduced? Weren't humans evolved from orangutans and apes? However, Mr. Levis' voice was filled with doubt from the beginning to the end. Many people heard that Mr. Levis had been on the verge of death several times. He seemed to have seen some terrible near-death experience and began to mumble and conduct some theology and soul research. And now, this giant of science seemed to be more and more immersed in the field of theology. What happened? The moment he stepped down, the leader of science threw himself into the field of theology. It seems that science is a profession, and theology is a real hobby. This was simply too shocking. Their god of technology, who had brought them such a prosperous era of science and technology, had actually become extremely interested in religions and superstitions. Empire 165. After another 4 years of preparation, the group of elderly people began their final journey. They were the elites of the old, the top of their respective industries. Unwilling to die of old age alone, they brought the most advanced equipment from the two empires, carried mountaineering bags, and some advanced equipment, and set foot in the ancestral forbidden zone of the human race. We want to open up a path for mankind. The glory that we once lost, we have re-established it here. When Levis and the others opened the underground cave that was still sealed and walked out of the surface, they instantly saw a brand new vast green grassland, a new world. Here, we will find the origin of mankind. Boom, long. A giant bird that looked like a Jurassic dinosaur quickly streaked across the sky. The terrifying aura made this group of old people tremble. On the other end of the television, there were many mechanical steel cities. People were sitting on the couches and watching the live broadcast. When they saw this scene, they could not help but clench their hearts, and their minds went blank. There really is such a terrifying life form that is close to God. A strange bird flew across the sky. Its dark red wings, which were as solid as lava, slowly spread out. The entire land was instantly covered by squirming shadows, mountains, forests, grasslands. What kind of strange bird is that? It's so huge. It's comparable to a 7-story skyscraper. It was emitting an extremely terrifying power. It tore our entire civilization into pieces. A white-haired old woman in a white shirt took off her rimmed glasses and looked up with a cane in her hand. At this moment, the pride of mankind was shattered, and they realized the weakness of civilization. History will remember this great moment of mankind, the romantic and beautiful era of miracles. There was a white-haired and dignified gentleman who slowly held onto his walking stick and carried a mountaineering bag. However, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he admired the scene. Alina, we were right. This land bears witness to our final love. What a beautiful life this is. An Eastern man and a golden-haired old woman hugged each other and sighed in admiration. They were also shocked by this romantic and boundless scene, and it became the most beautiful before they died of old age. Most of the people present were senior members of human society. They were no longer afraid of death and respected Mr. Levis. They wanted to enter the unknown forbidden origin world with him. To the entire society, it was the greatest honor of life to be buried with the legend of human science and die of old age. Many of them were adventurers who loved outdoor sports. They had the spare time to manage businesses and financial groups, climb dangerous mountain terrain, enter rivers, and dive into the deep sea. But they had never seen such a shocking scene. Organize the equipment. Radar. Scan the surrounding environment. Drone, take off. Scan the surrounding map for the super life forms with high heat. Hurry up! Hurry up! Dig a secret base underground and apply the invisibility coating. These unknown life forms might have the ability to scan. This is a brand new life form. Perhaps we should add new content to our evolutionary theory. We need to find a branch of the lava river. We need to set up camp so that we can have an unlimited supply of energy. Otherwise, the war chariots and weapons would just be a pile of scrap metal. The green-colored mechanical war chariots stopped one after another. Some of the mechanical rectangular war chariots even started to transform rapidly. Huge shovels that looked like excavators appeared and started to dig underground. Ding dong. In the capital of the human empire of the West, Velia, The big screen in Times Square was broadcasting this shocking scene live. On the streets, the elderly and children, Westerners and Easterners, all stopped in their tracks and showed a look of disbelief. On the television, a handsome host in a suit was explaining. He was also a little dumbfounded. Dear respected audience, the era of all mankind has changed because of this. The exploration team led by Mr. Livis has arrived. That's the origin of our human race. Our ancestors once escaped from there. What kind of life code is hidden there? I'm looking forward to it. But no matter what. The host roared in excitement. Imperial calendar, year 165, 8th of July. History will remember this great moment. We humans, we've discovered a new continent. Ada. Clang. In front of the black and white television, countless people knocked over their cups. Some high-end families had even used the latest LCD computers to watch this magical scene. Oh, my true lord, that's a strange bird that's as big as a skyscraper? Is this world too crazy, or is our mind in disorder? That's another world. Is it the religious frescoes in the ancient myths? The origin of lava fortilgas? Heavens, a mythical creature actually exists. No wonder Mr. Levis would lose his composure. All of humanity watched the live broadcast on the television and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They seemed to have opened the door to a strange world. Terrifying mythical beasts shuttled back and forth, and clouds and mist lingered, exuding a vast, ancient, and mysterious aura. To the people living in the modern urban society, with the development of technology, cars, planes, and cannons, the world was already similar to the ordinary world view of the people on Earth. Even the level of technological civilization was roughly the same. It was already difficult to accept such extraordinary things. It was as if people had suddenly discovered the 8th continent on the 7 continents of the entire Earth. A group of aliens lived on this new continent, and they had terrifying supernatural powers that were similar to the revival of the supernatural. This was a storm. On the internet, someone quickly spoke up. It reminds me of a new online novel that has just emerged in the past few months. Wuxia novels, flying on roofs and vaulting on walls. It can travel in the air. The kind of novels that don't need to be published in traditional newspapers and are published on the internet. Ha ha ha. I've also seen it, the recent series of Plum Blossom Fist. He fell off the cliff and found the 3 plum blossoms skill. He found many beautiful women. Oh my god, there should be laws on the internet. This kind of novel is mixed with colors. We should be making huge profits, but this one in front of us is much more powerful than those wuxia novels. Suji walked down the street and sat down on a wooden bench in a fountain square. Next door was a milk tea shop. A group of people surrounded the TV in the shop and watched the legendary broadcast crazily. Some young people riding motorcycles screamed loudly. They were extremely excited and brimmed the aura of youth. After all, black and white televisions were already common, but only the rich could afford color LCD screens. In order to watch more clearly, they would choose to watch it in some beverage stores and bookstores. An expensive color TV had also become a standard for shops to attract customers. Suji sat down and opened the God of Creation browser on the light blue desktop of his personal computer. Naturally, he could connect to the wireless signal of this human technological society and even hack into their internet. They're still stuck in the primitive category of wuxia novels, so the pleasure point is very low. There were no fantasy or xiangxia novels. I really want to make a novel and post it on the internet, so they know what's really fragrant. Suji smiled faintly. At that moment, under the live broadcast of the historical event of mankind, Levis and the other old men had built a temporary technology base. They brought the best internet technology and military lava technology to explore these lands. They even discovered some strange creatures and supernatural animals, which caused screams in front of the TV. People were excited to the extreme. In front of the TV, everyone's face started to turn serious. After collecting the surrounding terrain data, the human army began to explore the ancient land and hunt some low-level giant beasts. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses and many people were killed or those wild beasts were too terrifying. It was very difficult for firearms to penetrate their skin and armor, and they required countless troops to fire at them at the same time. Their vitality was extremely tenacious, and they could even burst out with all kinds of unimaginable, extraordinary powers. Fire, hailstones, tornadoes, and even spiritual attacks. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. As the muzzle of the gun glowed, a dog-like beast madly advanced in the rain of bullets. The new B-91 tank has been destroyed. 13 casualties. News, one after another. Not only were the viewers watching the live broadcast excited, Levis also clenched his fists tightly. This giant beast is the limit of our hunting range. We must take it down. After losing 1/3 of their forces, a fiery red dog-shaped giant beast had its limbs broken. Its body was covered in bullet holes and was locked in a cage. Blood was dripping from it as it looked at Levis with hatred. Goo goo. A strange language came out of the beast's mouth, as if it was roaring. Levis looked at the scene in front of him and took a deep breath. This is incredible. These giant beasts have terrifying intelligence and their own language. The surrounding elders were also silent and filled with sorrow. They had not thought of living when they came here, but they did not expect to die so quickly. It's hard to imagine what kind of life form this is. Its muscles and armors are comparable to the toughest lava alloy that mankind has ever made. This giant beast's blood is boiling hot and scorching. It can even burn the fragile skin of us. It has an unimaginably huge physique. The blood has already been sent for testing. Sounds came from the surroundings. Levis was still staring at the roaring beast. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation reverberated in his head. Stupid, unknown transcendent beast, you're provoking me. Let me go now. My father is the third godly general of the Holy Emperor. He will annihilate your entire race. Levis' mind was in shock. Sound could be transmitted to the mind, and it could actually be communicated using brainwaves. This divine sense? Was it really an ancient mythical being? You said I'm a magical beast. He could not help but ask, what about the others? People? You call those creatures humans? Stupid magical beast, don't lie to me. Although you look the same, you're not of the same species. You're not human, the giant beast growled. There's a magic core in your brain, but nothing else. Humans are just ordinary level beasts, and it was a magical beast in human skin. This is the difference in the essence of life. Magic cores? Did the pineal gland? The old Lewis's body trembled. What about the Holy Emperor? Who is it? The giant beast did not seem to be very intelligent. It was extremely proud and spoke of the common sense of this world. Stupid, human-skinned magical beasts. Each of the 13 lava regions is vast and boundless. The Sacred Emperor is one of the 7 strongest experts in our Stone Wall region. It's the great ancestor of the Lava Dragon clan. From the beast's mouth, Levis learned that the Holy Emperor was a Tier 6 powerhouse. and had already fully matured. According to the ancient memories, there was only one supreme god in the 13 large domains who had reached the heavenly emperor realm. After all, humans hadn't developed for a long time, and behemoths like them had only been around for a short time. Peak geniuses like the sacred emperor had great aptitudes. As time passed, they might become heavenly emperors in the future. This giant beast race was called the Moker Beast. They were a sub-dragon race and were only at the 4th rank. With their lava talent, they could gain intelligence at the 4th rank, but their reproductive ability was low. 4th rank. It's already very difficult for us to kill them. The planes and cannons kept firing, and we lost half of our troops. Levis took a deep breath and felt that it was very terrifying. A 4th-grade demonic beast with individual ability would be a huge threat to human society. Then, 5th rank, 6th rank. It's hard to imagine. We humans are still so weak. Levis was shocked. Then, what is the language you are communicating with in my mind? This is something that only a high-level demon beast with a magic core can communicate with. The 2 great magic cores from both sides will directly communicate through their consciousness. The magical beast said arrogantly, "This is an ancient divine language. It's the words of the origin. They form our consciousness and souls. It's the construction of our great talent. It grants us endless power. It has a great name. It's called sea language." In the modern human society, when Levis announced some information to the entire human race at the military base, the people in front of the TV instantly boiled over. Oh, sea language? Is this the language of God? It formed the consciousness and soul of a transcendent talent. Since there's a godly language, the legendary God actually exists. Everyone in front of the TV clenched their fists. Some schools even suspended classes. In the multimedia classroom, high school students and middle school students put down textbooks and stared at the multimedia screen. They felt that their worldviews had been overturned. A 4th-grade magical beast already has the power to destroy our city. The streets, the tall buildings, everything will be destroyed. Then a tier 5 is enough to destroy an entire city. A tier 6, perhaps. This is a dream. It must be a dream. This kind of unscientific thing. Human society fell into a slight panic. But they still believed in their god Levis. He had developed the entire era of technology and brought them hope. He had created miracles one after another, and he could do so now. In just half a month, human society was still closely watching the live broadcast on television every day. This was related to the life and death of mankind. Next, Levis killed the behemoth, took out its magic core, and began to study it in a trance. They had to a more secretive location. Levis had studied their magic cores and found that they were a type of supernatural energy that was very similar to his pineal gland brain. As he studied them day by day, he was so immersed in his research that he was almost ready to use this power. The entire empire's internet was also rapidly developing because of this cross-century live broadcast on television. People began to establish it and discuss it on the forums. Other than the suppression-class weapons like nuclear bombs, it's similar to the modern civilization on Earth. Suji just smiled and secretly posted the source code of the software and disclosed it on the forum. It quickly became popular in the form of a Weibo, a personal Weibo, and a small forum attached. It was a very trendy model in line with the development of society. Many people commented on the forum, "Oh, the god of Levis will definitely be able to obtain everything." According to the military's live broadcast, Mr. Levis has already obtained some magic cores. Perhaps we will be able to defeat the demonic beasts soon. I've decided I'm going to major in mechanical energy in college to study the extraordinary power of magical beasts. However, just as the entire human society and the people of the two human empires were cheering, at 9:64 p.m., everyone watching the live broadcast felt their hearts clench. This was because they saw a huge magical beast break into the underground military base. It was the father of the Class 4 magical beast that had been killed. This was a terrifying Class 5 giant beast. The resistance of the entire army was destroyed in an instant. Heavens! How did it find this place? A chubby middle school student with a face full of freckles shouted as he sat in front of the sofa. This doesn't make sense. A civil servant put down his briefcase. Perhaps it's some kind of special spell that can track and find auras? Are we humans going to die? The forum was flooded with messages, and some people were even in despair. In the live broadcast, a fierce battle began. In the tunnel of the newly built base, there was a crazy exchange of fire. Old men with guns and shells were madly bombarding the terrifying giant beast. Cover. Levis. For the glory and fear of mankind. Two. One by one, the old men roared and even drove the tanks to crush the passage. They were all the higher-ups of large corporations. They were CEOs, helmsmen, and even controlled 80% of the human empire's social lifeline. Among them, there was even a retired president of the Eastern Empire. The president should not have stepped down so early. He stepped down because he was old and wanted to follow in Mr. Levis' footsteps. The top intelligence of humans wanted to do something meaningful before they died of old age. Explosions, roars, and chaos. I can't lose. The woman pulled her child and sat in front of a black leather sofa. She watched the TV and clenched her fists. A group of young biker gang members, dressed in gaudy clothes and tattooed tattoos, were speeding on the streets, causing many passers-by to curse. Suddenly, they stopped, and the motorcycles looked at the big screen in the fountain square. That night, humans did not sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the entire human base was basically destroyed. Only a small number protected Mr. Levis in a small lava plain and managed to escape. Human bases were destroyed. The entire human force that had entered was too weak and was easily destroyed. Modern technology could not resist a level 5 creature, and only Mr. Levis was left. Boom. Boom. In dark night. At this moment, a plane landed in the wilderness. Mr. Levis, an old man covered in blood, walked down the woods with a camera and a live broadcast pole. He was surrounded by primitive bushes and rainforests. He smiled bitterly at the camera. Underestimated the fearsomeness of that world. They might have all kinds of superpowers that science can't understand. They might be able to find the base based on the aura. They might even be able to read human memories and investigate human souls. The entire human society was watching the television nervously. Perhaps, very soon, they will use this to find our human society and attack. As soon as he said this, everyone in front of the TV fell silent. Everything was because of my selfishness. My thirst for knowledge in the pursuit of science made me think of this world. I studied the extraordinary giant beasts, searched for the origin of humans, and wanted to find out if a legendary human existed. Now, I still have to continue my research. I don't know how long I can hold on. I'll broadcast this to everyone until the last moment. Don't come in and think of a way to save me. Don't enter this terrifying world. We ancient humans couldn't defeat them in the past, and we can't defeat them now. Besides, they might not be able to find our underground entrance. Levis lay down. He was too tired and began to rest. The next day, he began to livestream creating technology and researching machinery for everyone. In the next few days, under the panic of the people, Levis directly hunted some wild beasts. He brought machine guns with him, but he narrowly escaped death several times. During his continuous research, he even moved his residence a few times to replenish fuel and energy. He was struggling on his last breath, and the people were frightened. Levis' wilderness survival and technological research would determine the future of the entire human race. We can help. Yup. The wireless communication device is still there. Mr. Levis, you can communicate with us. You have gathered all the wisdom and power of us humans. We can help with the research. All human research institutes, mobilize. At this moment, a message appeared. It was a Weibo account with the name Holy Emperor Michael. There was a screenshot of a golden dragon with its huge body sitting in front of a computer, typing on the keyboard and holding the mouse with its dragon claws. It looked a little funny. The caption of the picture was, "My subordinates have already offered you strange things to me. You low-level creatures are really interesting. Society? Mechanical? Planes and cannons? Especially this internet. It's very... I'm going to invade your world. Please wait and see." Suddenly, the entire Weibo was in an uproar. The world was developing in a way. In the mysterious and vast origin of lava, the god of humans, Mr. Levis, was doing a live broadcast of survival in the wild for all of mankind. On the other hand, a giant dragon had plundered human technology equipment and directly declared war on human Weibo. Instantly, the Weibo of Holy Emperor Michael was in an uproar and countless people came to watch. This Weibo status was liked by 19,501 people. 74243. Number of followers, 17 million. It has suddenly soared to the highest number on Weibo. Big Bo. Spare me. Kowtow. Holy Emperor Michael, please let us humans go like farts. Trembling. They're a bunch of human spies. We, the Middle East Civil Science University, would rather die than submit. Civil Aviation University of Mechanical Engineering. All teachers and students declare war. A mere dragon. Invade our world and let you see the power of technological cannons. The entire Weibo was boiling with excitement. Suji was sitting in the cold drink shop, scrolling through Weibo and eating his drink. He was suddenly a little speechless. The development of this world was a little special. Previously, there was the president's Twitter to rule the country, and now there was the giant dragon Weibo to declare war. Was a very strange scene. A giant golden dragon sat in front of a human's computer and declared war on the two human empires on Weibo through human internet communication devices. It was grotesque and variegated, but natural. Any superior life form that was still in the primitive beast world would be like this. And this golden dragon would definitely study human technology and equipment and be curious about the technology of computers. How develop? Suji sat quietly in the milk tea shop and sipped his milk tea. He felt as if time had passed peacefully. He sat on the chair and looked out at the street through the glass. You've escaped, but you still have to face it. This giant dragon, how dare he post on the Weibo of our human society? Let's see if we don't curse him to death. In the distance, a group of young people surrounded the television and shouted. There was even a computer in the milk tea shop, and countless people were crazily scrolling through Weibo. The young people these days were no longer obsessed with mechanical tanks and mechanical motorcycles, but were addicted to the internet and television. Sir, don't you want to watch TV? A sexy and hot girl was holding a cup of milk tea on the table. No, I won't. Suji looked at her. The hot girl was stunned. She actually sat down on the opposite seat and smiled. You're really special. It's the first time I've seen such a charismatic young man. We're changing with the tide of every era, just like the era of Mr. Levis Electric Power Company, the era of mechanical lava, and the current internet era, and the incomparably terrifying new world before us. The hot girl turned her head and looked at the cheering young men, as if she had seen the trend of the times. And you're not cheering at the TV like them. Suji was stunned and looked at the woman. You're very special. You don't go with the flow. You're even more special. How should I put it? You have a very special and mysterious aura, and your long robe and clothes are very handsome. The hot girl said. It was a wizard's robe. There were many strange clothes in this world, and the berserk culture was prevalent. A bunch of specially dressed mechanical motorcyclists raced all day long, even flying in the sky of this mechanical city. No matter how he dressed, he would not look out of place. The hot girl smiled and said, Let's get to know each other. My name is Caroline. My father is an Eastern businessman from a distant place. My mother is from the Anir region and is also of Chinese and Western descent. She is of mixed descent, just like Mr. Levis. However, he is not as smart as the god of humans, Levis. And she looked at her. This world was very passionate, and it was very normal for girls to chase after him. You think I'm hitting on you? Caroline laughed and shook her head. Don't misunderstand, the man I look forward to the most is Mr. Levis. In this world, love is not the only thing. There are many things worth pursuing, such as science. I am a celibate like Mr. Levis, and I will not marry in my life. Of course, if the person Mr. Levis, I will pursue science. Suji looked at her somewhat sparse hair and nodded. This is hereditary. Carolyn was stunned for a moment before she laughed and scolded him. She seemed to be a very talkative and friendly young lady. She had the enthusiasm of the locals. The lava world, perhaps because of the hot weather, was very hospitable. Caroline looked at the lively TV and said, It's hard to imagine what will happen in the future. What kind of fate will mankind face? Or if we obtain those terrifying individual mythological powers, we will also have strong people and become very strong. A technological civilization or an extraordinary civilization. Which one do you like? Suji slowly stirred the milk tea with a blue straw. What's the difference? Carolyn was curious. These are two different paths of civilization. The difference is huge. Suji explained. In the era of science, everyone is almost equal. We rely on the power of external objects, artillery, firearms. Even in the future, when people developed extremely advanced technology, they would be able to obtain eternal life through self-modification of their bodies. They would have powerful individual strength, astonishing mechanical spaceships, and the ability to perform space-time jumps. They would still be equal individuals, and each individual would not be too exaggerated or special. No matter how technology would develop, it would be the same as it was now. Some people would apply to be police officers. Some would learn how to pilot spaceships to protect the border. Some would apply to be teachers. Extraordinary civilizations are individual civilizations. Individual civilization? She asked. Suji took a sip of his milk tea. They have a pyramid structure, with a strong man who rules over all life. It's an era of individual heroes, and they're high and mighty. Do you see that dragon? His world was like this. He was known as the Holy Emperor, ruling over a piece of land and deciding the life and death of all transcendents. Because of his great strength, no one could disobey him. Carolyn seriously thought about the advantages and disadvantages of the two civilizations and smiled gently. so that's how it is. In our era of technology, a tyrant will definitely be overthrown, but individual civilizations cannot be overthrown. Are they feudalistic? Was it a tyrant dictatorial? A very profound understanding. If I had to choose, I would choose individual civilization. Her eyes flashed with longing. Perhaps it's because as I've never come into contact with such a world. I'm very curious and looking forward to it. Or perhaps I'm more of a hero, and I'm influenced by Mr. Levis. Suji just smiled. She was a very interesting woman. Perhaps it could become the trigger for an era. In the next few months, Suji would occasionally come over to drink milk tea. Caroline also became a frequent visitor. The two of them often chatted, but not long after, a war broke out. The Holy Emperor, Michael, the Lord of the Giant Dragons, at the front line led the giant beasts and successfully found the underground tunnel in this land. After confirming the location, he began the invasion. For the human empire. Boom! Artillery shells, firearms, planes, and tanks were all being fended off by the frontline troops. The Golden Dragon, Michael, declared war on Weibo. Screenshots. It was still taken from the front camera of the computer. In the picture, there was a lava cave filled with golden metal. A giant golden dragon sat on a small folding stool, looking at the computer screen with relish. Its dragon claws were holding the mouse. This round sitting posture caused its body to be bloated and round. Human, surrender. Become a member of my army. Accept my rule. I will give you preferential treatment as slaves. Bring me your milk tea, wine, and web novels. Right. It's that plum blossom fistman that's still being serialized. Quickly update it. And you human women are so attractive. 3 plum blossoms, give me 100 beautiful women. The human empires were speechless. They immediately vomited blood. Oh my God. This was the fearsome nature of the internet. Who knew how this majestic, terrifying, and invincible golden dragon learned about human society from a pile of trash information on the internet and became so interested in it? However, this was an opportunity. After all, it was a stupid beast, and its way of thinking was very different. The higher-ups of the 2 human empires held a meeting and quickly made a request. We've already taken the author of the Plum Blossfist hostage, and are adding chapters. We've even invited many web novelists to lock themselves in a small dark room and write any novel that you're interested in for your excellency, the great holy emperor Dragon Michael. On Weibo, it said coldly, "Stupid humans, as long as I conquer the entire human race, you will be my slaves. I will have everything I want, glory, beauty, wealth, power." Oh my God. Was this body? He had even learned this? What else did it learn from the internet? Some of the country's leaders were heartbroken. They should have dealt with the chaotic internet a long time ago, but now they were suffering from it. A terrifying war had erupted. The military factories of the 2 empires began to operate. The firepower of a human army of over 100,000 was too terrifying. Even a Saint Emperor Dragon would not dare to be exposed to such an environment. It would deal a fatal blow to him in an instant. It would not die, but it would be injured. If it was injured, it would be coveted by other lords, and it could only be boiled in warm water. In less than half a month, a large number of human elites had died. A total of 7,000 people had died in battle, and the entire human society was in an extremely tense state. The destruction of civilization was about to arrive. At this time, Levis was still struggling to survive in the outside world, even constantly avoiding the people sent by the Holy Emperor. Just a little more, he growled. The old man was wearing a white coat and was studying the rank 4 magic core under a microscope. If I can succeed, I can use the power of the magic core to build mechanical weapons and unleash the power of a rank 4. If I can secretly attack the rear, there might be a chance. However, they were still too slow. The war that broke out at the front line was too tragic. Suddenly, Levis' message flickered. The old man turned on his computer and saw a message from the Super Research Institute. It was the content that he had asked the institute to investigate. It was a photo. In the photo was a milk tea shop. A young man in a black wizard's robe was drinking milk tea quietly, and a hot girl was chatting next to him. It's him. Levis' mind went blank. That temperament, that dress, and that figure were so deeply imprinted in his memory that they had become an eternal barrier in his heart. He would never forget that mysterious and unknown language that he had used to hold the 2 ancestral babies. He had been exploring and analyzing the possible meaning of that sentence. Not in the land I came to, but in our human society. His withered hand began to tremble as he gripped the mouse tightly in excitement. He was unprecedentedly silent as he immediately typed into the computer, "Talk. I request to talk to him." Levis was broadcasting live in front of all human televisions at all times, and this moment was no exception. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. What was this? What was happening? "Mr. Levis, you're so excited after seeing a photo." And he even requested to talk to this young man. Instantly, countless local and national television stations were fighting to report on it. At this time, the entire city was in a panic. The terrifying magical beasts had attacked the modern city and had just destroyed the 3rd largest city of mankind, Vunside. What about the future? Too many people had died. It was like the end of the world. They had never been as nervous as they were now as they watched the war broadcast on the television. This was because the opponent they were facing was an unprecedented, mysterious transcendent being. A giant golden dragon? Modern weapons could not kill him at all. At the same time, on the other end of the live broadcast, the god of humans, Mr. Levis, wanted to see someone at a critical moment in his research. Mr. Levis' expression was like that of a hungry traveler in the desert. His eyes were bright, and he saw a pool of hope. Who is he? Why did Mr. Levis request to talk to him? These 2 questions surrounded the minds of everyone in front of the TV. At this time, in a remote city in the Anair area, countless soldiers and media had surrounded the entire Mia district. "Hello everyone. This is the Central TV Department, one of the eastern countries. I'm reporter Junah. I'm from the Anair area in the west, and I'm here to bring you the latest news. According to the news, Mr. Levis has requested to speak to a mysterious person here. We don't know what exactly happened, but we will follow up in real time and do a live broadcast." A hot Asian female reporter kept reporting to the camera. When Mr. Levis was about to talk to the mysterious young man, the media was running at full speed and exploded in an instant. Mr. Levis had actually done such a strange move at the tragic moment of the war. The possible meaning behind this was too great. Could it be Mr. Levis' secret plan? This young man was his favorite student, and he had mastered some special knowledge. The eyes of the entire world were focused on this remote western land. Countless satellites embedded in the sky walls were filming, and drones were shuttling between high-rise buildings. This world placed great importance on scientists. The appearance of any scientific genius would cause countless television and news media to broadcast, and they would also receive generous treatment. Countless capitalists, consortiums, and even the state would invest in them. This was the case in front of them. In the milk tea shop. Caroline was sitting across the table and chatting with Xuji. All of a sudden, those young men from the motorcycle gang who were sitting in front of the TV and shouting stopped. The people who were sitting on the other side of the computer also went silent in an instant. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their expressions excited and complicated. It was as if everyone's face could become the best micro-expression actor, fanatical, reverent, envious, admiring, and shocked. They all looked over at the same time. What are they doing? Caroline was shocked and quickly put down the milk tea. Don't tell me it's those robbers from the biker gang in Westfall. Was shop going to be held hostage? My family is very poor. Don't rob me. Xuji, however, looked around, and his expression changed slightly. He had already connected to the internet from his personal computer and understood the whole story. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Technology is so advanced, it's developing too fast. I didn't expect that satellite surveillance would be installed in such a remote place. Ewaise. On the lava stone wall in the sky, there was a satellite with a man-made camera. The satellite provided a satellite network, which was a signal tower and also came with road and city monitoring. Clang, clang. The street outside the milk tea shop was instantly blocked. Countless long cars with TV stations printed on them appeared at the intersection. Lava-spurting aircraft were also flying back and forth in the sky, making it look like a sci-fi mechanized city from the future. The group of biker gang members in front of the TV suddenly screamed, "Oh! Oh my God!" It was unbelievable. Mr. Levis wants to have a conversation with our milk tea shop. Hurry up and put on your makeup, we're going on TV. Thank my mother. Thank my father. This is the most glorious moment of my life. They were really at a loss. Suddenly, they didn't know who took the lead and began to fix their makeup. Thus, one by one, they followed the trend and quickly took out a small mirror and began to fix their appearance and clothes. Xuji cast them a glance and was a little speechless. Oh my God. What's happening? Looking at the rapidly set up cameras outside, as well as the countless streams of people and drones, Caroline's mind went blank. A bank robbery happened nearby. A notorious murderer is hiding here? A voice came from afar. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Connie, and I'm here to report the latest and most complete information on this mysterious man. He's dressed in a black long robe, very fantasy-like and retro, as if he's dressed in a different world. He's handsome and delicate. A handsome, middle-aged host in a black suit was holding a microphone. He couldn't hide his excitement. Caroline was startled, and she turned her head in disbelief. He's looking for you? You're the only son of wealth? No. It was impossible to mobilize a large number of people even with great wealth. Are you Mr. Levis' illegitimate son? A group of TV stations surrounded the milk tea shop like crazy, but they were very aware that they did not enter. Instead, they filmed from a distance outside the milk tea shop. They were very polite. The person in charge of the Super Research Institute walked in with small steps. It's Kenny. Sitting in the empty milk tea shop, Caroline's expression was no longer calm. This was the proud disciple of his idol, Mr. Levis. He was also the head of the Super Research Institute and the heir. At this moment, Caroline was even more certain of the identity of the illegitimate child. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation between sir and madam. May I have a seat here, Sanny? He was a polite middle-aged man, giving off the feeling of a gentle noble. She nodded. Kenny sat calmly across from her. This was a table for 4, and since Caroline and Xuji were sitting opposite each other, Kenny naturally sat next to Caroline. Caroline was so shocked that her body trembled. She hurriedly pretended to casually pick up the milk tea, but she was screaming in her heart. She felt as if she had been ordinary for the first half of her life. Every day, she went to work and got off work, and then she would drink milk tea. Now, she suddenly felt as if she was living in a novel, all of which were bizarre and grotesque. Xuji was speechless. He cast a glance at the television station and the news media outside, then looked at Kenny, who was sitting politely across from him. "Can you tell me why you're here?" Ka-cha. Ka-cha. Outside the milk tea shop's transparent glass wall, many media outlets were taking photos. "My teacher, Levis, would like to speak to you." Kenny placed a black laptop on the table and flipped open the screen. On the other end was Levis. It had been a long time since he last took a bath. His hair was a mess, and he was covered. He was in a dark cave surrounded by mechanical parts. Xuji looked at the white-haired old man, who was worthy of respect. He had dedicated his entire life to human technology and social civilization. He had endless wisdom, great ambitions, hot-blooded arrogance, and even wanted to fight against the heavens. He wanted to push forward the development of civilizations, one by one, with his own strength. But he had done it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire era belonged to him, Levis. Human history is developing. He is the only one who still looks the same as he did in the past. Levis' throat was dry. He looked at the great existence, who was quietly hiding in the milk tea shop. The years of human development seemed to have left no trace on him. He seemed to symbolize eternity. After a moment of silence, Levis said with a longing voice, "Can you tell me who you are? How long have you been in human society? Humans, why are you here?" On the other end of the screen, Levis could not help but whisper and tremble. This was the question that he had been pursuing for his entire life. The biggest obstacle in his search for the path of science. He asked all the questions that he had accumulated the years in one breath. At this moment, he was like a sorrowful old man, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. This included the mechanical war chariot biker race, Caroline, Kenny, who were still dressing up and posing in the distance. Human society was in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? He asked this mysterious young man, how long had he been hiding in human history? What was the origin of humans? It was as if he was asking about a mysterious ancient existence that had witnessed the entire history of human civilization. Xuji just watched Levis quietly, as if the weight of the entire human society was far less than that of him alone. He laughed and said, "You've finally found me, Levis. These 3 questions, what do you think?" Levis was silent for a moment. He trembled as he asked the question he had in the past. "You are a god. You've stayed in human society for the entire history. Humans appeared because of you. Is my guess right?" "Sure." Outside the milk tea shop, countless cars and people instantly fell into dead silence. When the entire human race was in danger of extinction, Levis asked a mysterious human in a milk tea shop and made suspicions. Everyone in front of the TV widened their eyes in disbelief, and Mr. Levis's words had revealed too much. Because of this young man in front of him, the god of human beings, Levis, began to explore and research theology. Was it because the young man in front of him had become a major shadow in Levis' scientific life? Mr. Levis called him a god? Could it be a god from the legends? The entire Weibo forum went crazy. So Mr. Levis, who had been studying the path of science, suddenly turned to look for theology and explore the field of theology because he discovered something terrible. He discovered this incredible young man while studying some corner of human history? Heavens! This was too bizarre. I guess I forgot to eat bread for breakfast. In the end, he was so hungry that he fainted. A fantasy appeared. At this moment, even Holy Emperor Michael expressed his surprise on Weibo. You humans, what are you trying to do to trick me? Do you think I'll be fooled? This was impossible. I don't believe it at all. Let's just see. Anyone who saw this scene would feel as if their hearts were clenched and they couldn't breathe. At this moment, the entire human empire was silent, silently waiting for the mysterious man to speak. Xu Ji at the trembling Levis, then at the cameras and TV stations around him. He was still very calm. He felt that the person he was chatting with for this afternoon tea had changed from Caroline to Levis. It was simply a different person. He was already used to this. Xu Ji just stared into the white-haired old man's panicked eyes. As the smartest man in the human race, Levis, what is a god in your eyes? What is your definition of God? On the other side of the screen, Levis was deep in thought. The old man's lips trembled. He seemed to be in a state of extreme tension. He did not answer, but was thinking, giving himself an answer he would explore for his entire life. Xu Ji was not in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the biker gang, who were so excited that they were about to faint. What do you think a god is? You're asking us? The biker gang members were stunned. They were so scared that they fainted. This was an inquiry. God, who might be great. Some of them fell limply to the ground, and most of them had their minds blank, not knowing what to say. Among them, there was a tattooed muscular man who bravely stood up. He had the courage that ordinary people didn't have. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands in a strange religious gesture. He shouted, "Great God, I believe in the existence of God. I'm a devout follower of the Lava sect, which is popular in the Minika region. According to the ancient legends, there were countless beasts on the earth, and there were two great gods in the New Age, the god of beasts, Finba, and the god of humans, Monis. Finba was the ancestor of all beasts, and Monis was the ancestor of all humans. In ancient times, god Monis created clay figurines with lava in the land of lava for Dargas and created the oldest human. The gods were eternal. The gods were indestructible. God gave life to the people on earth, gave them wisdom, gave them fertile fields and the entire world, and gave them the right to choose the future. In the face of disaster, the gods will descend and protect. In Biese, the biker gang shouted, full of fanatical belief and respect. Is this your definition of God? Countless television and media outlets surrounded Xuzi's milk tea shop. They thought quietly for a moment, and then spoke again under the attention of television stations all over the world. If this is your definition, I will fulfill your definition. If you believe in God, God will exist. God will show supernatural power to bless all living beings and give you strength. If you don't believe in God, I'll leave. Xuji looked quietly at Levis on the other end of the screen. The choice of this disaster was in their hands. If they chose to believe in God, He would solve this disaster and take the opportunity to guide them on the path of extraordinary. Of course, choice was on them, not him. Xuji looked at Levis quietly and said, "Human, tell me what your choice is." Shua. The entire world was in an uproar, and countless people were in an uproar. He's a real God. Oh my God. God has come to save us. He can defeat the behemoth. The gods cannot be defeated. In front of the TV, countless families, men and women, hugged each other on the sofa and cried tears of joy. Too many people had died, and disaster could have been avoided. Levis remained silent. Television stations and media all over the world were broadcasting it like crazy. Countless people were sitting in front of their televisions, breathing rapidly. On the other side of the land of origin of lava, within a cave, a golden dragon was seated in front of a computer, followed by many powerful transcendents that were emitting terrifying auras. Suddenly, Levis raised his head, and his eyes were burning with flames. "You asked me the definition of God. I've found my definition. In my opinion, God is a living being with great power. Only when there are people can God exist. If everyone in this world is God, then there will be no God. If everyone is equal, without the power to surpass people, there will be no God. You're blaspheming the gods. You destroying humanity. God will punish all living beings on earth." The brawny biker suddenly let out a low growl. He was so excited that he couldn't be any more excited as he suddenly pounced over. Kenny quickly took out his electric ton and dodged nimbly like a secret agent. He electrocuted the biker's lower abdomen, and the entire biker fell to the ground twitching. "I'm sorry, great God." Kenny stepped back and stood elegantly to the side. He whispered to the few biker gang members and major television media who did not dare to act rashly. "The teacher's choice is the choice of our super research institution. It is also the choice of us humans. Never doubt the man with the wisdom closest to God." Levis Xuji did not care about the chaos around him. He just continued to look at Levis quietly, waiting for him to make his choice again. Levis suddenly stood up. The eyes of the white-haired old man, who had dedicated his life to science, were burning, as if the demonic barrier in his heart had been shattered. "I was once young and frivolous. I had three main purposes for the establishment of the Super Research Institute. Science has no gods. Science, not superstition. Science can't explain it. It's just that it can't be explained now." The surrounding people held their breaths. Levis suddenly took a step forward. "To this day, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. In my opinion, the so-called gods are the last humans of the prehistoric civilization." He stared at Xuzi, an ancient and unknown existence. He continued to make reasonable speculations about science and gave speeches to major TV stations. Because of a terrifying civilization extinction disaster, the rotten prehistoric civilization was destroyed. In prehistoric times, they had a civilization that we could not imagine and had power beyond our imagination. In the end, the last human who survived became the continuation of the human race. He stared at Guji and said, "It's undeniable that he possesses a terrifying godly power. That's something that our current technology can't achieve. I can't understand it, but in my opinion, the future technological civilization of the Ezodaeans will be as powerful as prehistoric times. We don't need to believe in God and search for their path to become another one of them. Because one day, we Izodanians will walk out of our own civilization and become gods." Ishtar was what they called the human race. In their language, Izodar meant lava, burning, and it was accompanied by warm and wonderful emotional colors. The people of Izodar were just like character, warm and hospitable. In the past, they rarely used this term because there were only humans in this world. They usually used the Eastern and Western races to describe the differences. However, at this moment, it was enough to witness Levis' seriousness. Xuji immediately laughed. He laughed very happily and stood up in satisfaction. "Levis, you're a special person." Levis continued, "God, you are giving the humans of our world a choice. If we believe in you, it will lead us to walk on the path of the prehistoric civilization and become the second prehistoric civilization. And this, I refuse. And this I refuse. Boom. There was an uproar. The eyes of the whole world were focused on this. They were shocked by this sentence. The conversation between humans and ancient gods at this moment was destined to be remembered for eternity. The streets, the residents in the high-rise buildings, and the TV screens in major shopping malls were all showing this scene. Mr. Levis' words instantly ignited the entire modern human civilization. Oh? Shuji smiled. Levis, is this the reply of the people of Isidar? He looked around the milk tea shop. This human technological society's current progress was very similar to Earth's. It could even be said that it was another Earth's technological civilization. The internet, television, and perhaps even Taobao would appear in the future. However, no one expected them to have such ideas. Before the disaster and extinction, he could resist the temptation at his fingertips. The backbone of this race was extremely strong and upright. It could even be said that they had a kind of stubbornness and pride that would rather die than submit. They believed in science and did not submit to theology. In the end, Xuji had some admiration for this race and civilization. He had originally wanted to get them back on the right track, but it seemed some pleasant and helpless accidents had occurred. After saying this, I suddenly regretted it. I know what I've abandoned. The future of mankind? Life? Would it lead to extinction? Yet, it's as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Levis panted heavily. His white hair and old body sat in front of the computer and laughed in a low voice. We have lived on the edge of the lava river since the era of our ancestors. Generation after generation, we have left a deep passion for forging ironware. Machinery, gunpowder, and explosions are the lava romance that is engraved in our bones. The fire-like heat, pride, passion for machinery and war chariots. The culture of the biker tribe, that is the people of Isidar. We Isodanians develop technology and study all the principles of the world. Planes, cannons, gunpowder, and explosions are our way of life. Technology allows us to look into the future, not cling on to the past. We don't believe in superstitions, but believe in the truth of materialism. There is no need to inherit the stories of our predecessors. Let what should be buried in the earth be buried forever in the past. We give science civilization. We do not believe in God, heaven, or earth. We only believe in ourselves. We will eventually surpass history. The footsteps of us Isodaians will never stop. We will reach the heights of history. Xuji was stunned for. Moment before he smiled again. This is the last choice. The realm of theology. Extraordinary power. You don't want it? Xuji stood up abruptly. Levis, perhaps you're rejecting me now because you don't know what kind of extraordinary power I have now, a power that surpasses the entire mortal world. Boom! It was as if Xuji's entire person was covered in a flaming firmament. The blood-red flames burned heavily, and an ancient aura surrounded the flames. His eyes were red and gold, and there was no joy or sorrow in them. He was like an ancient god who had revealed his true form. His endless power covered the entire heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand. The drones in the sky, the reporters from the outside world, the cameras, all the humans in the milk tea shop were all frozen. No one could move. Boom! The sky was covered with bright red clouds, as if they were on fire. They covered the entire sky of Chile, shrouding the high-rise buildings. It was like a thunderstorm that was about to fall, and the vast and boundless heavenly might was like that of a demon god. The entire world instantly held its breath. This was divine might. Oh my God. This is a power that surpasses science. This doesn't make sense. To believe in science. Even gods have appeared, so atheism should be subverted. What's there to be afraid of? This is what a god is! It's stronger than that dragon. Seeing this scene, countless people in front of the TV gasped, "Oh! Oh my god. He really was an ancient god." In front of the computer, the giant golden dragon's mouth turned into an O shape in shock. He stuttered, and his dragon claws that were holding the mouse began to shake. There were junior high school students who were looking forward to it on TV, middle-aged men in white-collar clothes pursing their lips, old people and women. All of them revealed incomparable shock. The gods of ancient times had the power of true gods. Everyone had the dream of being a hero, to become a god high above and rule over all living beings. In the eyes of the whole world, a god was standing in the halo like an ancient sculpture, looking down on all living beings. After thousands of years, he looked down on life as if it was very light, as if he was high up in the blue sky. Suddenly, a vast and ancient voice came, as if it had existed since ancient times, majestic and vast. Such power, Do you want it? We Isidellans don't. Levis's eyes were filled with determination. His spine was as straight as steel as he said, "Kenny, this disciple is here." Kenny stood up with his computer in his hands. His face was solemn as he waited for further instructions. Levis's eyes were burning with passion. He no longer looked confused. It was as if he was going to press forward from now on, record the history of this moment. No matter it is the destruction of our civilization or what kind of future we will have. Today will be a great turning point. It was that he was prepared to fight to the death. Xuji just smiled. This reply was very unexpected, but it also made him feel a different kind of happiness. It was a kind of joy that had not been seen for a long time. I hope you can make it in time. I can see the day your civilization succeeds and walk the path that belongs to you Isodians. With your terrifying science and technology, you can change the world and not be defeated. I will. Levis took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Ancient God, thank you for coming. It was you who let me understand my true heart and break the God in my heart. I only feel that I have an indomitable future ahead of me. I have been wholeheartedly researching technology. The language of my previous God, I have always been at a loss. I think that it is an unknown theology that cannot be analyzed by modern times. I am not determined to analyze it with science. Now I'm confident that once I've mastered the C language's password, I'll be able to analyze the root of the entire extraordinary magical beast. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! As soon as he said that, countless flashes lit up outside the milk tea shop, and photos were taken one after another. Xu Na, a reporter from China's Central TV Department 1, was extremely excited. She had personally taken this photo of the human's wise man, Levis, communicating with the ancient gods. Her name be remembered for thousands of years. Although the people of Isodar respected the ancient gods, they did not worship them. They only believed in science and would forever pursue it. At this moment, some of the Asidarian people were also crying. They had rejected the help of the ancient gods, felt regret and bitterness, but they felt more relieved. They couldn't abandon the path of science and the life and culture that had been deeply rooted in their bones. The people of Ishtar, a modern race that lived in the lava mechanical city, had a culture of mechanical hooligans, exquisite mechanical chariots, mechanical steam airships, modified parts, and competitions. All of these gave each of them a stubbornness and feelings that seeped into their bones. No matter how dark it is, we still believe in science, just like we believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. Willis, the 7th president of the Human Empire of the West, Boston, When people opened the ancient historical remnants, they found that the people of Isidar had abandoned the most advanced technology in the world. They only used ancient stone slabs and black murals as a way of recording, and wrote the historical chapter of the Isidar Chronicles, year 165 of the Empire. Livus found the ancient gods. After asking and communicating with them, the proud people of Isidar refused the help of the gods. The conversation was over. The computer was slowly closed, and Kini stood up solemnly. His entire body was still trembling in fear because of the vast and boundless power. Only when he was the closest to this ancient god did he feel the more terrifying it was, but he still stood straight. Like a soldier, he bowed slightly and said, "A respectable ancient god, thank you for your help to the people of Isidar. No matter what, we are extremely grateful." Xuji just smiled and watched Kani leave. Levis had chosen a very good heir. This was the first time he had seen a race and civilization did not worship gods, but believed in them. Every civilization in the past, after recognizing the existence of gods and witnessing the arrival of miracles with their own eyes, quickly prostrated themselves. Only this civilization was different. They were very special. After Kini left, the television stations and major news media outside the milk tea shop were very hesitant. They did not know if they should come in and interview this ancient god, or if they dared to come and interview him. Shu Ji stood up and left immediately, disappearing from where he was. It appeared. Heavens, what kind of power is this? The media reporters outside were stunned and rushed in frantically. Hello everyone. This is the Eastern Central TV Department 1. I am reporter Suna. We have clearly seen that this mysterious super ancient god has disappeared. Now, let's interview the biker gang in the milk tea shop. A beautiful reporter immediately interviewed a biker and asked this mysterious god how long she had been in the milk tea shop and what special actions she usually did. The gods like milk tea. The biker gang was still immersed in excitement for a long time and did not come back to his senses. Suddenly, he shouted out loud, ecstatic, as if he had discovered a big news in the century. Gods like to drink tea. Oh, it's too scary. The reporter was speechless. If he didn't drink milk tea in the milk tea shop, was he here to use the toilet? However, even though they were dumbfounded, they also expressed that they could understand. If it were them, they would also be scared to death and excited. There were also people interviewing Carolyn, who was at a loss. They excitedly handed her a microphone and asked, "May I ask, what is your relationship with the gods?" "We're just ordinary friends who got to know each other at the milk tea shop. We just chat occasionally," replied Carolyn hurriedly. There were even brand new biker gang members who rushed over. He directly snatched the table and chair by the glass window of the milk tea shop, mounted the mechanical motorcycle, and left. "We're rich." Auctioned the seat of a god. The storm was very strong. When he reappeared, Xuji had changed his clothes and appeared on a modern street. It was as if he was a traveler in time and space, walking through the entire modern city. There were cheers all around. They had witnessed the gods and marveled at the terrifying and vast miracles. They felt that it was very wonderful, although some people felt that it was a pity that they had missed out on such a power. No one was worried. In the shops, the people around the TV were discussing the greatness of the gods, but no one blamed Mr. Levis. They believed that Levis would never make a mistake. This is a race that is overconfident. Their national spirit is almost condensed on Levis. Xuji walked with small steps and could not help but praise his talent. Levis is a special person. He has the ability and enough prestige. He represents all mankind and makes decisions. The most terrifying thing is, everyone actually thinks that Levis can represent them. His prestige was so high that it was simply inconceivable. It was because Levis was already their god. He opened up a great civilization era after another. Electricity civilization, mechanical and steam civilization, internet civilization. To them, it was like a god talking to another god. The god of technology was just talking to the ancient gods. There was no need to doubt the decisions made by their god and the leaders of their civilization. And now, Levis was only choosing the path for the next era for mankind. Was there a need to question it? No need. Levis had already created so many great eras, and they were all placed in the past. The times had developed to this point, and they could not start over again. Suji's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. So, how far can you go? 3 months passed. After a few probing attacks, and seeing that the ancient god had completely disappeared, the Dragon Emperor Michael no longer had any fear and launched a fierce attack. He also provoked the humans on Weibo to destroy their morale. Large numbers of human soldiers were killed. On the other side, in the ancient land of lava, in the underground cave of the hidden snail house, at this moment, a wild cry came from a pile of machines. I see. The old man's white hair was disheveled, and he looked fanatical, like a mad scientist immersed in research. See language. It's the language of the beginning of everything, the language used by the gods to make up life, and the distant code of life. It's like a string of keys that can analyze any difficult to understand encrypted information and analyze what they call magic cores. A magic nucleus is the crystal brain of an extraordinary magic beast. It's an 8-sided crystal that stores their soul and power. As for me, I can write in C language, just like a program, and modify their brains. He continued to study it. Looking at the modified lava steam plane, he said, I can already use that grade 4 magic nucleus as a weapon and write the neural command to release the innate attack. I can release their innate abilities. As for the charging of mag nuclei, we can use the human method, the lava generator. I can only modify the plane here. On their side, they can totally make battle armors for the exoskeleton armor. He kept thinking and suddenly laughed. The next era after the internet era is the era of mechanical magic. He immediately passed on the blueprint and design ideas. At this time, the two human empires had already paid a heavy price for using guns and cannons. They had killed many extraordinary magical beasts, tamed their magic nuclei. They quickly built the machines according to the blueprints. A 7 to 8 meter tall mechanical giant was running on the ground. This was a set of 4 Class 4 monster cores. These 4 cores, their battle power would exceed that of a normal Class 4 magical beast. Furthermore, they could charge up like crazy, and in an instant, they would become a terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. What's that? How could he have the talent of us magical beasts? Some of the transcendent magical beasts started to panic. They stood on the mountain range and looked down at the entire battlefield. This war began to tilt in favor of the humans. Humans began to use the essence crystals of the magical beasts as weapons, constantly killing them in a frenzy to create even more powerful weapons of war. Using war to sustain war. Before you die, try to self-destruct your magic cores. Michael started to lose his calm. Soon, the presidents of the two human empires, as well as the upper echelons of major corporations, became of parliament and started a plan, the Human Redemption Plan, to save the god of Levis. They were going to save Mr. Levis, who was wandering outside. This was a very rational action. The current Mr. Levis was too old. He had less than 10 years to live. The main mecca of the human race had entered the enemy's territory. It was no different from a narrow escape. The human race had just barely been able to resist the battle, but now it was in danger again. The human race might even be heading towards extinction because of this. However, the people of Isidar were as passionate as lava, but they were also paranoid and crazy, save Mr. Levis. A group of the most elite human troops formed a rank 5 magic nucleus, together with 4 rank 4 magic nucleus mechanical armors. They secretly crossed the border and killed their way into the enemy's territory. They also secretly contacted Mr. Levis. This was destined to be a tragic war. As a result, humans suffered great losses. In the end, after a long journey of a month, the god of humans, Levis, successfully returned to the modern city. The entire human society cheered. He didn't sleep that night. Empire 167. With Mr. Levis' return, the two empires set up mech armor academies and officially recruited soldiers. In the same year, due to the stalemate and slowing down of the war, internet culture became completely. Online novels and online games began to appear, entering an era of internet explosion. An online game called Legend of Warcraft made the term internet addiction officially appear. Internet cafes were becoming more and more popular, and there were always lively scenes in the cafes. Some middle school and primary school students who couldn't afford the internet fee would gather around a person to play on the computer, and they would even give him advice on how to play. Empire, year 168. The Holy Emperor Dragon, Michael, once again made a statement on Weibo. A screenshot was posted. It showed a golden dragon in front of a computer, holding a mouse and playing a game. Secretly scout the enemy camp. Who knew that not only are your online novels interesting, but this game is also really fun? Who's going to top up my Legend of Warcraft? His account was 9086, he was a wizard, and his character was called Holy Emperor, Lowly Humans. If you don't top up my account, I'll make you all my slaves after I've completely occupied your human countries. I'll note down the person who recharges me and award him with merits to a dragon or even all the magical beasts in the lava land. A long life was very boring. He didn't even need to cultivate. They could become extremely powerful by eating, drinking, and walking every day. They could reach the 5th or 6th rank when they became adults. Such a life was too boring. The internet and society of humans, even games and novels, could simply make them addicted. Likes 1351. Stomp 986541. The entire Weibo was filled with curses. Get lost. How could that ancient lava world still secretly use the network of our human civilization? Speaking of which, the quality of the military's computers is so good. How come they didn't break down after so long? I strongly suggest that the military implement a real name system on the internet to prevent outsiders from stealing the internet. The Southern New Human University has declared war on Michael. Fat Dragon Dai Yai JPG. The Isodaeans had a very bad temper. They immediately began to move their mouths. The screenshot of a golden dragon sitting on a computer immediately turned into various prank emojis. After the development of the internet, chat emojis were naturally born. Damn it. Damn it. You actually dare to uglify me. It sat in front of the computer and suddenly became flustered and exasperated. The pride and dignity of a dragon and a superior felt greatly humiliated. Although this dragon had high intelligence, it was still inexperienced and did not know the importance of Xiaoxian Quan. he immediately suffered a great loss. Although there were no such ridiculous netizens in this world, and they were still simple and honest, the Isodalians' violent temper made them very excited. It was rare to have a keyboard, but it could bring glory to the country. Who wouldn't take the opportunity to strike at such a great event? Michael became more and more anxious. He wanted to relax and log into his character in the legend of magical beasts. He immediately smiled and found that a large amount of money had been transferred to his account. In the end, there were still humans who secretly topped up money for him. After all, there were always traders in such a large race. I will remember your game IDs. It was immediately very satisfied, but as soon as it appeared in the main city, it found a group of people watching it, and they were madly typing, "Oh, it's here. My foreign friend from the Far East. He's here. Kill him. Ha 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 ha." My Western friends are also very enthusiastic. We've been waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, and I've finally arrived. Michael. It looked at the computer screen in a daze, was instantly dumbfounded. Can't you just enjoy the game? However, on second thought, it laughed coldly. It was not possible to PK in the city. This was not the wilderness, so they could not do anything to it. However, the next second, system notification. Due to today's special occasion, City PK mode is activated. Michael's face turned black. He smashed the keyboard like crazy and shouted, "This is cheating. This is cheating. These despicable and shameless, inferior humans." It was simple and honest. In this ancient land of lava, strength had always been the most important. It was supreme and had powerful talents. In this simple beast society, where there was no intrigue, where had he seen such a scene? Whip. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Ha ha ha, I didn't even go to work. When I heard the news, I took a day off and came to the nearby internet cafe to fight a boss. I'm the same. Our boss told us to put down our work and log into the game. Brothers, the game officials have already made a statement. Those who topped up money, it had to hand over their personal information to the country and be dealt with as traitors. We'll talk about it after a few years. In an instant, it was surrounded and killed by a bunch of players of various classes, and it became a corpse on the ground. What was even more infuriating was that the moment the red screen of death appeared, a notification flashed. Ding! Damn dragon, your account has been permanently banned in this game. Michael gritted his teeth, and blue veins popped out. Humans. Hatred. He was almost screaming out of hatred. On this day, Michael personally went to battle, and the war broke out again. The killing was very fierce, and large numbers of lives rushed to the battlefield. It was called the legendary Battle of the Blood City, because the game account of the Dragon Emperor Michael was maliciously pied humans. A war between two races broke out on the internet. The people of Izadar were still fearless. They had a lot of people and their reproductive ability was very high. Furthermore, they were a group of lunatics. The war had been going on for half a year, and 3,000 soldiers of the Ishtar family had died. The reproduction rate of humans was too terrifying. The exchange of numbers was an advantage that extraordinary magic beasts could not hope to achieve. They're not afraid of exchanging a life for a life. This was crazy. Michael could see their angry roars. It was hard to imagine the pride and stubbornness of this race. They weren't afraid of the sacrifice of the current generation at all, and thought that they were fighting for the future of their descendants. They could vaguely see Liv's shadow in them. They were influenced by Levis's personal charm. Everyone in the entire era had such a strong personality and spirit. A single person can influence the spirit of an era? As a high and mighty ancestor of the Golden Dragons, it was the first time he felt fear because of a group of insignificant ants and the mysterious old man Levis. What a group of magical life forms. Every single one of them is incomparably weak, not even comparable to a wild beast. However, they have mastered an unimaginable weapon known as technology. They can control machinery and sit in the cockpit. Even the weak ants possess terrifying power. For the entire ancient land of lava, this was an unexpected race form. In this battle, Michael began to retreat. He was the first to retreat. He was very rational. There were 7 beings as powerful as him in the stone wall region. If his strength was damaged too much, he would not be far from death. Empire year 169. Levis further studied sea language, the language of the gods. Using the crystals of the magical beasts, he invented the magical core computer and created the virtual reality online game with his talent in illusion and charm. A game called The Mechanical Revolution was born. After logging in, real people could control machines to fight. They could also buy parts, design parts, and modify them. There were many ways to play, making everyone a soldier. This was also the embryonic form of a virtual reality civilization. Empire year 179. The era advancing madly. The people of Isidar had an amazing talent and passion for lava machinery. Every one of them was an expert in mechanical modification. They began to try to domesticate a low-level, first-rank magical beast, the little wind mouse, which had the innate magic core, accelerated wind speed. With this magic nucleus, they replaced steam as the engine, giving birth to large-scale low-end magic mechanical tanks and magic motorcycles. Everyone knew that a brand new magical civilization was gradually maturing with the energy of magic nuclei as its foundation. Eastern Central TV Department 1's Walking into Science program. Our Mr. Levis rejected the help of the ancient gods. We chose our own civilization and opened up a new era. It was truly an incredible miracle, but it was also a matter of course. This was because such a miracle had already occurred 2 to 3 times before. Electrical appliances civilization, the lava mechanical civilization, internet civilization, and even the mechanical magic civilization of today. New media daily. Walk into the childhood and life experiences of our god of Isidar, Levis, and watch the life of the greatest sage in human history, the greatest scientist in human history. The civilization of virtual reality, machinery, and lava were the romance of these Ozodians. They had already gone from being a motorcycle gang that was passionate about modifying mechanical tanks to a motorcycle gang that was passionate about modifying magic-powered mechanical armor. The cyberpunk mech cities were brightly lit, and a faint white-hot wind surrounded the sky. Black steam pipes were densely packed on top of the black blade-like buildings, like squirming black blood vessels. Black mech fighters and robots flew across the sky. Empire 81. Levis, an old man, suddenly gave up all his research in the past year. He quietly left the institute, avoided all the media and targets, and went to the cemetery. An old man's assistant, who also had white hair, pushed his wheelchair. Levis stopped in front of his father's grave and slowly came to his disciples' graves. On the tombstones, there were familiar names. Mitchell, Ledish, Su Liangdan said. Bai Xiaoqi. Their memories flashed through Levis' mind. Many of them had followed the footsteps of his scientific research and had even completed brain transplants for him time and time again. Then, they gradually died of old age. The research assistants were changing. He was the only one who remained. He walked to the end, saw a name written on a tombstone. Kenny said, "I've understood sea language, the mysterious ancient language of the gods. My life has been extended by another 10 years. I can repair it as much as I want, but my brain is already broken. I didn't expect you to die before me, Kenny. You actually died of cerebral thrombosis." He was already sitting in the wheelchair, facing the steam and wind, looking up at the sky. The mysterious flesh and blood brain is still an area that modern science can't conquer. In the distant sky, magical mechanical airships with round, white Eternals lamps at the bottom were flying. I thought it was over for me. He wanted to relax in his last life and search for the origin of the ancient lava, but he did not expect. In the end, I still chose to continue my research. I can't stay idle. In each great era, the people he was once familiar with had left forever. Only he, as a human scientist with a special intelligence and brain, continued his research and forever stayed at the forefront of humanity. He opened up one era after another and finally ushered in the rotten era of mechanical magic. What's the next era? I don't want to know anymore. Voila. Facing the distant wind of steam, his mood suddenly became particularly calm. His life was too tiring. His achievements were enough to write more than half of the history of human civilization. He had a superior intelligence that humans never had, a brain that was almost godlike, and his achievements were unprecedented. He was destined to be the god of the Aesidarian people. Has there ever been anything you wanted in your life? A deep voice came from afar. This old white-haired man, with wrinkles all over his face and sunken eyes, turned his head shakily. It was the still young ancient god. He leaned quietly under the tree in the distance, and under the shade, he crossed his arms and looked at himself quietly, as if he was an eternal life, watching this short period of time. He just stood there, letting new life and destruction happen. Great life, no matter how many times I see it. It's always amazing. I knew you would come. Levis laughed freely and said in a hoarse voice, "You're asking me about the meaning of my life. Perhaps not. I've always been on the move, and I've never even had the time to think and plan for myself." Levis, an old man, sat in a wheelchair and quietly looked at the branch of the lava river in the distance. "I had a girl I liked back then too. She was a blonde rancher who loved to smile. I met her when I was studying electricity on the ranches. I didn't agree to her confession of love and watched as she married a farmer. The reason why I didn't get married was because I guessed that my future would be very bitter. This path was destined to be very bitter, and now the truth. It also proves that I'm right. If I hadn't been alone from the beginning to the end, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to take it." Xuji smiled and listened to him quietly. This time, the two of them did not appear in public. There was no media attention, and they did not talk about the future of mankind or the choice of civilization. Instead, they talked about some trivial matters. "Do you know about the plain beneath our feet? More than 100 years ago, this was the Mikia ranch where I invented electricity. It was very simple back then, and I was sponsored by a few financial groups to set up an electric power research institute on a piece of land. There were many farmers and herdsmen here at that time, but now this ranch has become a cemetery. Many familiar people are buried here, and my entire life has been buried here." His expression calmed down, and he told Xuji about his past relationship in detail. It was a very beautiful first love. For Levis, it was the most wonderful time of his life, even though it was plain for Xuji. However, the most special thing about first love was that it was unforgettable. It was often an ordinary and unrelated relationship in the eyes of others. Every time the person invoked about it, tears would flow down his face. Xuji was still a good listener, and he had long developed a very good habit. Why don't you choose to live your next life? You might be able to live a good life in your next life. Boom! The steam-powered windmill spun in the distance, stirring up a gentle breeze that scattered across the withered yellow grassland. Maybe in the last few years, if I work harder, it's possible for me to develop new technology and live another life. But I don't want to live anymore. It's too urgent to fight for my life with one era after another, and it's suffocating. I look forward to a beautiful death. The old man chuckled lightly. He held the wheelchair with both hands and looked up at the lava river in the distance. The red glow shone on his face. A long time ago, in my spare time, I kept thinking of a scene. I will wear a black suit, lie quietly in the coffin, put my hands together, and enjoy the eternal sleep of life. I'm actually looking forward to it, and even I can't understand that feeling. Xuji looked at him quietly. Livis's intelligence was terrifying. He could have tried to live, but he had given up. She could understand Levis' feelings. This man, who seemed to have endless wisdom, was actually full of desire and longing in his heart. He wanted to relax. He was as fragile as a child. God had given him terrifying wisdom and talent, but he had to shoulder a heavy mission. He did not choose to escape. He used his wisdom and dedicated his life. This kind of life might be a kind of pain, and he had long wanted to free himself from it. Perhaps he had been heading to the ancient lava land for a long time, just waiting for this moment. However, he was delayed again because the Aesodar people of this era needed him, so he stopped for a while. Xuji did not respond. He just looked at him quietly, accompanying this old man who was worthy of respect to his last moments in the world. Actually, I've also thought of becoming a high school teacher. The white-haired old man muttered to himself. To have the same summer vacation as a child. At this moment, he was no longer the confident and arrogant Levis who refused the help of the gods with absolute confidence. He was like a talkative old neighbor with white hair, sitting on a bench and telling you the story of time. Xuji listened for an entire afternoon, and he also talked for an entire afternoon. His voice gradually lowered, turning into an almost inaudible murmur. Now that the sky is clear, it's time for me to leave. Hulala. The steam-powered windmill in the distance was spinning slowly, and the wind was blowing. In front of the grave, the white-haired old man in a wheelchair had a calm expression, and his smile was forever frozen on his face. You don't want glory, but you want it. Xuji leaned against the tree. He looked past the silent old man and at the vast prairie on the other side. For a moment, he seemed to see the group of young sorcerers who pursued the truth in the distant past. To send you off, he pointed at the sky. Boom. The sky suddenly froze, and countless lava-colored airwaves formed an aura, dyeing the sky red and hot. A huge figure soared into the sky. It was a white-haired old man, sitting in a wheelchair, as if he was sitting on a divine throne. The huge and vast shadow looked down at the entire mechanical city. That's an ancient god, a miracle. In the mechanical city of the mechanical windmill plain, countless people on the streets were suddenly shocked. They looked up silently at the white-haired old man's shadow, and seemed to have realized what was happening. They frantically took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the sky, and some people couldn't help but cry. Mr. Levis, it's great that we've been acknowledged. Year 181, the 24th of July, 607A. Monsieur, the people of Isidar would never forget this moment. Levis, the father of human science, had passed away peacefully. The ancient god had come to see Mr. Levis for the last time. Our civilization has acknowledged by the ancient gods. This also means that the path that Mr. Livis has opened up for us will not be weaker than the once brilliant ancient human civilization in the distant future. But we humans have suffered unprecedented losses. In front of the TV, the hosts were reporting. The news, media, and reports were overwhelming. On this day, many people sat on the sofa in front of the TV. They felt an unprecedented loneliness in their hearts. Their minds were empty, as they had lost a certain faith and worship. The feeling was very faint, but it carried a very uncomfortable sense of loss. It was as if a treasure that you had always thought would accompany you forever had suddenly disappeared. Boom. Boom. It was the unique rolling sound of a mechanical motorcycle. The entire mech city was filled with street racers. They were like meteors, racing madly through the city, mountains, rivers, and grasslands, as if they were venting their frustrations. The wind in his ears. The surrounding scenery was rapidly flowing backward, as if it was racing against time. Mr. Livis, you've been alive for nearly 200 years. It has lived for 7 generations and can be considered a true god. It has always been the leading scientist of mankind and has always protected us. There are no gods in this world. Science had firmly told us that there was no god, but now it did. Our God is the spirit of the people of Izodane. His name is Science, which also means Levis. Before this, we were primitive society. It was Mr. Livis who brought us into the era of technology and made the primitive feudal society understand the value of electricity. He made computers, the internet, machinery, television. He pushed forward countless times of great civilization. Without Levis, we would still be in a primitive society. Many old and white-haired human scientists, the backbones of various major scientific and technological fields, walked out of the laboratory. They ignored the dissuasion of their assistants and went to the cockpit. They put on their white lab coats and sat in the mechanical war chariots, becoming a member of the street motorcycle gang. They sped through the huge steep curves, mountains, and fields. These scientists had almost gone crazy. Just like the ordinary citizens, at this moment, almost the entire world was filled with biker gang members. White-collar workers, wealthy businessmen, civilians, doctors, and teachers. They didn't ask for their names and just flew past shoulder to shoulder, pouring out all their emotions of being on a rampage. The people of Isidar were a strange race. They had lived near the lava for generations, which led to their passion for forging and machinery. They were hot-blooded, romantic, emotional, hospitable, and emotional, but they did not have the rationality and calmness of science, which made them very special. According to their level of scientific civilization, they had long since broken away from the low-level mechanical motorcycles and street chariots. However, perhaps this was also the popular motorcycle culture. Street racing and magical mechanical chariots were still popular, giving their civilization a unique cyberpunk sci-fi style. The buildings on the streets were all densely packed with metal pipes, and there were beautiful neon lights. Countless ultra-modern and exquisite mechanical chariots were flying. Riding a motorcycle on a steep mountain road, a deep doubt was engraved in the hearts of all the contemporary genius scientists. Can we really shoulder the future of the people of Isidar? The spiritual leader of an era has left. Will the people of Isidar fall? He asked. Mr. Levis, alone, could affect the spirit of an era. Well, the future. The hearts of the people of Isidar were empty. They were an extreme and hot-blooded race that was born near the lava. At this moment, in order to vent the excitement in their hearts, many of the elders went crazy and started a war. The last time we entered the ancient lava land, Mr. Levis led a group of old people and did not die. But now Mr. Levis has passed away. We old people are also willing to live and die with Mr. Levis. Some young people wanted to join in. Only the old have the right to look forward to the future. A war had erupted. The people of Isodar made a crazy decision. Regardless of the survival of mankind and the gains and losses of interests, they directly attacked the ancient land of lava. Holy Emperor Michael also roared, "Damned human! You guys are crazy! You are seeking your own destruction," he roared. "This is not beneficial to both of us." He posted wildly on his Weibo, declaring peace and justice. "You think you're invincible." The ancient lava land had 13 regions, and our stone wall region has 7 ancient existences as powerful as me. You've attacked my territory, and if we fight to the death, you'll also die. I'm just a small part of the ancient land of lava. The world outside is huge, and you humans are as insignificant as I am. The giant golden dragon kept making noises. He looked at these humans driving the mechanical tanks and attacking crazily. They were from the sky and on the ground. It was hard to imagine how crazy this race was. They were simply a group of unreasonable lunatics. "I'm willing to negotiate," said Michael. The war of the Isodans was still raging. "I'm willing to form an alliance." "Let's form an alliance." Michael spoke again. There was still no response from the people of Isodar. They were silent, like a silent volcano that was about to erupt. "Alliance. I'm willing to form an alliance," Michael roared. In the future, the Isodar Chronicles also recorded this incredible moment. This war was an unprecedented catastrophe for mankind. The modern population of the Isodar people had been reduced by 4 times. As for the older generation, almost all of them had died and were buried on the front lines. In this modern urban society, there were only young people left. As time passed, the archaeologists of the future could not find the root of the extinction that affected the entire war of species. Did the dragon provoke the people of Ishtar, or did a conflict occur that was the trigger of the terrible war? In the later generations, they had very vague records of this terrifying ancient lava civilization. They even searched for a long time before they found a passage called God's Great Day After Heaven, which was suspected to be the reason for the outbreak of the entire war. If the god dies today, the people of Isodar will live until 3 days later. To tell the life of the god to other races, we will proudly tell the story of our Lord with the powerful charm of technology. According to common sense, after Levis' death, people should have kept his body. A group of scientists would begin to dissect his miraculous brain, even cutting it up and storing it in formalin. To find out why he opened up God's forbidden zone, opened up the pineal gland's potential, became the intelligent man closest to God, and was able to perform a brain transplant that ordinary people couldn't do, and successfully lived a long life that was several times longer than humans. However, he didn't. Their emotions triumphed over their rationality. The presidents of the 2 human empires issued a statement. "Mr. Levis, you have done too much for us humans. There is no need to desecrate the body of the person we respect the most. Even if this, dissecting his brain's secret, gave us the power of God, let every citizen have a god-like brain. The future of mankind will be a brilliant civilization that will surpass everything, and this I refuse." Boom. The entire earth cheered, and countless people sat in front of the TV and screamed, "If we lose the honor and dignity of the people of Ishtar, and do whatever it takes to abandon our principles, our morals, and our rules, then we are the lowest of beasts. Tell us, Are we going to be beasts? Boom. We have our own pride. The people of the TV cheered again. In fact, no matter if someone really wanted to dissect Mr. Levis and wanted to become the second Levis, to possess his longevity and wisdom, they could not show it. Desecrating Mr. Levis was an act against humanity. He would be directly executed. Even if the presidents of the two countries asked, they would be instantly pulled out of politics and sent to the execution. This was the human prestige that Levis had. Levis was buried in the Mikia Ranch, which was the beginning of the technological civilization, and now the Mikia Cemetery. A grand burial ceremony was held under the watchful eyes of the world. In order to prevent people from desecrating Levis' body, the large organizations sent the most stringent guards, instantly becoming the most heavily guarded cemetery. Xuji's mind was very calm. Even after witnessing Levis' departure, he was still depressed. He was a genius with talent comparable to Medusa, Ermin, and the others. His future achievements were extremely promising. But in the end, Xuji did not force him to stay and respected his wishes. Furthermore, Xuji was suddenly a little curious as to how far this race could go. Of course, paying attention to their historical progress was only one of the main tasks, not the most important. At this very moment, he walked on the dark red land, surrounded by all kinds of strange mountains and vegetation. There were even unimaginable, extraordinary abilities. This was a vast land that humans could not reach, a paradise for extraordinary magical beasts. This piece of land is really huge. It's not even half as wide as it used to be, but it's already the Magus. The ancient world. It's more than 30 times the size. What did times mean? The number and diversity of such plants and animals simply exceeded the sum of all the previous worlds combined. There were even some extraordinary races that were born with higher grades. Once they reached adulthood, they would reach level 6 and possess great wisdom and strength. They were almost perfect great life forms, such as Chimera, Griffon, Giant Dragon, and Hydra. However, their reproductive ability was extremely low, and each race currently had less than 100 people. In the vast and deep ocean, there was the Naga race. The Nagas were only at the second rank when they reached adulthood. Some of the more outstanding geniuses were only at the third rank. Their reproductive ability was relatively higher, and they had already begun to build ocean empires. They rode and controlled some ocean beasts, such as whales and sharks, and started a simple and crude ocean civilization. Xuji took a look at the sea but did not approach them. If I get close to them, I'll definitely worship them as great gods, right? After all, not everyone is an Isidarian. In the depths of the earth, the dwarf goblin clan appeared, and their reproductive ability was extremely strong. However, they were generally only at rank 1. They were greedy and lecherous, not even letting off some wild beasts, such as their mounts, the wolves. Xuji observed them once and suddenly felt that they were very scary. They rode wolves during the day and at night. They were a brutal race that had not broken away from their animal instincts. It even made people feel like exterminating this disgusting race. But Xuji still endured it. Their existence was reasonable. They couldn't possibly go extinct to the point of diversity just because they didn't like them, right? Their terrifying idea of reproduction also made them develop wildly. This land is 100 times larger than the primordial world. It's destined to become a vast superworld, a land where countless races reproduce. The human race used to be one of them. Xuji continued walking and said with a smile, "It might not even be 100 times. It might be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. If we continue to go deeper into the Earth's core, With an area as large as a provincial area, we can develop an underground civilization in the true sense of the science fiction novels that are commonly seen on Earth. His expectations were very, very high. In the future, perhaps many gods would be born here. In fact, it was not just level 8 mythical creature. With a large number of level 8 gods, there might even be level 9 transcendents. After all, it was only possible for a life form of the next level to be born under the huge base of the previous level. How many gods were there now? Therefore, it was very difficult to reach level 9. This world had placed a lot of hope on Xuji. It had even given them the best talents into their conditioned reflexes, where they would automatically meditate and forge their bodies. As for the 3 fused realms, this mature sandbox of the extraordinary world, if it can withstand the crisis. The future gods will also completely form a stable channel for the birth of the true age. The gods will appear. Xuji, weighing his thoughts. There are really many sandpits now. Up until now, other than the universe sandbox and the ancient tree world, he only had 2 large-scale transcendent sandbox, the 3 realms and the lava world. However, it had also completely matured as a rank 8 mythical life form and was moving towards stability. It was time to look forward to a rank 9 mythical life form. After all, he had been stuck at this level for a long time. A level 9 life form is another qualitative change. Xuji took a deep breath. He wore a wizard's robe and acted as an observer of research and experiments. He walked across the land, observed new life forms, and modified the forms of some life forms. From time to time, he would give birth to new inspiration and make them more promising. A new, thriving world. Xuji was very satisfied. Opening up a sandbox deep underground was one of the best choices he had made. On Earth, the best sandpit was here, and this land had already given birth to the first powerful life form, a level 7 heavenly emperor. It was also the giant beast, Finba, that was the first to be tested. Xuji walked around and was a guest in the temple of the sun in Finba. Although he had erased the memory of creating him, in Finba's memory, he still felt fear for Xuji, the mysterious ancient god. This was because he still remembered the scenes of his youth, when he was being thrown bells and trained to feed a puppy. This is a very new special gift. You can take a look. Perhaps it can help you relieve your boredom. Xuji had brought a computer. God, what is this? Elegant lion-like giant beast with a slender body and golden scales was prostrating in the temple. It was surrounded by golden murals made by the giant beast servants. In order to pass the time, it usually slept. However, while it was in deep sleep, it was also inevitably getting stronger. So strong, it was unimaginable. After all, Xuji had done the most complete experiment on him, which could be considered to have created the most perfect biological template. Xuji also wanted to see how much potential a life form like this would have. His trump cards were very strong, and he wondered if his pride would lead to his low achievements. After all, a strong person only had to rely on their heart, followed by their talent and talent. Take a look. Xuji sat next to it and taught it how to turn on the computer. This place was too far away. There was no human network, so they could only play single-player games. Half a day later, the supreme god of the ancient lava land was still intoxicated. This light destruction god's amazing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xuji had nothing to do, so he played a few words with it online. Finbar was immediately confused. God, why don't you use a computer? Because the computer is in my head. Xuji laughed. In his mind, there was a light blue desktop with a program installed on it. and he was playing online with it. Why? Finba was puzzled. Your brain also has the potential in this area. It's just that you haven't developed it yet. My research shows that only 10% of a living being's brain is used, and the rest is not developed. Shu Ji had sent over a computer to secretly wake it up. It was time for the giant beast's civilization to progress. If you can do it, then you also install a game program in your mind and play games like that. We can play games too. Finbar was shocked. His eyes rolled around as if he had a new idea. Xu Ji did not see its expression. He just suddenly received a call from the mechanical magic cyberpunk human society. It was a special person. What happened? Finba excitedly rubbed his claws. It's fine. You can play by yourself. I have to go and do something. Xu Ji left the temple and walked into human society. Caroline was lying in front of the wooden table. The old woman looked out of the window into the distance. In the security booth at the gate of the community, an old man was looking down at his mobile phone, seemingly following a web novel. Below, there were parents pushing a baby stroller, laughing and talking as they walked along the edge of the shade of the green belt in the community. There were strong young men doing pull-ups on the bars of the fitness equipment. Carolyn suddenly lowered her head and looked at her phone. In the end, she still dialed the number that she had left for her to communicate with. She had originally thought that it was an account of a like-minded friend that she had met in the milk tea shop. In the end, after that day, she did not dare to make any more calls. No matter how bold she was, how friendly she was, how rude she was, how she chattered, and how much nonsense she was spouting, they didn't dare to disturb an ancient god. Will you come again? You're the first one I want to share my research results and my science with. Carolyn looked at the little wind mouse in front of her. She had once talked about life's ideals and the research direction that she had dreamed of with the young man from the milk tea shop in high spirits. It was as if she had found a confidant among those motorcycle gang enthusiasts who were passionate about machinery and civilization. It was too difficult to find a lover in their own circle. But from then on, he became unattainable. More than 10 years had passed, and she was already too old. She already felt that her days were numbered. She was no longer the once heroic and beautiful teenage girl. Her entire body had become wrinkled and loose skin, and her bright and charming eyes had become extremely turbid. She was now a white-haired old woman, wearing a pair of black-rimmed presbyopic glasses. Will come? She opened the book in her hand nervously. As a member of the older generation who had lived through the internet age, like e-reading like the young people, she liked the feeling of paper, which had an incomparable sense of heaviness. Why are you suddenly calling me? Are you going to treat me to milk tea again? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Carolyn turned her head to look, and with this one look, she was completely dumbfounded. It was still the same familiar voice. The young man was still standing there, lazily and leisurely. However, at this moment, he gave her a completely different feeling of shock, because the feeling of his identity was different. You don't recognize me. It's me. Ji laughed. Why are you still speaking in this way? I still can't believe that you're an ancient god. Tears welled up in Carolyn's eyes. This handsome and powerful, mysterious young man had not changed at all after so many years. The only person who had changed was herself. Carolyn was extremely excited. Do you still remember the sea language we talked about before? I remember. Xuji laughed and sat in front of the chair calmly. He looked at the hot girl who used to be very friendly, high-spirited, and passionate about science. He had just gone out for a meal in reality, came in to see Levis off, and played games with Finba, but She had already become extremely old. She was too old, and she was going to leave this world like Levis. Voila. Xu stretched out his hand, and 2 cups of milk tea appeared before him. He sat opposite him, just like he had done in the past. This once familiar scene caused tears to flow down Lynn's face. She sat opposite him and completely abandoned any differences in status. She continued to chat about the topic of the past and treated them as ordinary friends. All these years, we humans have been studying sea language, the magic cores of magical beasts, and modifying their machinery and armor. That was the romance of men. But the romance of women is not mechanical. Xu listened quietly. This fellow was still the same as she was in the past. She started talking like a madman, regardless of whether you could understand her or not. Furthermore, her preference for science was really too unpopular. It was estimated that over the years, there were not many people who were willing to listen to her chatter except for Xu himself. This person loved to chat and was very friendly, but he was the kind of person who would instantly lose his friends once he chatted. You must be lonely. No one listens to your science. You've really suffered all these years. Xu took a sip of his milk tea. I'm telling you, my research finally bore fruit after all these years. She shouted. Is it still the same topic we talked about back then? Extraordinary civilization and scientific civilization. An individual heroism. I said I believe in individual heroism, but I insist on combining extraordinary and technological civilization. However, it would not be like extraordinary civilizations where a single god ruled over everything and sealed off all hegemons. Because every single citizen was a god. Then, everyone's power would be equal, and no one would be the master. Yes, we humans can't cultivate, but we can control machines and gain power. My research topic is different from theirs. They control machinery, but I control life. Research life science. Turn people into gods. She pointed at the little wind mouse in front of her and was static. What a wonderful life. Their magic nuclei were equivalent to their brains. Once they understood the structure of sea language, they would understand their consciousness and composition. However, it's difficult for us humans to understand the fundamental principles at present. Otherwise, we can rewrite their brains, nerves, and movement patterns, transforming their brains like a program. She nodded. Ever since the chip had gained consciousness, it had become an octagonal crystal chip. It had undergone a mutation, which was equivalent to the birth of a soul. Even Xu, its creator, completely understand it. This was the charm of life's constant evolution. We can't read their minds, but I can find resonance. She pointed at the little wind mouse as if she was showing off. I don't study machinery. I used a specific sea language, as if I was hypnotizing it to continuously deepen its brain. In the end, I rewritten a program in its brain and made the magical beast listen to the commands of humans. She said, Stand up. The little mouse stood up. Run. The little mouse ran around the entire room. Release acceleration. The little wind mouse released its innate ability. What's this? Xu was a little surprised to see this. What did he just see? He was actually looking at an extremely weak human commanding a tier 2's magical beast, little wind mouse. He felt that it was a little hard to imagine. What kind of ghostly thing had she researched? Every species has a different sea language. This is the little wind mouse's. I'll read it to you. She was extremely happy and recited a strange language. She then took out a small electric baton with a special electric frequency and struck it at the little wind mouse's forehead. It seemed that she could rewrite the program in its mind. Black. She was shocked. The modern scientists of the mechanical civilization studied the application of magic nuclei to build their machines. This was their mechanical armor romance. They also dissected magic cores to understand their composition. However, this method was equivalent to dismantling the main computer. However, this feeling that Carolyn was feeling right now wasn't as if she had dismantled the main computer. Instead, it was as if she was a hacker who had hacked into the other party's computer. Implant a virus and Trojan horse. Take control of the other party's computer. This is a completely opposite path of scientific civilization. This thought flashed through Hujuji's mind. The C language I use to control magical beasts is called a contract. Caroline said, just the divine words of the contract. It's implanted into the brain with a special electrical signal tool, and you can sign a contract with a magical beast. Read this language and sign the contract? Xuji was shocked. He could not help but ask, then, what about high-level magical beasts with consciousness? You're indeed the one who understands me. You've asked the right question. Caroline quickly said excitedly. Those magical beasts below the 4th rank, without intelligence, can be contracted. It's impossible for a high-level demon beast to do so, unless they're willing to let go of their resistance and open up their minds. Of course, when we were low-level magical beasts, we signed a contract and raised them to level 4 and above. We gained wisdom, so we can't betray our master. Xu Ji looked at the white-haired old woman and was shocked. There were too few people who had naturally awakened perfectly. Probability was low as 1 in 100 million. There were less than 100 million people in the human race now. It was already very good. Levis was born by chance. As for this hot girl, the reason why he paid attention to her back then was that she did not awaken because of a single chip error in her brain circuit. There were many people like her, but it was 1,000 miles away if they were to lose even a little. But even so, there were only a few thousand people in the entire human society who were one step away from awakening. They were considered the smartest group of humans. At that time, he thought it was interesting to see her babbling. She didn't like the motorcycle gang, didn't like machinery, and liked to study life science. He didn't expect her to be so stubborn and to study this topic for a lifetime. He really picked up a treasure. You see, are my research results okay? Isn't it amazing? Carolyn's eyes were cloudy. This white-haired old man looked forward with hope and longing, as if he was waiting for a confirmation. Xu knew what she was after. She had idolized Levis since she was a child. She went to school and got into college, pursuing the same path as Levis. After she became an adult, she also immersed herself in the field of science. She also hoped to get an affirmation, and the highest affirmation in the world came from the ancient gods. And the friend who had encouraged her and talked about her dreams in the milk tea shop. It's a very impressive research. Suji laughed. Caroline's old eyes trembled, and her eyes suddenly became wet. She kept wiping her tears and said, am I receiving the same great glory as Mr. Levis before he died? Xuji looked at old Caroline and stood up. He looked at the row of books on the shelf and sized up her house. It was a mess. Even a homebody would not be so dirty and messy. Caroline, Xuji suddenly said, do you still want to pursue the science of life? Caroline was startled for a moment before nodding her head heavily. Her eyes flickered with a burning ambition, and she didn't try to hide it at all. Yes, this is what you deserve after working hard all your life. Xuji looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. He suddenly walked up, bent over gently, and kissed her on the forehead. "I'll give you some time." With that, Xuji stood up, turned around, and left the room. Caroline was stunned. She gently touched her forehead, which had been kissed, and said, "Mr. Levis, he has a brain that is said to have been kissed by a god. And I also—" Her memory seemed to be awakening, and her thinking speed was accelerating. "My brain has also been kissed by the gods." It was as if countless electrical signals were surging in her mind, opening a forbidden door. She instantly felt that her thoughts were moving at an unbelievable speed. Just like those hard disk computers that did calculations in an instant. Her father's memories and her grandfather's memories kept running through her mind. They were the memories of her ancestors from generation to generation. In the end, she traced back to the origin of mankind and saw a terrifying scene. It was a golden desert and a mysterious young man in an exquisite black robe, bathed in golden lava like a god. He held the 2 crying babies high. "I've finally got it. Can relax and go out and play Hearthstone with the idiots in the wizard community." Boom. Her mind exploded. This is a god, a verbal blessing to humans. At this moment, she clearly understood the truth of Ms. Levis' pursuit of theology when he was young. As long as an intelligent human had awakened his pineal gland and opened the forbidden zone of God, he would see the memories of generations of ancestors and the first moments of mankind. They would hear this, and did these words mean? It was the truth that all modern scientists who had awakened their wisdom had spent their entire lives exploring. Caroline was both surprised and terrified. She suddenly discovered that the entire world was extremely bright and slow, and her thinking speed was unprecedentedly clear. Is this the world in Mr. Levis' eyes? She suddenly realized that her clothes had become loose. She stood up and went to the mirror. Her long golden hair was dazzling, her milky skin was delicate, her body was curvy, her face was firm and sharp, and her dark red eyes were deep. "I've become younger. I've planted another seed. I hope that it will bloom into a bright flower in the future." Xuji walked around the streets and said, "Caroline worships Levis very much and is pursuing his path. She is also a scientist who has dedicated her life to the path of science. Her ideas are the same, but they are different. Because I once explained to her the difference between extraordinary civilization and technological civilization. She wanted to study the combination of the 2 civilizations, using technological means to develop extraordinary, studying life science, and using the human body to turn people into gods. She was very ambitious, and could even be said to be whimsical. She was a lunatic who wanted all the people of Isidar to be gods. To become a Protoss that was based on technology, race. He smiled. At that time, he was wondering if she could be the catalyst of an era, so he chatted with her for a long time and became her friend. He didn't expect her to really succeed. The streets of Izudarian had completely turned into a futuristic sci-fi style. In the surrounding shops, there were transparent glass covers with various models of miniature and exquisite mechanical armor and motorcycles. They were made of black metal and had a smooth and exquisite aesthetic. There was a round wheel at the bottom, slowly rotating on display, with the model of the machine written below. A few middle school students in different attires were leaning against the glass cover. "Wow, the BQ-194 is so cool. It's the latest model developed by Master Linz this year. It's a quad-core processor. FETK. He was so handsome. Can't afford to play it in reality, but I wonder when the Mechanical Revolution will be released in the market. It'll be good to have some fun." "You think too much. Can't afford it even in the Mechanical Revolution. Even my dad can't afford some of the more advanced models. My dad is a senior engineer with a monthly salary of 7,000 yuan. Any man's heart would palpitate at the sight of it, and women couldn't resist it either. It was just like how they all liked super sports cars that were so cool that they could explode. The mechanical energy mecha master profession was born and became the most popular profession, replacing the soldier profession. Countless people wanted to join the army, defend their country, and own a mechanical armor. Some civilian mechanical organizations had also entered the ancient lava land to hunt. At this moment, the game Mechanical Revolution had allowed many ordinary people to possess strong and high-level mecha skills. As long as they trained a little and overcame the dizziness and gravity of the actual operation, they could directly be sent to the battlefield and become an excellent pilot. The Mechanical Revolution has brought the people of this world into an era where almost everyone is a soldier. Xu Ji strolled along the streets and looked around. He sat down on the edge of a long bench in a fountain square, feeling very comfortable and content. He bent and lowered his head to feed the pigeons. This is scientific civilization. They were very different from extraordinary civilizations, and while they possessed extraordinary power, they were almost equal. They will have different social classes, high-ranked elites, and powerful warriors. The top group of people will have the most advanced secret and special mecha, but in the end, it will not be exaggerated to the point of qualitative change. They will have the power to dominate the entire civilization. Their tyrants will be overthrown, and if the civilians want to rise, they will join the army or go to famous universities. These are all ways to make a name for themselves. Equality was relative. To the extraordinary civilizations that were used to this, the celestial emperors ruled the world. The technological civilization was already a world where human rights were equal, and the ordinary people lived very comfortably. To Xuji, it was also good to occasionally explore the path of another civilization. It was also very good to develop extraordinary powers in the form of a technological civilization. The mechanical magical armor could study the extraordinary in a scientific way. He had already placed the extraordinary lava land and extraordinary powers in front of him. He wondered what kind of results they would come up with by using science to study theology. Xuji tried logging into his account for the Mechanical Revolution and immediately started playing a fighting game. After all, mecha were also his romance. Compared to the dullness of the extraordinary civilization, the scientific civilization was much more interesting. The games and entertainment that were popular among the commoners allowed him to come in often to relax. However, he couldn't even beat an elementary school student. After all, even elementary school students in Isidar were mech experts. The gaming experience of a newbie was terrible. Suzy, on the other hand, did not mind. It was only natural for him to be abused now. He did not know how to do it at all. Perhaps he could ask Hermes to help him learn some mechanical skills in the future, and he would get back at Hermes sooner or later. Let's wait a few more years. After suffering 8 consecutive defeats, Xuji immediately logged out of the game. Find an advanced and top-notch medical armor company and custom-make a mech model. It's the kind that can withstand vacuum pressure and travel in space. He was only at the 6th step in real life, so he couldn't enter space and withstand the terrifying pressure. Even if he were to reach level 7 Heavenly Emperor, Xuji could only stay in space for a short period of time. Therefore, the emergence of this civilization just happened to solve this problem. Thinking about it, driving a mechanical armor and traveling in space was indeed a very comfortable feeling. developing a magical civilization and absorbing their knowledge, machinery, and armors. The excitement and shock were hard to imagine, not to mention creating a new world. After briefly logging out of the game and leaving the lava world, Xuji had his lunch in the living room as usual. He felt that the difference between the two worlds was the lowest. They were almost the same, and there was no huge difference like in the other worlds. After lunch, he walked out of the living room and came to the door. He sat down on a chair and came to watch some of the strange creatures that were causing trouble. FETK, the god of creation, is here again. Brothers, don't panic. Continue to survive and develop. A group of monster-like guys were hiding in a corner, as if they were discussing some kind of scheme. This was a very common scene, but Xuji was starting to get a little serious. Should I let them in? Should I say, when should I let them in? Xuji starting to get a toothache. His first reaction was that these animals would definitely... God. Dirty Han. The people of Izodel were a hot-blooded, wolf-like race. Just look at the atmosphere on the internet. It was very academic and very serious. There were no ridiculous pictures or funny jokes. Take a look at our internet and this group of jokers. They're howling in the forum all day long and are full of troublemaking energy. Xuji was deeply suspicious. He would immediately lead them astray the moment they entered. It was like a husky sneaking into a pack of wolves, and the entire network would probably be lost in an instant. It would drive madly, pull its IQ to the same level, and then beat you with its rich experience. The teasing emperor was so terrifying. Mechas, modern civilization, super advanced technology with the internet. If they could get on the internet, the chances of them causing trouble would be greatly increased. This is different from the previous extraordinary civilizations. Xuji's teeth hurt a little. This was a serious problem. Furthermore, there was an even more serious problem. As long as a human had awakened their pineal gland, unlocked the potential of their brain, and awakened the system, they would be able to trace back the human memories of their ancestors and see the origin of mankind. An ancient god raised the baby high and said, "I've finally got it. I can relax tonight and go out and play Hearthstone." The idiots in the wizard community. Even with the addition of the modified Carolyn, only 2 people had awakened. This sentence was still the most confidential secret of the human race, and it was basically impossible to reveal it. However, it was not impossible for them to discover it. What to do with this? There was no way to do it. Xuji was not worried that he would create an astonishing flaw by leaving behind those words and expose all his secrets. Instead, he had already thought about the future. The Spore Evolution Forum would go crazy. FATK, I see Chinese again. Oh my god. This is the second Easter egg after a Dialord and a deity who can speak Chinese. The planning team has a conscience. I blew up. As expected of the game's new dungeon. This setting of a super ancient god seems to be very interesting. He has come to our Earth, as expected of the and the myriad worlds. FATK, the game planning team had finally accepted an advertisement. It's time to eat. How much did Hearthstone pay you? I'll give you double the honor of kings. This was as the shriek of the players in the crowd. Xuji did not do anything but play a few rounds of Hearthstone and was blown up again. What about the secret research institutes in the major countries and the high-end players? On the other hand, they would go completely crazy and be so shocked that they would sweat. This is indeed the universe. We didn't guess wrong. The truth has proven itself once again. It's not just Daolords who have come to our Earth. Even in the human society of Chile, there are terrifying super gods who are hidden on Earth and live among the ordinary people. This is too scary. This god knows how to play Hearthstone. Quickly someone into the wizard community and investigate the people who love to play Hearthstone. How do we investigate? I'll slap you with the back of my hand, God. How could he be bad at a game? I'll definitely investigate the group of people who are the best at playing. Xuji looked his record of 3 consecutive defeats and fell into deep thought. They won't be able to find me. Based on his many experiences of being imagined, Xuji had already imagined what they were thinking. They would use the Hearthstone in the words to find him, a god hidden in the crowd. This was something that had a high probability of happening, but they would not be able to find him. Noobs could hide their dazzling brilliance in the crowd. In fact, this was also a characteristic of this group of players. As long as there was a loophole, they would not think that it was a loophole. How could a game that transcended time and exceeded human imagination have such simple loopholes and flaws? There must be a deeper meaning. What they needed to do was to dig out the huge secret hidden within. They had already fallen deeply into the trap that they had set for themselves, unable to extricate themselves. After some deep thought, Xuji eventually gave up on the idea of letting new players in. Immediately, he felt he was already a mature god of creation. At the beginning, he was also confused by these people's crazy imagination. He stood there in a daze and his mind was filled with, what the hell happened? And now he had learned to fight with the players in terms of wits and courage. He had secretly strangled their exaggerated imaginations and their exaggerated characters that had no history in the cradle. Don't be in a hurry to let it in. Let's wait for a day or two. Xuji thought about it for a moment, then continued to lay out and build a budding supernatural sandbox. These 1 or 2 days would be enough for the people of Isidar to develop rapidly for a while. Let civilization take off completely. The speed of science and technology development was a huge leap. It was terrifyingly fast. In the next 1 or 2 days, since the new lava world has been opened, we will definitely need a large number of species with extraordinary potential to be released into the vast world that is 100 times larger. I have to prepare for a rainy day. During this period of time, he would take the opportunity to open another closed beta and let in some new players who had been preparing for a long time to prepare for the lava world in the future. Once Carolyn really does what I've been waiting for, the time will be ripe, and it might be their turn to take the stage. After a few moments of thinking, Xuji made a decision, the 6th closed beta. Xuji looked at the sorcerer world. With the birth of these monsters, they killed each other and gradually produced a group of top existences. Some monsters even had the terrifying combat strength of a celestial emperor. The disaster continued to grow. The era was still brewing a disaster. There's no such thing as perfection in this world, cute girl. You should have thought of this long ago. It's common sense that there are good and evil in the human heart. After a few glances, Xuji gradually retracted his gaze. He sat on a chair in the orchard. The sun in the countryside was still bright and resplendent, and the trees were green. He looked at the little ants in front of him who were working hard to transform. He took advantage of the noontime to make an announcement. All right, let's release the new version update. On the entire Spore Evolution sandbox, a new notification came. Spore Evolution closed beta version 0.6 has been officially updated. 1. Another 30 beta tester slots will be opened. The maximum number of online players will be 270. 2. The internal test will still be in the form of biological papers. 3. The end elimination system will still be implemented. In this 6th beta, the last 80 players will be eliminated from the 240 players in the previous period. The specific number of players to be eliminated is 4. The wizard community will be expanded by 500 people to 1,500 characters. In an instant, the entire forum was in an uproar. Wah! It's been updated. Another cute newbie is coming in. I wonder what kind of scary boss will come this time. Whoa, I'm going to die. I've been eliminated. I'm going offline now. I'll go out and see everyone's reaction. Ha ha ha. I also want to quickly post the instructions for a newbie. To build the image of an older brother. Wahahaha. Each batch is more intense than the last. I can already see the newbies going bald. Xu sat on a chair. As the most popular character, he looked down at the little ants in the distance and discussed with each other on the game's background wall. With generations of game improvements, they could all receive information from the outside world, so that they wouldn't miss out on important things in reality while playing games. Now, it was a real virtual reality, immersive online game. Some people were happy, while others were crying. However, the joy was only to welcome the newbies. Many people were crying because they were about to leave. Xu sat on a chair and nibbled on a red apple. Zerg subbrain, you'd better watch out this time. Don't make any more mistakes. Seasoning species, some useless papers, should I include them too? The subbrain asked. As long as you have potential. I want to read all the special papers. Don't look down on seasonings and delicacies. Xu propped hands up and said, I'm not doing this to satisfy my personal desires, but for the sake of the world. We want a rich and diverse world of food. We Zergs are no longer a violent race that prioritizes combat power. Without combat power, as long as it's special, interesting, has potential, and delicious food, we want it all. All right, Zerg Empress? The Zerg subbrain's voice came. Xu's actions were swift and decisive. He posted an update notification at noon, telling everyone that their game was about to undergo closed beta testing again, and they had to submit their thesis by the day. It was illogical. In addition, according to the old rules, the review would be completed the next morning, and the new beta players would be released. If it was a normal game planning team, they would have been flamed to the point even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. But now, everyone had long been used to the unpredictable ways of the planning team. Ha ha ha! In the past, he would have a day to submit his thesis. Now he didn't even have a day. But do I fear it? The Guangdong people were fearless. Gourmet species. We are the strongest. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Last time, that idiot Moo successfully opened the door to a new world for me. Cantonese +1, let them see our power. The species thesis of our gourmet province. Even if it's a god, I'll eat it for you to see. Picking nose. The newbies are trembling. I've met my match this time. Ha ha ha. My thesis will definitely break out of the encirclement. Screenshot of Balding Gate PG. FETKO. The brother above, I can tell at a glance that he has a foundation. They are our strong competitors. I'm impressed. That day, in just an hour, Xuji received a lot of messages from the website. Thousands of papers filled his mailbox, and in the next few hours, the number of papers that were being applied for gradually decreased. It was obvious that they had already made preparations a day ago. Under the screening of the Insecta subbrain, Xuji also saw some new and powerful new species. He immediately found them fresh and interesting. The most novel and shocking thing was a paper that the insecta nest subbrain deemed to be completely useless. The paper was called On the Feasibility of Creatures with Overclocking Thoughts and Species That Could Control Time. This useless paper was supposed to be eliminated by the Zerg's subbrain, and Xuji even have been able to read it. However, because of Xuji's reminder, he kept it. Overclocking of the mind, a species that controls time. Xuji sat in his chair and continued to review and read through the thesis. There's a terrifying hypothesis in the thesis. It uses some special means to accelerate the neurons of the brain to achieve overclocking thinking. The acceleration of a living being's thinking is equivalent to the deceleration of time in the outside world. The wrote, if it can be said that the primordial humans have the power to control space, then this is a great race that can control time. They have time talent, and they are transcendent beings that surpass everything. This guy is awesome. Xuji was stunned, and his mind went blank for a few seconds. He kept reading and could not help but be surprised. The theory of time relativity is pretty good. However, in an instant, he understood why the Zerg subbrain, an artificial retard, had judged that this species paper that transcended the era was useless to the current Zerg and intended to eliminate immediately. Because we Zergs already have this characteristic. Xuji cupped his cheeks in his hands. He actually wants to create a species similar to us Zergs. Xuji pulled up the information. It was a university student in his 20s. He was a neurology otaku who studied medicine. He had black-rimmed glasses, but his hair was surprisingly thick and curly, which was very illogical. This person is indeed terrifying. He actually has such a groundbreaking idea and has even paid for a practical plan. Xuji kept looking through the life structure of the species and gasped in admiration. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg subbrain. Mind overclocking is a technology from an advanced civilization. It's not a talent unique to us Zergs. The current human scientists have already proposed a similar idea to speed up the thinking speed of life and extend life through other means. This human is only putting it into practice. Ah? Xuji was stunned. As the current Zerg Empress, what do you think is the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization in the vast universe? Is it technology? The subbrain asked. Weapon? Destructive power? Or are there any other reasons? Xuji thought about it. A truly advanced civilization was something that modern people could not imagine. They would have weapons beyond imagination, weapons of the law of causality. A time weapon, quantum weapon? But no matter what, it'll definitely be able to easily and silently destroy mankind. In fact, in an instant, humans went extinct without even realizing it. Actually, there's no need to make any more abstract guesses. Zerg Empresses, you've been neglecting a lot of things. We Zergs are a true advanced civilization in the universe. If we, an advanced civilization, want to destroy Earth, what will happen? The subbrain of the bug tribe said directly, what if we Zergs want to destroy Earth? Xuji was stunned for a moment, and a serious look of thought appeared on his face. It seems that the nuclear weapons of the current humans are very powerful. The celestial thirch will definitely not be able to withstand them. Even a god would be severely injured in an instant if he were to be hit directly. The current nuclear weapons in every country could destroy the Earth countless times. It was impossible for gods to fight head-on. They would die without a doubt because gods could cross the universe, but they could not blow up stars. It's not calculated that way at all, because our time is too fast. To us, the entire human society, the people on the streets, in the cars, in the supermarkets, are all still statues. Suji continued to organize his thoughts. If they really fought, even if a Type 4 or Type 3 expert of the bug race attacked, it would be a destructive disaster, let alone a god. They would all be motionless and unable to resist. Boom. Suji's mind suddenly exploded, and an unbelievable thought suddenly emerged. This is the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization mind overclocking technology. That's right, the subbrain of the Zerg replied. The gap is huge. Any of the lowest-level living citizens from the advanced civilizations in the universe, even if they are very weak and are far less lethal than your weapons, as long as they master the mind, overclocking technology, they can enter and leave as if no one is there. With your forbidden weapons, one person can easily destroy all of you and leave with ease. A lower-class citizen from a high-leveled civilization can destroy a planet's civilization without having to carry any weapons of their own civilization. She was shocked. Perhaps, in the vast universe, this was the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization. High-leveled civilizations had already crossed the threshold of a new world. They lived in special latitude cosmoses with a time flow rate. Not only did their technology develop at a terrifying speed, but the renewal of their civilizations was also extremely terrifying. They could also directly attack civilizations in the lower dimension of time, from the higher dimension of time at any time. Let me ask you, you're a still life in front of me. How can you resist? Destroying you is none of your business. The subbrain said, only civilizations with the combat power of a level 8 civilization can be considered as advanced civilizations. They have begun to have thought acceleration technology, but the difference between each civilization's thought acceleration is very large. It may be several times to more than 10 times. There are also different levels of costs due to the thought overload of the brain. Brain will become bloated, deformed, and have the characteristics of a big head. Big head's trait? Suji was stunned and thought of the big-headed aliens commonly seen in movies. The little gray men. The sub continued. In order to avoid the cost, some higher-leveled civilizations will enter a space with specific acceleration to live. As for civilizations with level 9 combat power, they could generally have more than 50 times the speed of flow. As for the speed of thought, it's 100 times faster, which is 100 years per day. This is also the limit of the speed of thought for living beings. It can't break through the threshold. Furthermore, some of the more advanced level 9 civilizations were able to accelerate their thinking and cell division at the same time, causing their body and thoughts to be in sync forever. We Zergs were once one of the supreme races in the universe, and we can do this. This is because the acceleration of the mind and body is an innate ability of our race. Suji was silent. It turns out that our natural talent for accelerated suicide is such top-tier space technology. This was too terrifying. Other civilizations need to develop to the level of an advanced civilization to be able to do so. But we are from an advanced civilization from the beginning and have innate abilities. If we don't accelerate the thought process of a level 8 god, the subbrain replied, with their terrifying knowledge and level, they will also develop some means to accelerate themselves. But it will not be too high of a thought multiplier. Xu listened to the analysis. Does it mean that as long as the gods such as Ermin, Phoenix, and Emperor Qi reach the level, I will be able to speed up my thinking? As the level of life increased, the speed of thought also increased. Was this the necessary path for higher life forms? Xuji felt that as a little coincidental. These gods really lived up the saying, one day in heaven was 1 year on earth. After a round of analysis, Xu Ji's knowledge suddenly increased. He had really been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. It was difficult to imagine what kind of brilliant world advanced civilizations were in the universe. It was black technology that lower-level civilizations could not imagine or understand. However, it was useless to listen to so much. Xu Zi's opinion was very simple. It's none of my business. I use this technology to quietly farm and create the world. He looked at the paper again. In that case, this paper on potential species that overclocked our thinking is of no use to us, because we have already accelerated to the limit of our ability to think. It's impossible for him to use this to reproduce another species to accelerate his thinking. This species is destined to fail. Shuji thought for a moment, but we still let him in. He's a talent. Xuji, talents. These bald geniuses were all his treasures. Even though there's no way to succeed, let this player in. After Shuji and the subbrain had a casual chat, he skipped the paper and sat on the chair to continue reading the next paper, looking casual. In fact, the mind overclocking technology had also solved one of Xuzi's long-standing doubts. He had always thought that the Zerg's talent was ridiculous. Why did the previous Zerg Empress die? Even though she was flying around and conquering the universe. The time acceleration of 1 day and 100 years meant that all the life forms and races of the other civilizations on the other planets were still. How could they possibly defeat her? It was obvious that Xuji had only been thinking about it from the perspective of the Earth's civilization. It was a meaningless thought. It turned out that the speed of thought acceleration was one of the most important criteria for a high-level space civilization. Even though the Zergs were born with it, other high-level space civilizations had similar technology to compete with it. At that very moment, Xuji felt that, with the Zerg subbrain's explanation, a grand and magnificent worldview of the universe beyond Earth was rapidly being perfected. The difference between silicon-based life and the Zergs was the mental overclocking technology. Although Xuji was now in a remote corner, the knowledge of the universal civilizations undoubtedly give him more ideas about building an extraordinary sandbox world and broaden his horizons. The higher he stood, he had more ideas about the future of creating an extraordinary sandbox for civilization. The civilizations in other universes were developing, and instead, he was creating the development of civilization. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the tiny rays of sunlight shone on the forests and mountains of the sorcerer world, gilding them with gold. Xuji sat in front of the desk in the living room, still looking relaxed and comfortable. This thesis is not bad. Sitting on the chair, he confirmed more than a dozen papers. Suddenly, he saw a particularly interesting creature, disguised demons. It's actually a picture of a supernatural species that imitates pufferfish. What kind of creature was a pufferfish? In addition to being delicious, it also had a special characteristic. When it encountered a threat, it would quickly inflate its belly like a balloon. Xuji looked at the drawing and found that it did not look like a pufferfish, but more like a super balloon fish with round eyes. Its skin was very special and elastic, with the characteristics of transformation and camouflage. When this balloon expands, it will be dozens of times bigger than its original size. It can also change the shape of the balloon and has the skin characteristics of a chameleon, which can disguise many lives. These players always have a lot of amazing innovations and surprises. This species, for example, can turn into a human. Xu was stunned for a moment and could not help but show a look of surprise. It looks like she's one of those super simulated silicone inflatable girls who cost tens of thousands of yuan. At first glance, it looked like a real person, but could walk and sit up. However, once it was touched, it would be exposed. When the wind blew, it would sway with the wind. After all, it was a weightless balloon. It was light as feather, and it would definitely scare people to death in the middle of the night. Isn't this a Chinese ghost story? Xu still found it very interesting. This was a natural-born ghost. This balloon fish was the 100-face monster, a painted skin creature. Xu continued reading and saw the words. This creature can not only change the appearance of most creatures at will, but it also has a large number of extraordinary forms. By absorbing the hydrogen in the stomach, one could fly in the sky and become a hydrogen balloon. Inhaling the explosive gas could be used as a self-destructing balloon. When you inhale laughing gas, you can breathe out fragrance and use it as a poisonous weapon. Xu was once again very surprised. This balloon creature had many wonderful uses. This year's new players had produced another amazing talent. Finally, there was a sentence. In the current 3 realms, the variety of grotesque, demonic, and ghost monsters is still too few. People's imagination is not rich enough, and their understanding of fear is not deep enough. So, I specially created this painted skin species and went in to scare people. I directly transformed and promoted Sadako, alien, hanging ghost, black and white impermanence, Ultraman, and other traditional horror cultural images of Earth. To support the sky of our freak world, Xi was speechless. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of strange attribute did this person have? A scary genius? The primal world was already full of danger. You even specially came to join in the fun? Xu's expression gradually became speechless. When the forest was big, there were really all kinds of people. Another crazy troublemaker is coming in. It was impossible to throw another one into the primordial world. It was too chaotic there. What would happen if he threw another one in? If this player could really transform into a painted skin creature, he would be thrown into the lava world. After all, it was 100 times the size of the primordial world. It was vast and boundless, and it was truly difficult to find its end. They did need a large number of transcendent species to be thrown in for diversity. They represented a total of 13 great transcendent domains, and each domain was larger than the current primordial world. Furthermore, they were still expanding their territory. Some players might even meet. Xu was like a staff reviewer of the Transmigrators Management Association. He read the application papers for a few more hours, circled some very special species, and was ready to throw them in. Obviously, there were quite a lot of delicious species this year. They were all affected by Mumu's silence, but those with potential were all let in now. After the review, Xu had a tiring meal. He ate a good meal and then took a bath. He went to bed and slept very comfortably that night. The next morning, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the list of new players who had been reviewed was announced. They were allowed to log into the Evolution Sandbox. Between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, new players came online one after another. FTK, I'm finally in. Where is the god of creation? I want to see the god of creation's fame. Eat an apple. A group of spores in the ocean, who had just evolved to have eyes, were all shouting and shouting. They were extremely excited. This world was new, shocking, and the infinite possibilities of the origin of life given them an unprecedented impact in their lives. However, Kujuji did not sit in his chair on the first day of the sixth test, allowing people to watch. The new sixth beta testing began. After he was done with the new public beta for the day, Kujuji went straight to see what kind of surprise the lava world had brought him. He wanted to know what kind of surprise Carolyn had brought him. Empire, born in 88. It had been 7 years since Mr. Livis had passed away. Humans had lost the man who was closest to God, and the development of technological civilization began to enter a stable era. Although there were occasional advancements in technology and breakthroughs in various new levels of technology, it was already considered very slow. However, gradually, a hidden class group called the Animal Controller emerged. Most of them were women, and unlike men, they loved mechanical romance. They had the ability to control low-level magical beasts, take cute little magical beasts as companions, and raise them to become stronger. With this, beast tamers quickly occupied the high-end women's market. In addition to the mechanical armor modification shops, some special pet shops also appeared in the streets and alleys. Empire, year 190. The group of beast tamers was gradually expanding, but they were still far from being comparable to energy mechanics. Furthermore, the combat strength and usability of a magical beast were far inferior to that of a mechanical armor. This was because mechanical armors were not afraid of being damaged and could replace parts, while the magical beasts that were carefully cultivated would not dare to be injured. Once they died, a lot of their efforts would be wasted. A beast tamer could not shake the position of a mechanic. Everything was just as Kujuji had thought. Although Caroline's beast tamer path was an exaggerated and brand new one, it was a challenge to the orthodox cultural trend. The magic machinery civilization left behind by Mr. Livis was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Machinery and lava were the culture of the Ishodans. Kujuji had already expected this. With a smile on his face, he walked on this sci-fi style street. Carolyn, let me see what you will choose. Year 191 of the Empire. Because of that great war, the Isodarians and the Holy Dragon, Michael, suffered heavy losses. The other powerful transcendent beings in the Stone Wall region still discovered that Michael had been heavily injured, and his strength had been greatly reduced. They quickly cast their eyes on him. At the same time, they also discovered the existence of the Isodarian people. These low-class, powerless human beings, who were not even level 1, could control machinery and had the power to compete with them. They were instantly envious. The strength of Michael and the Isodarian had been greatly reduced, and both sides were facing the fate of being invaded. We should join forces. We should join forces. This was the voice of both sides, and everyone knew that this was the best choice. However, this was only in theory. In reality, it was impossible for them to work together because they couldn't trust each other. Both of them wanted to work together, but they were afraid of being stabbed by the other party. At this moment, the leader of the beast tamer group, Carolyn, who had not been developing well before, stood up and said, "We can sign a contract of equality between magical beasts to ensure that both of us will never betray each other. We'll help each other." In the past few years, Carolyn had thoroughly researched the sea language and found many ways to contract magical beasts, including those that restricted humans. This was because only by doing so could one obtain a contract request from a high-level magical beast. Otherwise, most of the high-level magical beasts would rather die than become slaves for humans. Instantly, Holy Emperor Michael laughed coldly. This is a good idea, but I can't sign a contract with all of humanity. Which human would I sign a contract with? And that means that I can only be with that human and not betray each other. This makes it impossible for me to betray humanity, while other humans can betray me. This was a problem that could not be solved. Unless the human who signed the contract could represent all of humanity, or that human's life was extremely important to the entire human world and could not be lost. But did such a person exist? It had existed before. Mr. Levis no longer existed. Even the supreme power of the two countries, the president, had not reached such an indispensable height in the entire human society. However, at this moment, Carolyn spoke out once again. What if I also have an intelligence close to that of a god? Do I also have a precious and unique position in human society? Yes. Boom. Just this one sentence was enough to stir up the entire world. Countless news outlets, media outlets, and the internet were in chaos. The meaning behind this was simply too great. After lying low for several years, Carolyn had finally revealed her true strength. World Times Weekly. Will Carolyn be the second person to open up the pineal gland and the potential of the human brain? Did she also have wisdom close to that of a god? For a brain that was kissed by God? Ka. One by one, the photos were published by the media. It was when Caroline was old. She was old and muddy, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Villia daily. According to various investigations, we have shockingly discovered that the extremely mysterious leader of the animal controllers, Caroline, is actually over 50 years old. She used to be extremely old, but she could live until now. She was very young. Obviously, like Mr. Levis, she had a second life. As everyone knew, the Animal Controller Organization also had many new research and inventions that were beyond the current era. Technology was changing with each passing day. Perhaps she also possesses extraordinary wisdom. All major television networks. According to our investigation, we found something very terrifying. Caroline was the girl we saw talking to the ancient god in the milk tea shop. She is mysterious and unpredictable. Perhaps she does have a brain that has been kissed by a god. Public opinion was boiling. Mr. Levis was dead, and their technology had been developing at a very slow pace. Although they were also changing with each passing day at a decent speed, they were used to Mr. Levis's technological updates, so they felt that it was as slow as a snail. Now, another person who was suspected to have wisdom close to that of a god had appeared. The entire human society was extremely excited. On the cover of Times magazine, there was a photo of a woman. Is it true? Caroline Mr. Levis II? The animal controller revolution was indeed an unprecedented civilized method. Reports filled the sky. A mechanical organization said, the Beastmaster profession. She was a female scientist who did not love machinery and civilization, nor did she study life science. We refuse. There were also female wealthy businessmen and high-ranking members of society who came out. Machinery and lava, the biker tribe, they are the romance of you men. As for animal controllers, they are cute little animals and are the romance of us women. This will complete the civilization of the Ezodians. Levis is a male scientist. Caroline is a female scientist. In the midst of all the commotion, Carolyn's announcement pushed the public opinion of the entire society to the peak. On the 7th of October, the Beastmaster Guild will be holding a scientific research exhibition at the war border of the Lava Land. They will invite all the higher-ups of society, the media, even Holy Emperor Michael, all the higher-ups of the magical beasts to display the results of 7 life sciences research. Boom! The entire world in an uproar. This was an imitation of Mr. Liss's plan to open a science exhibition and display new technology to prove his identity. This time, he had specifically chosen the war border. Not only had he invited the people of Izodane, but he had also invited the Holy Emperor's forces, the magical beasts. Carolyn does indeed possess astonishing intelligence. This action is sufficient to prove this point. Inviting the demonic beasts is a sign of our sincerity. No matter how you beautify it, the exhibition will tell us everything. Is it real or fake? Let's wait and see. Soon, countless media and news reporters walked into the safety passage of a huge circular mushroom stadium. Under the introduction of the female staff here, they discovered something that was beyond the era and even close to the inconceivable of legends. Contract technique power burst. This is a divine word contract developed from sea language. Magical beasts that have a contract with themselves can use this Trojan virus to temporarily activate the potential of the other party's brain and certain latent genes to achieve a short burst of muscle and power. It will make the nightmare beast even stronger. This female beast tamer displayed her magical beast, Little Wind Mouse, on the spot, and her strength increased by 30%. However, it was extremely damaging to the body, and there would be signs of exhaustion later on. This was a technique that involved the fundamental genes of life, and it was truly jaw-dropping. This is the contract spell life recovery. Through the sea language that affects the genes, it can activate the powerful regeneration ability of living cells and heal injuries. However, it's very taxing on the body. Beast tamers can use our special Imperial Beast Nutrition Paste to recover and coordinate with the use. It can save lives at critical moments. This contract instantly excited countless people. Even some magical beasts were shocked by this, knowing that it meant that they had an extra life. Sea language is the godly language used to construct magic cores. Although we humans cannot use it, we have some results from our research in life science. Using some special sea language, we can achieve some special medical effects. A beautiful woman led everyone to the exhibition area of human life science. We humans have not been awakened, but we still have the potential in this area. If these sea languages are written in the mind, they can suppress certain hormones in the body, cure some diseases, reduce acne. As for the lava dragon, Michael, the golden dragon brought his magical beast subordinates around the exhibition area and showed great interest. At the end of the exhibition area, Carolyn walked up to the stage and began her speech. I can't deny the charm of life science. Beastmaster was only a milestone in humanity's exploration of life sciences, the result of exploring the essence of magical beasts' lives. In the future, the limits of life science will be the programming code that will completely control our life genes. The most mysterious miracle of the world life will be revealed to the people of Isidar without any concealment. I want the people of Isidar to be gods in the future. Everyone had the godly wisdom of Mr. Livis. Each of us is the most perfect god race. God race? In the future, when the technological civilization reached its peak, every person in Ishtar would be a god. They would control the code of life and endless supreme technology. Becoming a god. These words completely shocked the entire human upper echelon. They had acknowledged Carolyn. At this moment, Holy Emperor Michael also felt that Carolyn was already an indispensable part of humanity. He chose to sign a contract of equality with her, the representative of humanity. However, at the last moment of signing the contract, Michael took out his mechanical revolution account and shouted in the voice of the beast race to the entire human exhibition hall, "Top up. Money. Quickly top up my money. I want to play with Master Lin, Xinu 6-core drive mechanical armor, B2601." At this moment, on the contract stage at the top of the Congress, the mechanical and steam civilization of the Isodar people signed an equal and mutual assistance contract with the magical beasts. A new chapter begun in history. Immediately after, the magical beast side demanded that the humans acknowledge them as citizens of society. They demanded equality and the right to enjoy freedom. Furthermore, they demanded a huge sum of money every year to provide them with food and drink to play games, cultivate, and train. The Isodar Chronicles recorded, "The people of Isodar explored the secrets of the brain and wrote a divine contract in the brains of both sides with a program in divine language, forming an alliance with Michael." Xuji felt as if he was looking at a chapter of the vast history. The development of the Ishodar civilization was simply unbelievable. It was the most exaggerated race of civilization. As expected of a technological civilization, it had developed explosively. A proud magical beast will never give in unless food and accommodation are provided. "You can even play games for Mimi with money." Xuji's expression was calm. They've also been seduced by human society, which is all about money and luxury. The remaining Class 4 and Class 5 magical beasts quickly signed a contract with the higher-ups of the human race, becoming the guardian magical beasts of their families. These higher-ups had a lot of power and resources. Not only were they provided with the best treatment, but they were also provided with a training environment. Carolyn, with a beast tamer as her starting point, still managed to start her own era. Xuji smiled. However, he was very clear on what exactly Carolyn was doing. All of this, the crisis that humanity was facing, had been carefully created by her. The other forces in the Stone Wall region were able to discover Holy Emperor Michael and the existence of human civilization, because she had deliberately seduced them and sent people to their territory to expose themselves. In an instant, it had attracted 7 to 8 sixth-step quasi-emperor transcendence. Carolyn, Xuji's expression was calm. She's really a crazy and extreme person. The blood of the people of Isodar flows in her veins. She's creating a crisis of extermination, and she's vying to kill her own race so that the two forces have no choice but to come up with a way to unite. Then, at the most critical moment, she stood up and offered the possibility of an alliance contract, so that the animal controllers would be completely valued and her trump card would be completely exposed, thus obtaining the highest status and power in the entire human society. Wonderful. It was really too exciting. However, after doing all this, there would be a huge side effect. She would be targeted by 7 or 8 terrifying magical beasts in the region with the stone wall. Would she be able to lead the humans and the allied magical beasts to survive? It would be very difficult. This was a double-edged sword. If she could survive and lead the people of Isodar to survival, her prestige would rise. War and oppression often stimulated a civilization's crazy advancement. Xuji also made a phone call after a long time. "I should also take this opportunity to get busy with my business." He strode towards the city of Virial Machinery Center, a towering black mushroom-shaped building with 18 floors. It was a large machinery center that occupied a large area, and behind it was the unfathomable Beast Tamer Guild. The note AES. "Sir, are you here at the Caroline Mechanical Life Company to look at the mech?" A melodious voice rang out. It was a staff member of the mechanical organization. She was very beautiful, pure and beautiful, with a hot figure. When the woman saw Xuji's appearance, her eyes instantly burned with passion, and she revealed a hint of shyness. Her heart was thumping, and her face was filled with infatuation. Cough. Xuji coughed twice. This race was very straightforward and enthusiastic. I'm waiting for someone. The woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly came back to her senses and greeted. In that case, would this handsome gentleman like to take a look at some mecha while you're at it? There's a virtual control stick practice here, and you can completely experience the operation of various mecha models. Xuji did not refuse. Following that, he was led by the shop assistant to experience the extremely thoughtful service. He even tried driving an entry-level magic-powered mecha worth $30,000. It felt really good to the touch, and even Xuji was a little fascinated by it. The cars in modern society were simply too weak. This was a very interesting experience, a foreign civilization. He even felt that he had come to a technological planet far away in outer space and was on vacation. It's been many years since we've last met, but you're still so young and elegant. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. It was a beautiful blonde girl with fair skin. She was wearing a long multicolored dress and a blue cap. Half of her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her facial features were three-dimensional and exquisite. She had two cute and exquisite earrings hanging from her ears, giving people a cute and inexperienced feeling. "Sir, your friend is here?" The beautiful waitress was a little reluctant to leave. She was shocked by the beauty of the person who had come. Even if she only saw half of her face, she was ashamed of her own inferiority by her temperament. She quickly stuffed a business card into her hand. "I think if you have any requests, you can call my number. You can always ask me out outside of work." Xuji put down the virtual control stick and looked at the person behind him. "Why aren't you dressed up as a hot girl?" Lowering her cap, Carolyn blinked her eyes as she sized up the beautiful waitress's back with her beautiful eyes. She then said in a faint voice, "I've heard that young and inexperienced people like mature and hot girls, while those old men who have experienced the vicissitudes of life like to dress up as pure and beautiful young girls." Ji was speechless. What's the use of dressing up innocent and young? This kind of crazy scientist who was keen on brain research was full of black when he cut it open. "Are you playing with the 7th generation B45 5K series mech?" Caroline took a look and leaned over with a smile. She looked at the operation interface and began to teach Xuji, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Xuji was a little dumbfounded. Caroline seemed to have returned to the way she had been at the milk tea shop, treating him as an ordinary heart-to-heart friend and returning to her previous attitude. Although he was surprised, it didn't matter to him. He did not appear as the god of creation in the first place. The vast giant had never come to this world and never appeared in the eyes of humans. He only appeared as a god. Levis had added his settings on his own accord, thinking that he was the last human of the ancient human civilization, and that he had the great power and wisdom of the previous civilization. As such, he accepted this identity calmly, but it was still a very high status. It was far more advanced than the ancient mysterious civilization of the Ishtar people, and Caroline's attitude was still very peaceful, just like Levis in the past. This made Xuji feel that it was much more convenient to do things. "Speak," Caroline said with an elegant smile. "Great ancient god, you've come to find me? Or is there something you need from the people of Isidar? We're about to face the war. It's about to break out, so we're very busy." She spoke to the ancient god on behalf of the people of Ishtar. She was polite, without any arrogance or flattery. I'd like to build a mech armor. Shuji laughed. Xuji was only a level 6 god. If he wanted to cross the void freely, he would have to become a level 8 god, which was too far away. Although he had no interest in exploring beyond the Earth or going to the moon, he still had to prepare for a rainy day. After all, there was still a long way to go from level 6 to level 8. He did not know what would happen. All right. To put it bluntly, he was mainly a man's romantic. It was rare for him to develop this mechanical armor civilization. In reality, it was very boring for him to ride an electric scooter. He also wanted to get a mechanical Gundam and place it in his orchard to have some fun in the universe. Ancient gods also have the romance of mechas. Did he take a fancy to this little toy? So what kind of mecha do you want? Caroline was stunned. She fiddled with the control panel, another virtual mech, as if nothing had happened. She mumbled, "Although I don't like to play with these things, they are really strong. He's much stronger than my beast tamer." Xuji said, "The mecha I want can withstand the harsh vacuum environment that humans can't survive in." "Vacuum? What's that?" Lowering her cap, Caroline sweetly and said, "Is there a more dangerous environment than lava?" As a scientist, I really want to know what kind of environment it is. Her eyes were bright and full of curiosity and excitement. "Vacuum, can you take me there? I have to adapt to the environment and build a suitable mechanical magical armor." Xuji then realized that there was no vacuum in the lava world. The word vacuum did not exist in the technological civilization of the Isidarian people. "A vacuum is a world without air," Shuji replied coolly. "What?" Caroline was greatly shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She walked nervously around the elegant and quiet mecha virtual hall, her expression unusually serious. Such normal action caused the staff around to turn their heads to look at her from time to time. Caroline's voice trembled. "The ancient gods, a world without air. What is it like? In a vacuum environment without air, a huge pressure will form. Humans and living beings with flesh and blood will be squeezed to death. Their blood vessels, skin, and tissues will all burst rapidly." Xuji was operating the control stick leisurely as he looked at the screen in front of him and controlled the mecha virtually. He answered the common sense that everyone on Earth knew. The water in each tissue will turn into steam and enter a state of boiling body fluid. You'll hear endless explosions in your ears. Vacuum? Low boiling point? How could it be a low boiling point? Caroline finally couldn't help but cry out in shock. She tried to imagine that scene, but it was hard to imagine. "Please don't make any noise. This Caroline Machinery Company." A beautiful woman in a blue full-body uniform came over to warn him. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry." Caroline lowered the brim of her hat to hide her face. She took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. "It's fine. Please pay attention to the etiquette in public." The beautiful waitress smiled and nodded. She was very polite and turned to leave. Xuji just looked at her quietly. However, Caroline stood in her original spot, racking her brain, but was still unable to imagine it. She was like a fish that lived in the deep sea all year round. No matter how smart she was, she could not imagine what it was like on land. The technology of the Asidarian people was completely different. They studied mechanical mecha, but they had never studied life science. As for Caroline, she had only just started to work in this field. She had studied the forms of life, so she was naturally very curious about that situation. She couldn't help but repeat in surprise, "The great ancient god, will we humans really be squeezed to death there? Are we humans really unable to survive in a vacuum?" Xuji looked at her quietly. Carolyn hurriedly calmed down the excitement and panic in her heart. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally asked with trembling lips, "That's another world? Your tentacles have already extended to another world?" There was no scientific concept of vacuum in this world. It be another world. She was also a person who had gained intelligence. In an instant, she had thought of this. Xu could not deny it. That was because Carolyn, very smart, and it was very difficult to hide anything from her. Carolyn's breathing became, and her hoarse voice was filled with fear and exhaustion. Then, the other world. Was it the reason for the destruction of the previous super-ancient civilization? The ancient civilization of mankind encountered another world and race? Could it be that the ancient gods are still resisting that civilization for the new hope humans in this world US Isodales? Xuji, speechless. He looked at the extremely nervous, concerned, and worried Carolyn, and his entire being was instantly unable to remain calm. How can you be so uptight? Xuji had never expected that Carolyn and Livis were the same. People who were too smart liked to constantly figure out and speculate. He had just put an end to the imagination of those idiotic netizens and killed them in the cradle. However, he never expected that the other natives had also begun to crazily imagine. It was too difficult for me. I'll be scared to death by you sooner or later. Xuji only smiled and did not answer. He stood there quietly, looking very mysterious. That's why you wanted to guide us onto the path of ancient civilization. In that case, we can see the picture of the origin of mankind. The ancient god continued the new origin of mankind. What does that sentence mean? Her mind was shaken, and she could no longer contain her shock. The last time she followed the memory of human history and traced back the origin of mankind, she saw the terrifying, holy, glorious picture and heard that sentence. It lingered in her heart for a long time. Like Levis, it became a lingering shadow of fear for scientists. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her excitement and asked, "What does that sentence mean? I've looked for the best linguist and deciphered it for countless years, but I still can't find the answer." The translation of that sentence is, "The origin of new human life. I give you the most devout blessing." Caroline looked at Xuji with a pitiful gaze that was almost pleading. Or, "Hope that you will not walk down the path that we once destroyed? Or perhaps, we hope that you can resist the suffering of the future and help us defeat the ancient civilization that once destroyed us." Xuji looked at the leading scientist of mankind. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with the desire to pursue the truth. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "I just want to play with Hearthstone a little." "Don't be too suspicious," Xuji could not help but say. "Don't be suspicious? Right. Don't be suspicious. This isn't a problem that our people of Isidar should be thinking about right now." Carolyn quickly changed the topic and calmed her turbulent emotions. With a serious expression, she asked, "Vacuum, right? I will set up a relevant investigation team to simulate a vacuum environment and conduct data collection and experiments. However, it shouldn't be too soon, because our war is about to break out. Also, I hope that after the war is over, with your permission, you can take me to the vacuum world. After all, it is difficult to create perfect virtual environment. I need to personally experience and measure the data in order to build the most suitable mechanical magic armor." She was pleading, "Take you to the vacuum? You're going to bring a research team to do a field study." Xuji came back to his senses and muttered to himself for a moment. It wasn't impossible. After all, just as Carolyn had said, it was best to personally survey the universe's vacuum environment. He had entered the lava world through the teleportation portal, and the other end of the teleportation portal always been in the orchard. It could send him into the vacuum environment, outside the Earth's atmosphere, for a short time. Then, he was teleported into a vacuum. However, if Carolyn were to lead a small research team and see the empty space, they might be incomparably shocked, and their minds might fill up with something else. Suji into deep thought. However, he didn't need to consider this problem now. After all, it was definitely not the time. When the time comes, please be sure to take me to a vacuum environment and see that great and mysterious world. Carolyn immediately replied, "This is the wish of a scientist. I'm willing to pay any price. Anything is fine." She quickly came over and hugged Suji's arm. Suji chuckled and took 2 steps back. "Don't give me that. I know very well what kind of person you are. You're not the type to act coquettishly or act cute. You're going to meet vacuums, but we'll talk about it in the future. First, deal with your war." "All right." Carolyn was instantly overjoyed. However, after hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth. She retracted her expression and revealed her usual solemn expression. "Ancient God, do you think that I'm very dirty? I also used despicable means to lead the enemy to attack us, so that I could reach the peak of society. Compared to Mr. Levis' pure scientific spirit, I'm more like an unscrupulous conspirator." Carolyn's expression was somewhat blank. "I don't think that everyone has their own pursuits." Suji thought for a moment and continued to operate the mecha. Carolyn laughed with a bit of emotion as she said in a disjointed tone, "Sometimes I feel that God is quite unfair. The difference between people is too big. I'm very smart, and I've been different from others since I was young. They also envy my intelligence and think that I'm a top genius. But what about me? I envy geniuses who are more powerful than me. I've been researching beast-taming technology for my entire life, and I've only achieved results and received your approval before I died of old age. If it were Mr. Levis' wisdom, perhaps it would take less than half a year to get my results. When I gained intelligence, I realized how big the gap between us was, and my thinking became extremely fast. But I also clearly understand that I'm still not as good as Levis back then. My thinking is 2 to 3 times slower than his. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm like Mr. Levis, who led the advancement of civilization, and there are major technological breakthroughs every once in a while. However, only I know how much effort, hardship I've secretly put in to maintain that shameful glory. This is a matter of course. Levis was a naturally wise man, just like the original CPU, and then there was a mistake in her rote. Suji had only activated it after he had corrected her. It looked like there was only one part, but because the circularly incomplete difference was very big. It was like a pirated CPU that had its parts changed, was rewelded. Moreover, this was also related to human intelligence. To become a silicon-based brain, it would only increase one's computing speed, not give one wisdom and talent. For an ordinary person without talent, no matter how fast their thinking speed was, without creativity and revolutionary thinking, they would not be able to establish a civilization. Caroline was already considered to be the most intelligent human, but her talent was still not as good as Levis. You're shouldering Levis' glory and realizing your dream. It's only natural that you don't want to let him down. Your efforts are very normal." Suji replied nonchalantly, "You should know that most people are not born wise. Geniuses are a minority." Immediately feeling encouraged and comforted, Carolyn couldn't help but ask, "Are you the same? Only through hard work did you reach where you are today?" "No," Suji replied. "I'm not like that." Carolyn was speechless. Carolyn's expression changed, but she was once again encouraged. This is the power of a super ancient civilization. Every single one of their citizens was extremely powerful. In the future, I want the people of Isidar to have like wisdom, perfect power, just like you. Xuji waved his hand, turned around, and left. You needed to take a break every now and then when you're researching. I think your hairline has thinned a lot again. Carolyn was stunned for a moment, before turning her tears into a smile as she looked his back. After a while, a female assistant walked out from the shadows. This was the first time she saw the decisive Lady Caroline reveal such a gentle and calm expression. Was that a god from ancient times? The female assistant was shocked. Viviana, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Carolyn retracted her expression and coldly spoke. Yes, Viviana said respectfully. I will forever keep this memory in a corner of my mind. The corners of Carolyn's eyes drooped as she looked at the crude line system projection above her eyes. This precious memory was stored in the deepest part of my computer. She was turning the human brain into a computer. Therefore, it provided efficiency. This was the result of her hard work over the years. She realized that after her brain was awakened, it was no longer a brain of flesh and blood. She tried to rewrite her own programming in her brain and construct the C language system. This had already involved the brain. It was a field that Levis had never been involved in before, because Mr. Levis did not like to study life science, which was a forbidden zone. He even boycotted it, thinking that it was a field of life genetic code that humans should not offend. Once offended, one would have to pay a terrible price. It's time to call the higher-ups and start a war. She looked at the light blue system desktop in front of her and silently dialed the phone numbers of various major organizations in her mind. Voila! Caroline's brain waves spread out, forming a special signal that connected to the entire building's network. Then, she strode out of the building. On the display screen in her mind, she was already holding a video conference with the various major executives. A living god. Viviana looked at this scene in shock, as if it was a miracle. She looked at their leader, Carolyn, with incomparable desire and worship. She no longer needed to carry any communication equipment, mobile phone, or computer. She could use her brain to send brain waves for special frequency modulation and invade any network. The consciousness in his mind was enough to communicate with others, enter the computer, and change the whole world. If such a human isn't a god, then what is he? Our future Izudardians, perhaps, have completely abandoned language. By sending out electric waves from each other's brains, we can connect to the network and communicate with each other. The scattering and collision of the brain's thoughts? Crazily, Vienna's body trembled, filled with passion. Arg! It was so magical. Perhaps in the near future, the lips of the people of Isidar would no longer be used for speech and communication. His lips were only focused on enjoying the delicious food. And a passionate kiss between lovers. Ruobies. Empire, year 198. A terrifying war broke out in the region of stone walls. The Isodar alliance was in great danger and suffered countless casualties. White-colored workers, college students, women, and the elderly all went to the battlefield. The glory of the Ishtar people shall not be destroyed. They were proficient in the game, mechanical revolution, and had almost entered an era. Everyone was a soldier. Boom. Mechas and spaceships were flying in the sky. They were powered by magic nuclei, which were used to charge the power, while the power was supplied by the lava generator, which was almost endless. However, magic cores were not permanent. They also had a lifespan, just a hard disk. If a magic core was used too much, it would age, break, and eventually break down. Empire 2-1. The Isidar alliance resisted madly. The emperor-to-be demonic beasts in the stone walls had already realized the fearsomeness and bloodthirstiness of this race in the war. We can't attack in groups anymore. We have to leave our own trump cards and hide our strength. We have to take them down first. We'll then start a war and divide up the benefits of this race. Right, they are contracting and enslaving magical beasts. This is crazy. Empire 2-6. The Mecha civilization welcomed the explosion of technology. Humans invented the most powerful mechanical armor, the Camilla mechanical armor. This mech armor was as tall as a skyscraper, covering the sky and the sun. It was the greatest invention of the people of Isidar. It was operated by 6 top-class mecha masters, and 8 6th-grade magical beast cores acted as 8-core processors. Each circuit board was supported by more than 100 3rd and 4th-grade magical cores, reaching the level of an emperor-to-be with exaggerated combat power. Caught off guard, a powerful existence at the emperor-be level in the stone wall domain was killed by a charged, world-destroying lava cannon. Detestable humans. They're obviously weaker than a first-tier magical beast, but they can still control such terrifying scientific power. Their brains and intelligence are too terrifying. The powerful magical beasts were all shocked. The bat went crazy again. Empire Year 10. Under the joint attack of 7 emperors, Camilla's mechanical armor was destroyed in a mountain range. The people of Ishtar fell into destruction and despair. The most powerful force of the mechanical civilization had been destroyed. Carolyn. In the end, she still didn't stand out. Countless people voiced out. However, even the human alliance's emperor-to-be, Michael, had disappeared. Empire, Year 211. The people of Isidar were defeated again and again. The 7 emperors-to-be personally arrived at the combined capital of the 2 human empires and stood at the top of Capitol Hill. The 7 terrifying creatures were surrounded by flames, and they were like gods. They pressed down on the entire human race, making it hard for them to breathe. The flames were blazing as they strode into the human's highest command center. Human, submit. Under the gaze of countless media and cameras, these 7 powerful existences of different forms looked coldly at the representatives and human upper echelons. It was as if the end of the world had arrived for the entire human society. Countless people were frantically running away. The rich and wealthy merchants were organizing private meshas in an attempt to escape into the vast land of the ancient lava land to avoid disaster. There were also hot-blooded humans who drove private tanks into the capital. Mechanical meshas surrounded the area and made their final struggle. But the people of Ishtar had never been as nervous as they were today. Their opponent was unstoppable. It was the most powerful person in the entire region of stone walls. They had broken through the human defense line and were at the mercy of the humans. Are we humans going to be destroyed? Towards submission? Countless media outlets were paying attention to this, and some hosts were sobbing in their reports. The 7 emperors-to-be glanced at the higher-ups of the human race. Surrender quickly. Through your television and media, we'll express the humans' surrender. Otherwise, we'll kill all the higher-ups at the scene and replace them with a new group of people. There will always be people who are afraid of death. They will submit to us and become the higher-ups of the human race. They spoke coldly. All the human upper echelons were flushed with anger, and everyone's faces were pale, as if they had lost their souls. However, At this moment, a blood-red light shot into the sky, and a crystal 5-colored giant dragon inlaid with colorful crystals descended on the land. Stupid emperors-to-be. You're all going to get down on the ground today. Michael. He's already reached the aura of a celestial emperor. The 7 emperors were shocked. It's my eagle. Countless panicked media reporters pointed their cameras at the sky. They couldn't help but stare at the 5-colored dragon. He turned into a 5-colored giant dragon? The 5-colored scales on its body are all crystal cores? This is life modification technology? He's already studied the code of life to such a high level. Everyone slowly stopped in their tracks. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people in the human world held their breaths and watched nervously. Boom! The gap between the realms of heavenly emperors was too terrifying. With just one blow, 7 emperors-to-be were seriously injured. The 7 of you, submit or die, said. The emperors-to-be looked at each other. In the face of the choice of life, they finally lowered their proud heads. We ask for an equal contract and the same treatment as you. At this moment, the entire world was shaken. In the blink of an eye, 7 powerful enemies had been defeated. What kind of creation is this, God? In front of the TV, countless people saw this scene and gasped. A new era was born. This moment was forever remembered by history. The Isidellans, known as the most taboo super-ancient civilization in history, by the later generations thousands of years later, the Protos had only taken a short 200 years to develop and directly entered the era of gods, for all people empire, year 213. More than half of the forces in the Stone Wall region had basically been incorporated into the territory of the Isudairan people because of the surrender of the 7 emperors-to-be. A large region was the size of 3 or 4 primordial worlds. It was so vast that the people of Isudar could not control such a large territory. Most of the land was still primitive forests, where various magical beasts lived. There were treasures everywhere, making it difficult to excavate. However, the leaders of the magical beasts here had all submitted to humans. Soon, signal satellites were set up on the stone walls in the sky, and network signal bases were set up. The entire primitive forest of magical beasts entered the internet age. The higher-ups of the magical beasts began to use mobile phones and computers to connect to the internet, and they helped humans to explore this vast gold mine and mine all kinds of resources. Thus, it entered an unprecedented golden age. The following year, Carolyn announced the latest technology. The magic nucleus loading technology was limited to the loading of magical beast species. It could add magic nuclei to the body, which was the fundamental reason for Michael's strength. Countless media outlets began to be shocked. This technology that transcended the times would change the era of mankind. However, the side effects were also extremely great, and it could lead to mental confusion. Times daily. The infinite possibilities of animal controllers are no less than that of the mechanical civilization. The 2 universal civilizations are working together. Empire, year 217. Another earth-shattering news was announced. In front of the TV, Carolyn's elegant and beautiful image of a young girl currently sitting on the sofa. Opposite her, the famous and beautiful female host. Everyone in front of the TV, I've already deciphered the programming code for life, said Carolyn. I've opened up the forbidden zone of human life and developed the potential of the pineal gland, allowing humans to have a brain that's close to that of a god. Boom. Countless people around the world were watching. The host was extremely excited and quickly asked, Do you want us humans to have the intelligence and brains of you and Mr. Levis? Yes, I am, said Carolyn, her expression extremely calm. In front of the TV, countless people's eyes were burning with desire. They called over their parents and children in the kitchen, and some office workers called over their colleagues. They all gathered in front of the computer and TV and discussed animatedly. Can we also have such great wisdom? Our brains, the same as Mr. Levis? Impossible. How could a race be filled with geniuses? All of them are people with wisdom close to God. If such a race really exists, perhaps such a race can be called the God race, right? Why is it impossible? I think it's possible. If technology was developed to the extreme, no one would know what kind of power it would have. But at the very least, the mysteries of human DNA should all be unraveled. We will have the ability to freely control our genes and understand the entire structure of the brain. At this moment, Madame Caroline will be the most accomplished person in the history of mankind, an existence not inferior to Mr. Levis. This was a historical moment. It could even be said that it was the era of the old and new esoterians. On the television, Carolyn continued, "This is a revolutionary technology. After many years of my research, it is already on the verge of maturity and can already enter large-scale clinical trials. If anyone is interested, please go to the nearest Caroline Hospital to carry out the pineal gland potential development surgery." Of course, the potential of an acquired person was far inferior to that of an innate. But the speed of thought was still countless times faster than that of the current human. You can even say that they are two completely different species. One day later, under the real-time monitoring of the TV station, Sunshine volunteers received pineurium neurosurgery at Central City's Caroline Hospital. Each surgery lasted for a full 7 hours, but they successfully activated their pineurium. They had done an experiment in front of the TV. Their thinking speed, the memory and reading speed of old computers that were close to that of humans, were extremely fast. Countless people, sitting in front of the TV, could not imagine that they were two different creatures. I really did it. The human brain's computing power is comparable to a computer. Oh, miss this above, this is too exaggerated. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Immediately, in every city, Caroline Hospital was quickly established and filled to the brim. The scheduled surgeries were all scheduled for next year. Caroline continued to declare, "This pineal gland surgery is not suitable for all mankind. Due to the differences in their physiques, I've divided the human brain into 4 levels based on wrong pathways. The higher the pathways, the higher the cost of the surgery, and the lower the intelligence that is unlocked." According to the order, they were first-class citizens, second-class citizens. As for those who are not third-class citizens, those who have taken more than 3 wrong paths, fourth-class citizens, and they cannot accept pineal gland surgery. All of a sudden, the entire society was in an uproar. Carol continued, "Of course, this operation has cost the Caroline Research Institute hundreds of billions of funds. However, we still maintain the principle of benefiting the people. Nowadays, the surgery fees for adults have to be paid for by themselves. As for newborns, our Caroline Foundation will work with the human empire to implement social welfare treatment. Once they are born, they can undergo free brain surgery and activate their pineal gland. Of course, the newborn must have the corresponding qualification to open the pineal gland surgery." At this moment, some people began to lose their cool. Their joy turned into anger, because people were beginning to be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Many people tested their qualifications and were surprised to find that about 80% of humans were not third-grade citizens at all and could not develop wisdom at all. We protest. We refuse to be treated unfairly. Only 20% of the humans were third-class citizens and could activate their pineal gland with less than 3 brain errors. The remaining 80% of humans could not accept the surgery at all and immediately began to rebel. Protest. The people of Isidar can become gods. However, I refuse. Countless people were parading through the streets in protest. When Xuji saw this, his expression was calm, but his curiosity was piqued. Carolyn, what exactly will you choose? Back then, you told me that your dream wasn't to gather technology and an extraordinary race. You want a powerful race that has no classes and is equal, with everyone having the wisdom and power of a god, and everyone being a perfect god. Now that there are classes and the so-called qualifications, isn't it the same as the extraordinary civilization, with dictators and rulers? What exactly was going on in Carolyn's mind? Xuji was looking forward to it. He waited for his mech and smiled. Empire 2:17. The massive riot continued to brew madly. However, after a series of measures, Carolyn cooperated with the human government and quickly suppressed the riot. At the same time, she helped the humans on the 2 floors to begin the operation. Empire, year 218. The famous Pitar rebellion and demonstration broke out. In the city of Peter Dahl, a total of 80% of the entire city went on strike. They held their flags high and rode black mechanical tanks on the streets. The supermarkets and shops went on strike, and some radical protest organizations even destroyed street facilities, subways, and other public places. Carolyn once again reported to the news media. There's no such thing as a bloodless revolution. There will always be some pedantic people who stop technology from advancing. Do you want the times to go backwards? The stubbornness in your heads will destroy the future of the people of Isidar. Our generation is divided into 2 groups of people. Inequality, I admit that. However, after our generation dies of old age, this kind of unfair treatment will disappear. Because I'm confident that I can perfect the pineal technology within 30 years. Every newborn in Isidar will be able to unlock the pineal gland's potential and become a protos. In the future, every person of Isidar will be close to divine wisdom. In order to achieve this perfect future, we really need 20% of the lucky humans who have activated their pineal gland in the human society that you all hate and curse. Every one of them has wisdom close to that of Mr. Livis and me, and they've helped us Izudardians perfect our technology. Instantly, countless people fell silent. They couldn't help but think. Levis alone was enough to change the course of the entire human society. If 20% of the people in a human society were close to Mr. Levis' wisdom, then this civilization would usher in an unprecedented explosion. They did not even have the slightest doubt that the combined strength of these 20% of humans was already as many as 10 million people. It would definitely be able to completely perfect this technology in the future, so that every baby born in the future would have the wisdom of God. Are we really right? We might really stop the era. And some of the Izudardians fell silent and lost their souls. If the inequality continued, there would be a difference in quality between each generation in the future, and they would definitely rather die than submit. But now, every one of their future generations could enjoy the perfection of becoming a god. Without unfair treatment, they had no reason to resist. We also have grandchildren, As long as this kind of inequality doesn't happen to our descendants, it's enough. Gradually, this human riot began to stop due to Carolyn's 7-hour speech on God's Tomorrow in Times Square. Her voice was tearful and touching, and the riot began to stop. Empire, year 220. 20% of the people of Isodar accepted the operation to open the pineal gland. January of the following year. After Caroline announced brain programming technology, all of humanity's elites began to construct a system layout in their brains. The new Isudarian people would be carrying an intelligent subbrain, which people often called personal brain computer. In June, Caroline released neural frequency programming senses, allowing the brain system to install communication software. The principle was to control the wavelength of a person's brain and conduct mental communication. The people of Isodar had entered the era of consciousness communication. Every Isodane who had gained intelligence had a unique brain number. They were face-to-face and only needed Bluetooth to communicate directly at the level of consciousness without the need to speak. As a result, a very shocking scene appeared in the streets and alleys. There were often two humans sitting on chairs and drinking drinks. They did not say a word, but they were actually conversing. And the internet era that Mr. Levis had created, the personal computer era, was being eliminated. They could go online directly in their minds. Computers were about to gradually disappear from the vision of human technology society. Just like how people had eliminated the old black and white television. Empire, year 226. The Life Origin Plan had been officially launched for a full 10 years. The Isodar people's DNA made up the human genome with more than 3 billion base pairs. Under the crazy analysis of a large number of human elites and 10 million humanoid smart computers, they had deciphered all the functions of the Isodar genome. Carolyn began her announcement. For people who have unlocked the pineal gland, their brains are like a computer. Brains of different blood and flesh can completely control their own bodies. They can program their own conditioned reflexes, sleep, work, rest, and various physiological needs of the body. As for DNA program analysis, it can understand the source code of our body and allow us to complete control our body. By using the brain to issue a command, one could modify one's DNA in small amounts. For example, modifying our appearance genes, height genes, bloodline genes. The result of all this, it belongs to the 11 million participating new humans. We will write a brain system program for free, the Geno Library, for all citizens to download unconditionally. Of course, it was impossible to modify the genes on a large scale. The current scientific methods would cause a collapse. Perhaps it would be possible in the future. But now it was equivalent to minor plastic surgery. It allowed each of us to modify the useless genes of trashy and recessive genetic diseases to possess a relatively perfect appearance and body. The entire world held its breath. At this point, every newborn who could open the pineal gland would have a portable subbrain in their brain. The system desktop of the subbrain was a program called Geno Library, which had the ability to transform the body. However, every citizen only had one chance. This was because modifying genes was an extremely dangerous thing, and it could only be done slightly before the age of 10 to determine one's appearance. The changes were not allowed to be too exaggerated. The program of the Geno Library would calculate one's decision, danger, and possibility. If the risk of the changes was too high, the changes would be refused and death would be prevented. This is too scary. This is the power of science and technology. It's inevitable that the technological civilization has developed to this point. Sooner or later, We humans will be able to completely control our genetic DNA sequence and understand the code of life. We've already developed to a higher level. We don't need to speak, but use a higher level consciousness brainwave to communicate. Countless people of Isidar held their breath. The following year, a large number of old humans began to implement a no-birth policy among the 80% of the Izudaarian population. They planned to wait for technology to develop so that every newborn would have the ability to activate the pineal gland. We can't have children now. We can't let our children be like us. We'll wait for the technology to fully mature before we have children. Our children should be blessed with happiness, perfect bodies and looks, and wisdom close to God. Empire. Year 228. Under the development of 10 million great wise men in Isidar, their civilization had far surpassed Mr. Levis' era. They were updated almost every month. In a month, it would be a brand new era of technology. In the New Human Project, human genome scientists once again in-depth analyzed the functions and combinations of human genes. The people of Isidar were able to achieve perfect cloning and test tube baby experiments. The Perfect Human Plan was officially launched. They modified the human genome, made up of more than 3 billion base pairs, and created a perfect DNA baby with the most perfect appearance, strength, and wisdom. Adam. Under the nurturing of dozens of human scientists, Adam had grown up in a research institute from a young age and displayed extraordinary talents. He could communicate completely an hour after he was born and had learned a lot of human knowledge in 3 days. What a perfect creation! Countless exclaimed in shock. Empire, year 229. Adam was only 2 years old, but during the test drive of the mech, he drove a K91123 mech and killed the top scientists of the entire research institute. He killed his way out of the street and caused a sensation in the entire mech city. In the end, he was killed by the mechanical guards who rushed over. Humanity had also lost countless elite scientists. This is against morality and human rights. Cyborgs and test tube babies should not have been born in this world. The people of Isidar discovered test tube babies. The genetically modified babies cultivated had unnatural, violent, and manic personalities. The technology was immediately halted and listed as prohibited. Empire, year 230. Carolyn Company had once again announced a terrifying piece of information. We've already found out the reason why magical beasts are so powerful. Once they reach adulthood, they'll have great power and spells. The reason was that in their memory, there was a meditation mechanism and a body forging mechanism. We've already completely read and analyzed it. Moreover, the hack software for the basic meditation technique is now available for humans to download for free. Once it's written into the brain's programming, we'll be like magical beasts. We don't need to cultivate, we can become stronger just by sleeping. Advanced meditation, fire-type spell cultivation, and other advanced hack software will require payment. The entire human society was in an uproar. However, meditation required the injection of the meditation gene medicine, which was also a considerable cost. Year. Carolyn had announced the cultivation method for magical beasts' physical training. However, the brutish bodies of the magical beasts were quickly abandoned by the Izodaeans who loved beauty. They were tall and beautiful, and only cultivated their spiritual power. It had only been a few years since the announcement of the pineal gland project. But this race of intelligent scientists that was close to God had experienced countless technological booms. It was terrifying to the extreme, even to the extent of being unimaginable. A new research showed humans had into the meditation mechanism unique to magical beasts into the system. He didn't need to exercise. He would automatically start the computer hack cultivation while he was sleeping and control his body, just like the upgrade plug-in and in of a game script. Therefore, the lifespan of the Isidarian people would also increase rapidly, just like the magical beasts. After the Isidarian race, their lifespan would increase by 5 times. An average lifespan of 150 years was equivalent to that of a Tier 5 human. They would only be considered adults at 80 years old, and once they reached adulthood, they would naturally have the power of a Tier 4. Every Isodar person had a handsome thin face and body, and an unparalleled celebrity aura. Every Isodar person communicated through brainwaves. Their consciousness could connect directly to the internet, and they were extremely knowledgeable, storing the memories of the entire Baidu Baik. Every citizen of Isodar had a long lifespan of 150 years. Once they reached adulthood, they would have powerful 5th grade powers, terrifying mind power spells, control of flames, lightning, water, storms. What could such a perfect human race be called? We, the god race. In this world, there were no gods, but now there are. Gods are just supernatural powers that burst out when a civilization has developed to a certain level. The man of Isidar said proudly. They were a race that regarded technology as their ultimate glory. The romance of machinery and lava, the glory of this race, all came from Mr. Levis' words. To this day, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. Xuji could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw this scene in the magical technology city. The people of Isidar are a race of technology. No matter what, the game they play is called life. It's simply heartless to write a cheat script of training and leveling up into their own brains. He was too shameless. Moreover, in their world, there were no GMs or game operators to fight against cheats and maintain the balance of the game. Xuji was walking down the street. He was surrounded by a magical city of mechanical cyberpunks. The beautiful girl was dressed in sexy clothes and riding a mechanical motorcycle on the street. Even though civilization had developed to this level, machinery and lava were still deeply engraved in her bones. In the surrounding mecha shops, the sleek black and tall mechas under the transparent glass covers attracted many people's attention. On the streets, there were many handsome and tall young men and women. They all had the looks of big stars and had fair and flawless skin. None of them seemed to be talking. They were very quiet and were smiling at each other, communicating with their minds. There were even some people who looked like they were walking on the streets with their heads held high. But in fact, they had the navigation system on. In the huge and exquisite map in their minds, they set the coffee shop destination, and just like in online games, they automatically started to walk, 1 step or 2 steps. Meanwhile, his consciousness was logging into the internet, playing games or chatting. They were similar to the people on Earth who walked on the streets with their heads lowered and held their mobile phones, automatically finding the way. This race had really become an online game. You don't have to pay with in-game currency, but the whole street is filled with script cheats. Xuji stood at the busy intersection and could not help but marvel. He even found it hard to imagine. Not only do they have a chance to mold their faces after entering the game, but they also have a physical channel now, which includes their strength, mental power, skills, today's physical characteristics, and the possibility of illness. It's already been digitized, too terrifying, their civilization and technology. Perhaps this is the inevitable process of the development of science and technology. Xuji could not help but sigh with emotion. He had never thought that the people of Isidar into such a technological society. When technology has developed to certain level, the mysteries of the human body's DNA and life will naturally have to be revealed. This is an inevitable historical process. The development of science and technology on Earth in the future will definitely be the same. It might be similar to the current Isudardians. Xuji's eyes were a little dazed. From this technological civilization, he seemed to see the shadow of the future technological civilization. He suddenly thought of the ancient civilization of Atlantis on Earth. He did not know if it was a coincidence, but it was very similar to the Isodors that had developed to this day. In the legends, the Atlanteans, known as the civilization of light, possess unbelievably advanced technology. Every member of their race is an extremely handsome man and woman, and they also possess the technology to communicate with their consciousness. They are extremely powerful, and their thoughts are extremely fast. Xuji looked at this terrifying civilized race and said with a smile, "If they were my first or second sandbox of civilization, I would also be afraid of their future and potential. I would directly send a lava flood to destroy the Ishtar civilization and drown them in the sea of lava." But now, Xuji was already standing at a very high position and could accommodate the birth of many things, even if they called themselves the Protoss, as a technological supernatural civilization with endless potential. Have you thought of such a future? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the mechanical spaceship that was flying by in the sky. He seemed to remember the day Levis left and could not help but feel a little emotional. I wonder how the evolution of the sandbox is going. It's time to let in the new beta players, but it'll probably take another 100 years for them to come in. I wonder what this technological race become. Empire, year 231. Some people of Ishtar suddenly died, including office workers, white-colored workers, and the upper class of society. Their deaths were very strange, and the cause of death was the same: cardiac arrest. Such incidents began to emerge one after another, gradually attracting the general attention of society. In the past, humans could die due to illness or all sorts of unexpected circumstances. Death was a normal phenomenon, and no one would suspect anything. But now, humans were all cultivating on their own and had great power. How could they die without a sound? A rumor gradually spread throughout the city of Ishtar. Since we're all computers, and our brainwaves are the external signal bridge, does that mean that our computers can be hacked and infected by Trojan horses? We've analyzed all the secrets of human life and have a brain close to that of a god. This is convenient, but it also causes a huge security risk. We will be invaded. Even when we sleep and eat, our memories have been unknowingly hacked by others, changing our memories and behavior patterns and controlling our bodies. Panic spread in Manian. It seemed that the questioning of the superbrain civilization had begun again. A famous Western scientist, Hill, a social thinker, put forward a point of view. With the current medical technology, humans can't really reject death. Because we Isudardians are obsessed with mechanical armors, we turn off the safety navigation in our brains and race cars. Every year, tens of thousands of biker gang members die in car accidents. If you were a member of the biker gang and couldn't be treated after being sent to the hospital, you wouldn't even be able to undergo a brain transplant. All that was left was a broken brain, lying in a nutrient glass tank in the Caroline Mental Hospital. As for Caroline Hospital, in order to make it less painful for you, they had inserted a series of dense signal lines into your brain, directly hacking into your brain's memory and sending in the signals of your taste buds and neurons. They rewritten your memories and made you feel, even though you were sent to the hospital due to a car accident. The surgery was very successful, and you were discharged from the hospital in one piece. You can continue to experience the discharge life that they wrote for you, and even let you live in a beautiful dream, and everything can come true. How can you prove that you left the hospital safely after the car accident? And not a brain served in a hospital VIT? How can you prove that the world wasn't in a scam after the surgery in that hospital? Countless people were silent. The paradox of the brain in a vat set off an explosion in the entire civilization. Now that humans had analyzed their life code, their memories, senses, and everything else could be modified. Perhaps I'm eating and talking to my lover right now, and reading this report is also fictional. You can't even recognize it. Was this true or false? The world was boiling. This was the panic of civilization that was inevitable when the development of human civilization reached a certain height. When the code of human life was deciphered, one's brain would no longer be mysterious, which meant that one was no longer safe. The once mysterious brain was no longer a safe. It might seem like a coincidence, but it was the inevitable development of science and technology. At this moment, Carolyn spoke up. She appeared on the sofa of a program and was talking to the host. The MC said, "Ms. Caroline, what do you think? Did someone hack into the brains of those people who went into cardiac arrest in the various human cities and kill them? After we deciphered all the secrets of the human brain, including memories, knowledge, and storage, we've been hiding the fact that we're a hacker, but now it's time to announce it." Sitting on the sofa, Caroline calmly smiled. As early as a month after the pineal gland was activated and the human brain was turned into a computer, there were people who were good at computer hacking skills who tried to hack into the human brainwaves. After that, the hacker died. Boom. The entire human world was in an uproar. He died. And amidst the discussions of countless people, Carolyn finally revealed the truth about the pineal gland. Do you all think that our brains are still programmed in C language? Everyone shocked. C language, it's the language of the gods. However, the system programming written in this way was too easy to crack and invade. And so, before I announced the pineal gland surgery to the entire human race, I had already guessed this. What if we're already a C language programming brain like a magical beast, and we're invaded? Thus, I made up a new language, the C++ language, to replace the C language that we humans are born with. This is also the reason for the brain surgery. The C++ language is a brand new core system programming language, and the firewall is a dynamic encryption mechanism. I am the founder of the C++ language, and the dynamic key is in my hands. No one can attack the core authority of your brain. Suddenly, the entire human race exploded. This was too hard to imagine. He rewrote the programming for humans and wrote a new language, firewall, for us. Oh, Lady Caroline is challenging the domain of the gods. Is he trying to replace the gods? Everyone knew that this was the abandonment of the divine language. They were born with the C language, and the creation of a new divine language. It was the unique life programming language of the Isodelans. This also meant, in a certain sense, Carolyn had already stood at the height of the ancient gods. The divine language created by Carolyn, constructing the origin and thoughts of life, forming the code of intelligent life. However, there were also people who raised strong objections. So, the initial program of our brains has been replaced and modified a second time? Our current brain systems have long been created by Lady Caroline and she has also provided a firewall. Others cannot invade it. However, doesn't Lady Carolyn have the highest level of confidential access? They can hack into our firewall and alter our memories and life and death. Anyone whose life was in the hands of another would be extremely flustered. In fact, in the past few years, many high-level scientists and Homo evolutus who had opened up the pineal gland had already noticed it. However, they had requested to write a confidentiality agreement and refused to disclose it to the public. You've been hiding the truth of the pineal opening surgery from us? On the television, the beautiful female host's mouth was wide open. Carolyn continued to smile at the host as she said, "Because I know that it will cause a huge panic. I might even announce that I have already changed the brain of the pineal gland surgery that you are going to do. Will you still be at ease with this surgery? Your lives are in my hands, and most of you will refuse this operation. Thus, I chose to announce it now, because this period of time has already proved that although I have the dynamic key of the human system core, I have not taken any action. I had once thought that the human core key in the C++ language of the human brain's firewall cannot be controlled by me alone. It can be controlled by a supercomputer with intelligence, the galaxy. This is the fairest way. However, I still rejected this suggestion, because the supercomputers might enslave us humans. We humans cannot be enslaved by AI. It's better for me in charge of this. In fact, some people said that it would be best to have a 100-member human council to jointly control it. However, this was not the case. This was because these 100 people could still slaughter the entire human race and enslave humans if they worked together. In that case, society would be unfair. Thus, I chose to only believe in myself. People of Isidar, do you believe me?" Caroline smiled and stood up. "To this day, I am still a pure scientist who stands in the field of science." The host was shocked. He had never expected that the pineal gland surgery would be a plan that hid the public and society. After the birth of the new human, Carolyn had set restrictions and ethics for the new human. Because of the dynamic secret key, at this moment, Caroline had completely gained the prestige of Levis back then, and became the second god of technology. We believe you. We believe you. Caroline, the god of the Yishodons. Countless people cheered, fanatical and worshipping. They believed in Caroline unconditionally, just like how they believed in Mr. Levis unconditionally and rejected the gods. It was the right choice for the people of Isidar. The beautiful female host couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. Madame Carolyn's wisdom was deep and vast. Having calculated until today, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Madame Caroline, if you do not set up a new computer language for encryption, or use the previously well-known C language, the human brain will be invaded, and society will inevitably collapse. It will be full of distrust, and it will usher in the destruction of new humans." This was obvious. After all, the system built with the inceptive C language had no self-defense ability at all. There were no protective walls, and it could be easily hacked. But at this moment, the beautiful host asked again, "Is there any possibility of C++ being deciphered or hacked?" "There is," replied Carolyn. "What?" The eyes of the entire world fixed once more. "There's no such thing as a perfect encryption program in this world," said Carolyn with a smile. "The C language used to be perfect and mature as the language of the gods. However, with the continuous research by humans, isn't it now known to everyone? I can't deny that the dynamic encryption method I'm using on the current C++ language is very powerful. But the intelligence and computational ability of the new humans are too terrifying. If a few geniuses work together, It's very possible to crack it. Carolyn's tone suddenly changed. However, I have written a guilty death mechanism into the core system and genes of every new human being. Every person in Isodar was a living god. They had great power as soon as they became adults, but great power could bring disaster. Therefore, once a human makes a move on another human, the guilt suppression in their genes will be activated. Their hearts will stop, and they will feel excruciating pain. This is the guilt of morality. Once they try to break through the morality program in their hearts, a guilt mechanism will also be created. The surrounding humans were silent and couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that those people with cardiac arrest were people who wanted to kill people and hack into other people's brains? Or was he trying to break through the guilt mechanism that bound him and do whatever he wanted? This is written in the genes. Moral? Sujuji could not help but exclaim. This kind of amazing technological civilization structure, Trojan hackers, firewalls, dynamic keys, and shameful mechanisms prevent cracking of the system. They were like computer people building a perfect legal social system. This is the society with extraordinary technology that I've fabricated. My dream. Caroline suddenly stood up, slightly bent down, and said to the TV, "Ancient God, did you see that? The new language of God has woven the structure of life. The people of Isidar have reached a certain height. The people of Isidar are ready to welcome you